I was centre midfield for Southend United, but John Egan at the back, nobody could outfox him. You know, you come up against a decent striker, you couldn't outfox him, you couldn't outrun him. He was always in the right place at the right time. He reads the game so well, but you'll have seen all that. It's the commanding presence that I like, you know, the one that goes on the field of play, and you actually turn around, you're looking for guys who are like-minded, who are calm, and they're doing the right things and making the right decisions. They're vitally important tonight. They're the ones that get you over the line.
He's been one of the unsung heroes this season. Wasn't in the talk for player of the season because you've got your McBurney's,
yes,
etc.
And the glamour guys, yeah, the ones that stick the ball in the back of the net.
Absolutely. Sunderland you got him on loan for, by the way.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Yeah, correct. Yes, it was, yeah.
There's been talk about this change of shape. I mentioned about the messages we've got. Tiger Tenor went 3 at the back against 1 striker. I'll get your thoughts on that in a second, Phil, but others saying Mike Kerman says I'd have gone almost for that. Would have had Miller on the bench instead of Bellumi. Smart Therapy says can see why the changes are being made. Keeping the game long. The longer it goes, the greater the chance of Joffrey, that's Joe Gelhardt obviously, and Bellumi off the bench last 20. And I sense a quiet confidence amongst the players. Think they have every chance. Ash says Brave going 5 at the back. Come back to that one. 3 at the back against 1 striker, Phil. Give us your thoughts.
Love it. First and foremost, if you're going to start by playing at the back, and I think that's the key. You know, when the goalkeeper gets the ball, is he going to feed it to one of the 3 centre-halves? And if he is, who's pressing? Because I always say to a centre-half playing in them situations, whoever's pressing is vacating a space.
Yeah.
And if that vacation of a space is somebody in midfield, play through midfield. So you've got to recognise the guy that's coming at you. Now, the number 9 will be down the middle, I should imagine, against John Egan. And the other 2 centre-halves have got to understand that whoever's closing them down, they're going to try and find a spare man. But it's not the 3 at the back that you need to focus on, it's the 3 up top and the shape of that 3 up top. Because regardless of what they're playing, if they're playing 4 at the back, if they're playing 3 at the back, if they're playing 5 at the back, the 3 up top for Hull City, is it a 9 and 2 10s? Is it a 9, 7 and 11? Is it 2 9s and a 10? You can change your shape during the course of a game at the drop of a hat if it's not working. And you can still stay with the 3 centre-halves or the 5 at the back. Whenever people say 5 at the back, they're a little bit reticent. They think, oh, we've got to go to the den and get a point, or got to go to the den and keep a clean sheet. It can be an attacking formation. And I think with the 3 up top and the wing-backs going, there's your 5. So you've got 2, basically you've got a 3-man defence, 2 in midfield, and you've got 5 attacking, so it's 5 up and 5 back as far as I'm concerned.
Tasty fans starting to arrive. One key, I suppose, positive of this system is that Mohamed Bellumi, Joe Gelhardt on the bench. I think some fans may be surprised that Paddy McNair isn't included, given this switch to a back 3 or a back 5. Yeah. What that shows is that there's quality on the bench, and that therefore boosts the use of the subs, doesn't it?
As far as you know, the game will take its course. You know, I honestly, I'm saying in the press room before I met you 2 guys, I'm saying first goal wins it. First goal wins it tonight. If that's in the first minute or the last minute, first goal wins it, because you've got 2 teams that are more or less matching each other up. They have done all season. You know, they've both been knocking at the door of automatic as well as the playoffs. You know, and both have managed to get in there. Did they know they were going to face each other? Probably not until the last game of the season, if truth be known. So now you're here, and now you've had a little round with each other, a little sparring round in the first leg, because that's what it looked like to me. Now tonight's the business, and I think Hull City away from home is not a bad thing. I think Hull City in the Den will come here with a game plan that can soak up a little bit of pressure and maybe hit them on the counter-attack with positivity going into the strikers.
Phil, we'll come back to you in a moment's time. That's because we're about to hear from the owner of Hull City, Adrian Ilagella, live here on BBC Radio Humberside Sport. If you're listening to us and you've got the radio on, or BBC Sounds on at least for the time being, then you can text 81333, start the message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp 08000 321 333. We'll be back with Phil Brown, the former Hull City manager, shortly. We'll get his take as we get closer to kick-off at 6 o'clock. Adrian Ilagella joining us in a moment's time. We'll also hear ahead of kick-off and a recap of the team news from Kyle Joseph as well. He starts this evening. But let's hear from the Hull City owner, Adrian Ilagella. He is live with My Whites.
He is, and we'll probably bring Phil in. I know Phil maybe wants to ask him a question at some point as well. A former promotion-winning manager for the club, Adrian. Adrian, great to see you. Thanks for joining us so close to kick-off. First question, how are you feeling?
Nervous. My English is not enough, but I will try to explain. Okay, nervous, excited, looking forward, happy, proud, and big ambition.
You're a step closer to the dream that you've spoken about for so long. What has it taken to get to this point so far?
Actually, I can say that about timing, 4 years, almost full 4 years, I can say 4.5, but full 4 years. I think we did something remarkable, but not, when I say we, I'm just, of course, talking about our coach, our players, our fans, and we create. So from the first minute I was saying one family, one dream, and we are one family now. We are living one day together, and we are just 2 steps behind our goal.
Give us your thoughts on tonight.
Yeah, actually, tonight it's a tough place to be, as you see. I mean, I would say that it's a very tough opponent to play against away. But of course, our players has been very successful this year, especially in the big games away. They made us proud. I would say that many big games, like Millwall away, Norwich away, Southampton away, these teams are, I don't think that they are less powerful than Millwall. So I can say that they made us proud several times, and they know. I've been with the team the last 2 days, and they know how important it is. 2 days ago, we had a good conversation together with the boys. Everyone is focused on one thing, and I hope they can show tonight.
I think Phil's got a question for you. I'll just grab that microphone there and bring it across, Phil.
Arjun, great to meet you. Fantastic. What a great job you're doing as well. When I was at Hull City, I had a chairman that was very close to me, and I invite him always in the changing room to find out what we're doing, you know, coaching, tactics, all of that. Are you that close to your manager? Do you support your manager with big decisions? Because tonight is a big decision with a change of system, yeah?
I'm not that much close. As a personality, very close. Maybe more close than your owner, because last summer we were together with the families. So we will go to again Asian water together after the season finishes. So every week, at least we eat one time dinner together. So he came to my house sometimes, and we have big conversations. But for me, being a good owner doesn't mean that you have to interfere with the manager over a limit. But when something goes, let's say, we see that something is not working. In the first day when I met him, we talked about it. So I said to him, Sergey, are you open to criticism? Are you open to our ideas if something is not working? He said, I'm always open to everything. So we talked it from the first minute. This was another advice I got from myself for this 4th year in ownership, because sometimes it didn't work with some managers. So this time I talked it from the beginning, and he was okay with it. So I can say that sometimes we talk about general, like the team has some problems, and I share about our ideas. And of course, it's completely up to him. He does it or not. I never intervene or just talk about, of course, what will I talk about? About cinema, about movies? No, about football and the team, of course. So we talk, spend time with him, and he's a very open-minded manager. But apart from that, I want to guarantee you something. He sees always what is not working. So he corrects everything by himself. So I cannot say that there has been more than 3-4 things that we said, let's talk to the manager about it.
One of those, sorry, Phil, don't know you've got that.
For me, that's a great answer. It's so important. But the one thing I would say was, I think it didn't work. The system didn't work in the first game. Now, who do I go to? Sometimes the coaches, they they won't be brave enough to say the system didn't work. If I was the coach, I would be saying it didn't work. What do we do about it? Would you be open to that? Would you say it didn't work? What about changing the system?
Absolutely not in that moment of the year. So it is so critical days. He has to have full concentration. The day after the game, he went to the training ground alone, and he just watched everything for 5 hours. I called him 2 o'clock afternoon the next day, and he was still in the training ground. So for me, he should have the responsibility because he brought us here. So he made this team players. So why should I just push him? Of course, we see everything. Everybody see the same thing. You know, the system didn't work. But can I ask you a question? For example, the system didn't work, yes, but we have more than half of the midfield injured. They are not playing. So it's two sides. Maybe he will think that I will upgrade the midfield and stack with the same system, then the football will change maybe. Like not putting again at number 10, he can make two number 6 plus Cruz. Then also he could stick with the same system. So it's a grey area for me in football. So I wouldn't push him something like that.
What do you make of the team he's gone with tonight?
Yeah, I just when I'm on the way, sometimes I look at the Twitter, what our fans say. You know. Especially series days, I want to just hear about fans' opinion. What I saw about our fans in Twitter, everybody was in the same idea. I think 80% of our fans were thinking about tonight, better to have Kali Joseph in and Ajay in. Ajay for the striker, semi, and Kali Joseph for the power. So it's a common mind, all of us, and he did it.
I also think, when I was at Hull City, the criticism is very, very constructive from supporters. I believe the supporters are very well educated. Do you agree with that?
Thank you for giving me that opportunity. Because whenever I see their comments, I see like I'm reading an article in a newspaper. Of course, watching football needs concentration and knowledge, because football is not an entertaining sport if you don't know the rules. Because there is no game in the world that finishes 0-0. Americans don't understand about football because they say, where is the score? So in order to fall in love with football, you have to know football. And this country is the inventor of football in the world. So they know everything in details. But I can say that our fans, for example, I see Millwall fans in Twitter, they think that they are far much better than us. And our fans just analyze the games in such a way that I really like the way they look to the games and football. About our decisions, sometimes they make critics. I respect because every decision can be criticized because every decision needs two sides. Some will just like it, some will not like it. So sometimes they didn't like our decisions, but they always believed in me. They showed it all the time from the first minute I got the club. That love made me motivated, crazy motivated. So I'm giving everything for this club now. We became more family every year more. This year I will take hundreds of our fans to Turkey and enjoy time with them. Whatever the season happens, for sure we will celebrate something, either the playoffs or maybe the Premier League.
Let me go back, Arjun, if that's all right, just to talk about the manager. I've got two questions. First of all, you've spoken a lot.
Don't ask me the question you asked 1 year ago.
Oh, no, not that question. That was different.
Yeah, joking.
Yeah, I know you are. The Tim Ball talk is different. Well, on that subject, you've spoken repeatedly about what you were looking for in a manager and why you made the changes. Have you finally, I'm using a YouTube quote now, have you finally found what you were looking for with this manager?
Completely, you're right. I think I found what I'm looking for, like opposite of you song, you know. I found what I'm looking for because we had very important managers. I like all the managers there. Shota is a very good friend of mine. Liam just called me yesterday, wish good luck, and his heart is with us. So I can say that we had good managers, but I always said something. People thought I'm not consistent because I'm in a hurry. Some people say, but it's logical because from when you see from outside, you can think that this guy is changing the manager when he doesn't get something. No. I think I couldn't find the right manager for our side because in football, manager and the owner has to be in the same page. That's what Andrews told me when he was working with us, a very important personality of this club. He told me, Acun, you have to be in the same page with the manager. So first of all, we have to have the same, because we're going to transfer some players. Think like if the manager is not in the same page, how this team is successful? The manager can ask for a different style of football and players, but we don't like this style of football. I don't like long balls, for example. What will happen if the manager is based on long balls and crosses and height? Then I cannot deliver him what he wants. So now we are completely in the same page with Sergey from the first minute. I told one day before I made a Q&A with the fans, and I wanted to make it one day before because I wanted to know everybody that it will not depend on the result. Even if we go playoffs or not, he will be our manager. So in order to prove that, I made this Q&A one day before.
And I think that was vital because of what's gone on before, but it's been a very different season. On that subject, even though he's only 1 year into this, there's going to be a lot of attention on him now. Have you any thoughts about extending his contract further, Acun?
Yeah, I answered that in the Q&A. Contract doesn't mean anything in England because Middlesbrough had the contract today. Middlesbrough had the contract with their manager. What will happen to him? Where is he now? So please don't focus on the contract. In my whole life, when I was working in media, I was always superstar. When I was not having my own company, I never made contracts. I didn't care about it because love is important, not the contracts. If he is happy, if he doesn't have the contract, he will just sign the new contract. If he's happy, if he's unhappy, nobody can stop him. Who can stop who? Even if he has 6 years contract, will you be happy if I make him 5 years contract, or will you be happy more if we make him happy? So for me, our fans are doing that because I made a little critic to them, saying that we don't chat for him in the beginning, and we were winning. And thank to them again from my heart. They showed their love with their chants to him. They showed their love. He's so happy now. So he's happy with me. He's happy with the club. He's happy with the trans players. So who can take him from us? Of course, I don't know anything about other people. But if you ask me my thinking, he's happy and we don't have to change him now.
Acun, we can talk for a long time, you know that, we have done before, but I know there's people waiting for you as well. Best of luck tonight, whichever way it goes. It's been a fantastic season. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you again soon. But thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, and I want to just thank all our fans for this beautiful season. Just in the beginning of the season, there was so many problems, and they stood behind us, behind me. They supported me. They didn't let me go down. They motivated me, the team, everybody. So even if there was some stupid things happened apart from our control, they believe in us, and this makes me very motivated. Whatever happens this year after now, I'm proud of this team. I'm proud to be Ulster. I'm proud to be one member of this beautiful family. And we are one family, one dream, and up the Tigers.
It's noisy, it's going to get noisy. Acun, best of luck, thanks for your time.
Thank you to Acun Ilicella, very, very confident, shaking the hands of Phil Brown just then. So you've heard from the owner. Let's hear from someone who's returning to the starting lineup for the Tigers tonight. Scarlett Jones' first experience of the playoffs with this two-leg tie. On top of that, as we've already told you, his dad's a Millwall fan, and he scored twice on City's last visit here in that 3-1 win in what was one of the best performances so far of the season.
Bloomy nipping round the right-hand side. Can he get a crossing? Drives one in towards Joseph, and Joseph has made amends within seconds. Jumetovic plays Miller into the area. Left-hand side, drives one in, and there's a second. And Carl Joseph doubled the lead. There's the response to the early Millwall pressure, and now that's 6 for the season for Carl Joseph. He needed a boost, he needed some confidence, and it's 3 goals in 2 games for the striker.
A brilliant day for us, that. Ended up being a good weekend, Christmas Day weekend. But no, yeah, the game itself, it was a crazy start. I think we were under it for a bit, the first 5-10 minutes, and then obviously we got the 2 quick goals, and I think we really controlled the game after that. And then obviously they sending off, and the game changed a little bit, they got a bit of momentum, and then Ollie Mack scored the third, so yeah, it was a good away day. Ended up being a good weekend.
I remember standing pitch side with you, and I asked you about that opening 5 or 6 minutes. You said it's the craziest start to a game you've ever been involved in. Are you expecting something similar?
Yeah, I expected something very similar, but yeah, then that's just what you've got to expect when you go down to Millwall. You know, it's known for its hostility, it's known for, you know, the crowd being on top of you and being a horrible place to play, and you know, it's something that you've got to, you know, relish and be excited for, which, you know, all lads will be.
How much did you enjoy it that day? Getting under the skins like that?
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it a lot. Obviously, me off as a Millwall fan, so yeah, it was a good one to chat with him about, and yeah, he's excited for it as well.
Given that your dad is a Millwall fan, how does that all feel going into this?
No, it's we've thought about it. It's, you know, I think for him as a dad, you know, we used to watch playoff games that Millwall be involved in, you know, when they played Leeds in the playoffs in League One and stuff like that. So I think for him, it'll be a big pinch me moment seeing his son in the playoffs against his team that he's watched for years and years. So yeah, it's a funny moment.
Is he talking to you this week?
Yeah, he's talking to me this week. He sent me the occasional Millwall post, but no, he's you know, he's really supportive. He's always put my best interest at heart first over his own. So he's been massive for me, my dad, and my mum, and you know, my family in general. I think after the tough season I had last year, it was, you know, they've really got around me and really helped me and really pushed me on to have a good season this year.
It's crazy how sport throws up these kind of stories, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. But no, we're both excited for it. He's looking forward to it, and yeah, I think it'll be a proud moment for him to see me on the pitch.
You mentioned about the atmosphere. How do you make that work in your favour?
Yeah, I think you've just got to. I think obviously getting off to a good start's important. I think you don't want to go into a game and, you know, have atmosphere on top of you and have, you know, fans on top of you. And I think, yeah, you've just got to deal with, you know, the atmosphere and, you know, the intensity of the game, how quick the obviously come out against you. And I think if you have a quick start there, then, you know, the ball's in your court, you know, it's in your favour, really. So, yeah, we've got to make sure that we go there fully prepared and to go and manage the game properly.
Carl Joseph, who comes in for the Tigers tonight. Just bring Phil Brown back in before we recap the team news. Phil, we know what the atmosphere is like here. First of all, obviously you've managed teams here at the Den.
Yeah.
What's it like to manage a team against the backdrop of what is a very hostile atmosphere?
I think over the years, I've got to say it, over the years, I think Millwall's, I'm not going to say the word mellow because that sounds awful. It sounds like you've lost your dynamic, you've lost your aggression for the game. It's always aggressive here. But they're aggressive in the right manner, you know, they want to appeal for everything. They go after the referee, they go after people that make mistakes. They can also go after their own team, by the way, if it goes 1-0 or 2-0. And that's what Hull City have got to remember. When it went to 3-1, I think the crowd turned when the last time they played them here in December. But bottom line is, it's something that you've got to admire. You know, I go back to my days when I was a Sunderland supporter, and I used to go in the full end, and you used to spend, it was the way it was back in the day. The gates opened at 1 o'clock, and you created an atmosphere. And you were a supporter, you had nothing to do with what was on the field of play, but you created the atmosphere and you felt proud, you felt part of the win, as it were, or the game. And that was your responsibility. I think I had a chief executive that was at Southend that came to Millwall, Steve Kavanagh. I think he left a couple of years back. And Steve Kavanagh was going through the process of trying to almost reform the club into a likeable football team. And Millwall will always be hated because of the way, unless you're a Millwall fan, of course, because of the way they are hostile. But that's life. That's the way. You've got to be able to understand that. They've got every right to do whatever they do to make it uncomfortable for Hull City. Players, supporters, however it is. But bottom line is, if your team gets beat out there because we're playing better football than you, that's what Hull City's responsibility is, then you quieten them. And that's Hull's responsibility, is to quieten this crowd. Take away the ferocity, you know, the way they are ferocious at times. You've got to quieten that by playing good football and maybe getting an early lead. If Hull City can do that, they'll go on to win the game.
We hear about that factor, that the early lead for an away team can silence the crowd, can affect the crowd. How much does that seep onto the players? Or is that an individual thing depending on the player?
It can depend upon players. You know, I've over the last couple of years done non-league football, and my word, you are right next to them. You know, you've got no real protection. It's like the old park benches. You know, you've got a bar in between you and the pitch, and they can get you and get at you and verbalise whatever they want to do to you. Here, multiply that by about 20,000 and it'll make some noise, it'll make a hostile atmosphere. Hull City fans are going to be responsible for a lot of things tonight. Hopefully want to get behind the team to start off with, but them players down there have got to be able to take this. If they can't take it, they're in the wrong football club and certainly in the wrong division. Millwall have got a divine right to do whatever they do. If they get to the Premier League, they'll put the fear of God into a lot of Premier League clubs. A lot of Premier League teams will be looking at this and hoping Hull City upset the odds. And more importantly, Hull City fans want to upset the odds so they can go to Wembley and get to the Premier League for the third time in 10, 15 years.
You know,
and that'll be nice.
It's BBC Radio Humberside, Humberside Sport Live, and we are 25 minutes from one of the biggest kickoffs in the last few years for Hull City. City fans to our left-hand side beginning to take their seats across the upper end of that stand to our left-hand side. Plenty of City fans. It is a sellout for those Tigers supporters. Let's remind you of the team that they will be watching on all frequencies, not on BBC South tonight. Commentary this evening from Phil Brown and Mike White.
Cheers, James. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, just over a year ago, there was a big game in this club's history because they were on the verge of going out of the Championship and stayed up on goal difference. It's far better when it feels like this, isn't it? When, the prize is a trip to Wembley and then maybe 90 minutes away from Premier League. In the Premier League, it's something a little bit different and a little bit special. Sergei Yakirovich has gone big with it and bold with his decisions. Couple of changes, but it's the change of shape as well that'll have people talking. Coming into the side, Shemi Ajayi and Carl Joseph dropping out. Mo Balumi and Joe Gelhardt, they're both on the bench. Not bad players to bring in when you need to further in the game. So Panda will be in goal with the Ajayi, Egan and Hughes the back three. Coyle and Giles the two wing backs. Crooks and Slater the two midfielders. Along with Joseph, Miller and McBurney leading the line. The interesting thing from that is, and someone else has mentioned it on Twitter, Ryan Giles probably in a better position to get in more advanced positions and get those balls in. Try and stretch and pull Millwall out of position, get those balls into McBurney, which has been so fruitful earlier in the season. On the bench, Phillips, Lundstrom, Balumi, Hirakawa, Gelhardt, Famulo, Dowell, Kumas and McNair. As for Millwall, well, they line up with Patterson in goal, Leonard, Kramer, Cooper and Sturge the back four, Donor and Mazu Sacco the two central midfielders. Within that, Aziz on the right hand side, Ballon on the left, Negley will sit in just behind Coburn. Coburn will come drifting, he'll come looking for that ball, try and pull City out of position. That's probably another reason for that change of shape as well. On the bench, Crocombe, McNamara, Mitchell, Ivanovic, Doughty, Langstaff, Watson, Condell and Barry Bannon. And the referee, another Premier League referee, Sam Barrett, will take charge of the proceedings. It is the Lions against the Tigers, and it is 90 minutes of football for one of these two sides to make it to Wembley.
Getting you closer to your club. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Sergei Yakirovich, more from him ahead of kick-off in just over 20 minutes' time. Phil Brown, the carrot of this is obviously a win away from Wembley, then a win away from being in the Premier League. Those sorts of things will obviously be a big incentive. How much did you use that incentive in that game against Watford?
I think if they take any eye off tonight's game, any team would lose it. You know Wembley's just around the corner, and you know you've got a week and a half, 2 weeks preparation for that game against whoever it is, and it's going to be against a decent side, whether it be Borough or Southampton. But it doesn't matter. You can't take your focus off. This is a one-off game. 0-0 the first game, that's gone now. Second legs and all that kind of stuff. It's a one-off game, and the focus is on, I think, the change of formation. For me, it's not a stroke of genius until it works. But I think where he's going, and certainly when we were talking to the owner and he was saying, I was trying to prize it out of him, because when Paul Duffin was chairman of Hull City, it has to be said, I brought him into the changing room, I brought him into team meetings, into staff meetings. He came pre-season with us away from home, and he was asking questions way above his station. But I wanted to give that, to share that to somebody who had never had that before, because he was an intelligent man, and he could even contribute with no coaching badges. He can contribute because, and I can say this again because I've said it once and he didn't stop me, he had the corners to ask a question, and that's all I'm saying. It's, if you've got the ability to pose a question to a manager in charge who is in total charge of team affairs, and that's what I think Adrian was saying, total charge of team affairs, and who would go against that? Nobody. You've got to pose the right question. If you can pose a difficult question, it's just like you asking a question after a match, you know, why did you do that? You know, you wouldn't just say, why did you do that? Because he'd say, have you got your coaching badges, Mike? You know, that's the part. You've got to pose the question in a way that it will engage with him, and that's the part for me. Why have they made to a 3-4-3? And I said the simple things, you know, when you're playing against three centre-backs, you've got to recognise who's closing you down. And I'm looking at the front three. I'm looking at the 11, the 19 and the 7. Forget about the 10. I think his responsibility of the 10 would be to drop in the midfield and make it a 3-on-2 situation in Millwall's advantage. If you've got a 7 and an 11 coming to you, your number 2 and your number 3, who are very attack-minded in Lewis Coyle and Ryan Giles, if you can get the ball to them and they can spend the majority of the time in the final third against Millwall, you'll have more joy than not, I'll tell you that.
What about Josh Coburn? We know he's big, we know he's a physical presence. We saw that on Friday.
Yeah.
Football's obviously full of video, it's full of data, everything's available now to a coach and a manager. But having had that experience against him on Friday, how much of that was a learning curve for tonight, do you think?
I think it's, you look at it and strengths and weaknesses. You wonder during the course of the game, do you make changes then? Or do you wait for the second leg? Do you wonder during the course of the game, this might be a question for the Hull City manager before, you know, after the game on Friday night. Were they the better team? And if they were, he's not going to admit that there and then, because he has to do something about in the second leg. I think the change of system and the change of personnel, no disrespect to the two that's missing out, I think the change of system, he's accepted that possibly Millwall were a better team on Friday, and I'm going to do something about it.
To be fair, he did accept it. He wasn't happy with the way he side. He said we allowed them to control the game too much. As much as they didn't dominate, but they were just more comfortable. They were getting on those second balls. They were just, as we said about they had more control in the midfield. He wasn't happy with it, and he was very honest. And he usually is, Phil, to be fair. He'll come out and say it as it is.
Like I was working for BBC Radio Manchester, and I was doing Stockport County away at Stevenage. And then I'm looking at the early kickoff, which is Borough against Southampton, and the statistics after about 65, 70 minutes were so one-sided where Middlesbrough were concerned, but it was still 0-0. So you're going into the second leg at Southampton, they'll be making changes in terms of the way they play, not particularly personnel, just in the way they actually approach the game. Do we change the system? Do we put a high press on? Do we do something different? That's going to ask a different question. And I think that's what the manager of Hull City is actually going to make.
This from Rich, who says, of the Tigers, great, good evening to you, James, Mike, and of course, Big Phil Brown. Fantastic to hear Brownie again, top man, top footballing brain. I hope he brings us luck with tonight. Fingers crossed. City just need to go for it tonight. Be strong and believe in themselves. They can definitely do it. And Sergei may have played his ace card tonight on the team setup. Come on, City, let's roar tonight. Rich, here's in East Hull. Brad, Brody and Isla say it's simply the biggest match of the season. Here we go, up the Tigers. We are less than 20 minutes from kickoff. The man who deserves so much credit for Hull City getting to this position is, of course, head coach Sergei Kirovich. Given all the adversity he's had to deal with, coupled with being the first-time coach in England in English game this season, and the fact that many outside Hull have written them off time and time again repeatedly this season, I might add one particular question for him ahead of tonight's game.
If at the start of the season I offered you 90 minutes to get to Wembley, you'd have snapped my hand off, wouldn't you?
No, I will take you to dinner, maybe. Okay, dinner, yeah.
I knew that was all
I will give you whatever. So, no, this is drink. This is dream, especially when we start with embargo, with everything. This is amazing season for us. Of course, you are 2 games from Prem, and then we will try to do everything to get there. Okay, there is opponent also. They have also their dreams, and which is natural, which is normal. So we will see who will be better. But I can say also you are crazy if you offer me this at the beginning of the season, because nobody will bet on this scenario. No way. On the beginning of the season.
Yeah, here you are and ready to go. Do you expect a fast start from Millwall again, like you got down there in December?
Yeah, because this is their start. Every game at home they start very strong, so we have to start also very strong, and we will see. 11v11, who will make less mistakes, that team will be successful, and that's it. This is football. Football is game of the mistakes, and who will have more focus, more concentration, more discipline, stick with the tactical plan, that team will be successful.
Aside from the possibility of it going to penalties, you will have to score to win this tie. And we've spoken about your away form. You've only failed to score away from home 3 times this season: Coventry, Ipswich and West Brom. How much confidence does that give you?
A lot, because we had a great opportunity against those teams. Yeah, great opportunity. It was just a matter of timing or better decision that you score more precision. Yes, so I know about this, and we have to score at least 1 goal, because they will be very demanding, very difficult. Set pieces, long throws, long balls, a lot of shots from a distance, so we have to be there, very active.
How do you stop them getting as much control in the midfield compared to what they had in the first leg?
A better organization, better positioning, better structure. We showed some clips to the lads, and they are aware of that, and we will try to fix this.
Because Regan and Matt Crooks had to put a lot of work in, didn't they, to try and handle what they were offering, given the space they were afforded?
Yes, well, we know, we showed that, and also our front position with Joffo, with the wingers, don't drop early. It's very important, so we will see. But this is because of opponent. There are somebody pass you, and then you must go tight, narrow, and it's very important that we close gaps and channels between the lines.
We know what the atmosphere is like down there. Yeah. We know that you've lost your cool a few times this season. How important is it to keep your heads as a group in this one, and let the atmosphere do
it's very important, included me and my staff. It's also when I'm speaking about focus and concentration on the pitch, this is also, I'm connected there, so I have my experience this season. Like I said, in Sky Sports, I will be never ever set off, because nothing will change. Nothing will change, and this is my mistakes, because still you are alive, you're learning in every game and every training, so this is my target for now, that I must stay calm, and no matter what's happening on the pitch, keep focused 90 minutes, and then try to help your team and your staff as well.
But as we saw at the Den back in December, that atmosphere can quickly turn to tension for them. They got quite agitated, their fan base, when you went 2-0 up, didn't they? Yeah. How much do you look to capitalise on a situation?
Yeah, we have experience. This is good. But still, 11v11 on the pitch. Of course, every fan or supporter they will push their own team. This is normal. And no matter what's happening on the pitch, they will push. And but also, like I said, the stands or audience, they don't play. It's 11v11. As a staff, we have experience from Turkey. When you go to Galatasaray, to Fenerbahce, to Beşiktaş, you don't hear, my friend, anything. No, anything. You don't hear even whistle from the referee. So keep focused, stick together, and fight there, and then we will see.
We saw that in a pre-season game in Fenerbahce a couple of years ago. Yeah. You can only imagine what it's like in a competitive.
No, I know everything. I have experience, and this is an amazing experience, because it's rare in this atmosphere to play.
Whatever happens in this game, how much pride will you take out of this season?
I'm very proud. Very proud. I already told to the players that I'm very proud of them. They showed a great mentality, great togetherness, great chemistry. So you cannot take away from them this. So in every game, of course, you cannot win every game, but For me, basic is to act like a team there, that we have normal behavior, and also, of course, we are trying to win and to give maximum every time. This for me basic, and then God will know what will happen. But like I said, the job is not finished yet, so we'll see.
Sergei Yakirovic's final thoughts ahead of kick-off. Phil Brown, you mentioned about this time within the build-up to a game. The warm-ups have happened, the players are now back in the dressing room. The manager, the head coach, doesn't necessarily do the talking.
Not at all. I think that's down to your leaders now. It depends on his style, of course, but again, going back to my education under Sam Allardyce, the timing of your team talk. The timing of your team talk was essential to performance. And if players needed stoking up at 10 minutes before kick-off, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. If they're not ready for action now, you're in trouble. If you're walking around, you maybe have to poke one or two of them in the eye just to get them going. Don't get me wrong, I'm being abusive there, and I shouldn't be, but it's just that the moment now is theirs. It's down to them now. You've done all your preparation. You've had 2 days. We just heard from the owner saying about Sergei brought them in. He didn't bring them in the following day after the game, but he spent 5 hours at the training ground. That, for me, is acclimatising himself to the next game. He's actually looked at what he's done wrong. He's looked at the performance. Is there anybody not trying? That would never be the case in a playoff semi-final. Never in a million years would you expect anybody not trying. But is anybody not at it? Is anybody not focused? Is anybody not motivated? And when you've got that, if he's left 2 players out for that reason, I'll be very surprised. He's left 2 players out purely and simply. He's trying to win the game of football by getting their number 10 out of there to make it a 2v2 instead of it a 3v2. And he's done it cleverly. He's not attracting the number 10 to 3 centre-backs. He's trying to attract the 7 and the 11 to 3 centre-backs. If he gets that, I think he'll win the game.
Here's what's happening in that dressing room at the moment. You'll have Ollie McBurney metaphorically gnawing on raw meat, because he's that kind of character.
Yeah.
You've got John Egan and Louis Coyle, good leaders, strong characters, maybe not shouters, certainly not shouters. John Egan, they'll make the voice up, but they don't
all have to be, mate.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
they don't need to be. And we know Louis and John Egan were 2 of those players before the Norwich game. Had a word, they got the players together, no coaches, no manager, nothing. Got them together and they had a word with the team.
A lot of coaches, I've got to say it, mate, a lot of coaches get worried about that. I would never worry about that. If you've got a group of players that are absolutely on your side, you know that from your one-on-ones. But when you get them, and they're creating the environment, they're creating the vibe, they're telling players what to do in that situation, and they're saying the same things that you're going to say, let them get on with it.
Coaches and managers who feel like that don't have that relationship with the players, do they? That's the thing. If there's a feeling of intimidation or maybe not that trust, that's where you get that. But there's absolutely the trust. And Sergei to manage few words with these players at times. But what he does say, and I've spoken to players about this and spoken to other people, when he talks, they listen.
We'll be back with you shortly. Al Culvington, local musician, says, fabulous to hear the enthusiasm as to Phil Brown. Thanks for the memories. We might talk a little bit about that after the game itself. The atmosphere is loud, it's electric, it's pumping. We are very, very close to kick-off here at the New Den. Whatever happens tonight, it should still be a season that everybody involved with Hull City should look back on with pride and positivity. But with kick-off just minutes away, everyone knows there's an opportunity to write a new chapter in the history books of the Tigers.
One game shootout. Feel like we need to go down there with Steve's mentality.
Nothing's done. We've put ourselves in a position to go and get to Wembley, hopefully, and then obviously what will be will be.
Millwall is a Millwall fan, so yeah, it was a good one to chat with him about, and yeah, he's excited for it as well.
Left-hand side drives one in, and there's the second! And Callum Joseph doubled the lead! There's the response to the early Millwall pressure.
We put ourselves in this position, no one's put us there. It's not been luck, it's been real hard work from the boys, grind.
I feel like we won the league.
It's going to be Gelhardt, curls it out, top corner, pick that one. 1 out.
a special group of players. In fact, what a special group of humans.
Into the box, got some support. Matt Crooks a slip. By foot to Miller! And Liam Miller gives City the lead. His first start in 363 days for the Tigers. After a serious knee injury kept him out. And what a way to return. Welcome back, Liam Miller. Chance for Balumi on his left foot. Mo Balumi! And a return to the Kassam Stadium that will banish all the demons of his last visit here, where he suffered that ACL injury. And that is the start the Tigers needed.
Played there plenty of times now to know what we're going to get when we go there. Might have been dialed up a few matches from previous encounters.
That's the Millwall fans you can hear at the moment, but the City supporters giving us good back as well.
It's known for its hostility, it's known for, you know, the crowd being on top of you and being a horrible place to play, and, you know, it's something that you've got to, you know, relish and be excited for, which, you know, all lads will.
These are the days and the moments you'll miss to make sure that we don't have any regret at the end of this game, no matter what happens.
These men that you're in a dressing room with, you know, you really, you know, I'm happy going to war with them every day of the week.
Everyone's in the right to talk about Wembley and stuff like that, but everyone knows, being realistic, that, you know, you've got to get through your playoff semi-final first.
So lucky to be in the position that we're in. I said I want to play in the Premier League, and I'll give everything I can to get that.
The Premier League dream remains alive for Sergei Akirovic's side.
I'm very proud, but the job is not finished yet, so we'll see.
Well, if you weren't emotional before, you certainly will be now. This just before we hand to kick-off. Great to hear Phil Brown's voice back for kick-off and before kick-off. Our greatest ever manager. There's a man who knows what it takes to get Hull City through the Championship playoffs. Feeling confident now. Let's dare to dream, as we did under Phil Brown. Up the Tigers. Come on, says Dimitri. We are 5 minutes from kick-off. A game that evokes the likes of Windus and Diarmi, Barnby and others. Could this set of players become the latest to write their names in Hull City history and guide the Tigers in 2026 to Wembley at the end of this month? We're about to find out. Commentary on all frequencies on what could be a historic and emotional night, with a man who knows a thing or two about writing Hull City's history, former manager Phil Brown, alongside Mike White.
James, thank you. This is spine-tingling. The goosebumps up and down the body for nights like this. These moments are special. You mentioned some of those names. Will it be the likes of McBurney? Will it be Crooks, Slater, Coyle, Giles, Hughes, and all these City players that can add their names into Tigers folklore the way that 2008 side did, the 2016 side that took the team back to Wembley under Steve Bruce. It's been 10 years, that 2016 Wembley final, the last time City were at the National Stadium, the last time they had the opportunity to join the big boys in the Premier League, and we are 90 minutes away, maybe a little bit more as well, from this Hull City side having an opportunity to do so just again, once again. And just think of all the places, yes, you'd love to be at home for the second leg, but if you're going to do it, how about coming into literally the Lion's Den? It sounds a fun, hearty, happy atmosphere at the moment. That'll soon turn, that can soon twist. If City can get this Millwall side on the back foot, the way they did back in December, you know that things can quite quickly turn. That's got to be the aim for this Tigers side. But ultimately, the aim, the goal, the target is a trip to Wembley and an opportunity to return to the Premier League. It is the Tigers at Millwall, the second leg of the Championship playoffs. No Swanee tonight, but I'm very pleased to say, delighted to say alongside us for it, as James said, someone who knows all about it. Phil Brown, great to have you with us. How are you feeling a few minutes from kick-off?
Absolutely buzzing, Mike. I really am. You know I love my music. I always have loved my music. We just heard the Clash. London calling. Well, I'm telling you, Wembley's calling. That's what Hull City are all about. They've got to come behind enemy lanes and try and nick it. Get over the line. time and stay down here for a couple of weeks and maybe go to Wembley.
Oh, that'd be nice. The final moments before kick-off as Millwall fans making their voices heard. The City supporters in that top tier away to our left-hand side as well.
Brilliant.
In full force again. Phil, you know all about it. You know what kind of support you got from that Black and Amber Army, and they're here to support Sergei Yakirovich and his side tonight. A big moment, a big opportunity, a glorious night in South London as well. You can just see the tip of Canary Wharf above the Dockers stand over on the far side. We're just slightly, as we look at it, left of halfway in what at the moment will be the City half. Matt Crooks appears on the screen.
Yeah.
Just eyes closed, a couple of deep breaths. An experienced player like that, but just getting himself in the zone, Phil.
Big player tonight. You know, he's got to try and go through what the manager's been planning and preparing for tonight, and that's a midfield battle that they lost on Friday, if truth be known, and he had his hand up. The manager after the game held his hand up and said, maybe we lost that little battle in there, but we're 0-0. We're in with a great chance, and the change of system. I'm licking my lips to see whether the whole City players grab a hold of this change of system with a relish, you know, because you can normally tell in the first 5-10 minutes if they're passing the ball through the thirds, because as we heard from the owner, he doesn't like long balls. And by the way, you can play along if you want to in Ollie McBurney, so they've got both sides of the fire if they want to. They can pass it through the lines, or they can hit the front man, whichever way. It doesn't matter how you do it tonight, so long as you do it.
Thanks for making BBC Radio Humberside your choice to follow the game. And we will bring you every bit of the action, every bit of drama, excitement, and hopefully scenes of celebration from 90 minutes of football here in South London. It will be City that will get us underway as we look at it left to right in those amber shirts, the black shorts and amber socks. Millwall in those navy blue shirts, the white shorts and blue socks. Matt Crooks in the centre circle, the white ball placed on the centre spot. A cold breeze just drifts through the upper tier of the main stand, and we are underway in this second leg of the Championship playoff semi-final. In the 40th year of the playoffs, and City have the ball in an advanced position early on as Crooks gives it to Joseph Coyle on this right-hand side. A challenge there from Sturge and puts it out for a throw-in. A big opportunity awaiting one of these sides with a trip to Wembley 12 days from now. We are Millwall. No one likes us, we don't care. You'll hear that a few times. They don't care. They'll take it on. But I tell you what, this City side will give it to them full on as well. The Tigers are going to have a throw-in from this near right-hand side. We lose sight of Liam Miller for a second as he throws it. It slips out of his hands. And Ollie McBurney's going to have to come and try and recover. Not the best of balls. It might have been a bit slippery. McBurney gets it into Joseph, but the referee says foul throw.
I don't quite get that, mate, you know. It may be a foul throw because it looked awkward, but the ball went behind his head, Matt, so he's ticked that box.
Yeah.
If the ball goes behind your head, that's the first part of it done. If it slips out of your hands at the top of your head, it goes on the air, it comes into play. You play on. McBurney was switched on like a good striker should be, regained possession, got the ball into Joseph's feet in the penalty box, and the referee's blown for a foul throw. I think it's rubbish, that.
Yeah, which is why I wasn't sure at first.
Yeah, they're taking it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's a foul throw taken again, but you don't give the ball to the opposition.
No. Strange decision of the referee, Sam Barrett of West Yorkshire, a Premier League referee these days, has given it Millwall's way. They've now got to throw in on this near left side. It's launched by Sturge with an arc on it, headed away by Ajayi. McBurney was being handled there as it's rolled back by Kramer towards the keeper Patterson. He's going to send that one away. He's in all yellow tonight. A slight, I say, clash for City in amber, but the sun just beaming down towards Patterson as well. He's shielding his eyes as the ball runs to Miller, and then Crooks will square it away to Giles on that left side, looking for a ball in. McBurney made the move. Miller's in there as well. Giles goes down. No foul, but City will get a corner out of it instead. Left-hand side, 2 minutes in, 0-0.
Always watching when a left wing-back goes forward, what's the right wing-back doing? Because they were playing full-back on Friday, as we well know, in a flat-back four. But if you noticed, I think Lewis Coyle didn't go bombing forward when Giles was trying to get a cross in, but the corner's coming in, so the cross coming in the box with more height in there.
City corner, left-hand side. which Joseph will take it, he curls it in, and it's going to be Egan who meets it at the front of the 6-yard box, and he'll flick a header that goes over the crossbar and out for a Millwall goal kick. Let me give you the two sides then, with City making a couple of changes as Shemi Ajayi and Carl Joseph are brought into a new lock system that they've used a few times this season, but City going with a back three. Panda in goal, Ajayi, Egan and Hughes making up the three centre-halves, with Louis Coyle the captain, the right wing-back, Ryan Giles the left wing-back, Matt Crooks and Regan Slater in the centre of the midfield. Carl Joseph and Liam Miller will support Ollie McBurney, who filled around that very narrow attacking three to try and put some pressure on this Millwall side.
It's very, very narrow attacking, but you know, it depends on the stage of the game, how they're going to actually settle into it. Ollie McBurney at the moment is working tirelessly as a striker, but he'll be expecting support from the two wide players stroke inside.
As Joseph wins it back from Sturge, he plays the ball onto the diagonal for Miller to run onto. He's pressured by Kramer. Good strong challenge from the French centre-half, puts it out for a throw-in, which Miller will go to take. Hopefully he'll get a bit more distance on this one.
Highlighted by the front three there, you know, you're picking up, McBurney picks up a loose ball, it goes straight to Joseph, and the inside run by Miller, he's coming in from the left wing, ran right across the pitch to the right hand side, and got a long throw again. Let's hope it's a better one.
City throw, it's about 6 yards out on that right touchline. City attacking left to right as we look. Miller does get into the area, McBurney flicks it across. Hughes was coming in, but Millwall able to play that one away. Aziz will head it sideways though, can't get there to stop it from going out for a throw-in, and it will be a City ball which Miller will come across to take.
Not a bad start, Mike, I'm telling you. Not a bad start.
Very positive.
Majority of the time, what? There's 4 minutes on the clock. We've spent the majority of the time looking at the Millwall goal.
We have, as Miller takes that one short this time in towards Joseph, holds it up, scored 2 here back in December. Back to Miller, lays it behind to Giles, who swings a deep cross in, ball comes in, and it's powered away by Cooper off the header. Out as far as Louis Coyle, now to this right side to Hughes, flicks it on the outside of his right foot in towards the area. Millwall deal with that, and then Ballo can head it sideways towards Mazu Sakho. Back down to Ballo again, Coyle just gets in his way, blocks him, and the referee says a foul. That'll be a free kick just shy of halfway. That Millwall side unchanged from the one that drew 0-0 at the MKN Stadium on Friday night. Anthony Patterson in goal, Ryan Leonard, who fell brown nose, Tristan Kramer, Jake Cooper and Zach Sturge, Casper Denor and Derek Mazu Sakho in the midfield, Femi Aziz, Kamil Negli, Tierno Ballo, and up front Josh Coburn. And there is some noise and atmosphere here at the Den tonight. 0-0, 5 minutes in, and it's a free kick which the home side have just on this near left side. Alex Neil looks on as Sturge will float it up towards the edge of the box. Should be easy for Hughes to deal with unchallenged. It is, and then a miss attempted a kick there has let it run to Joseph, and he'll try and play it away. He was looking to pick out Miller. He had 2 Millwall players to beat though. One of them got in the way. They might have conceded the corner, and in fact Mazu Sakho's done well. Chased it all the way back, didn't give up on a lost cause, and managed to keep it in play. He gets the applause and appreciation from the home fans here, who were in fine voice.
That's the biggest cheer at the moment, Michael. Chasing a lost cause.
Yeah.
Right in front of the home fans. He managed to keep the ball in play, but he's ran what from the halfway line to make sure it stayed in play. And the fans came off their seats as if they just got a goal. To be fair, 5-6 minutes in the game, as a manager of Hull City, I'd be delighted.
Got to be happy as Patterson only just got that one away with Crooks bearing down on him. It's a couple of times now that Patterson has looked a little bit dangerously. The ball comes back into that Millwall half with Joseph. Millwall might win it, but it's tight on the touchline, and Joseph battles for it, and it runs through to Cooper. Play back to Patterson. This time he has a bit more space and time to get that one away. He kind of slices it up in the air. Egan thought he got a bit of a shove there. It comes back in towards Egan and then runs loose towards Ballo, and he plays in Sturge on this left side across halfway. Play back in field, a poor ball from him, and City win it once more. And then Millwall get it back, just bouncing pinball style one to another right now. But Millwall can't get any advanced movement into City's territory so far. And we've had nearly 7 minutes of the game here on BBC Radio Humberside. I'll give you the 2 benches in a second, but they're going to look Millwall to try and drive this one from right to left on the diagonal ball. Sturge wins the header in front of Coyle, but it just runs to Ajayi, who plays it away towards Joseph. Joseph gets his ankles taken out and his feet taken out from under him. Cooper into the back of him there. Cooper just making his presence felt there.
Absolutely. Yes, centre-half's chattel on the halfway line. Don't get me wrong, you're entitled to do that. That's where you want to give free kicks away. But referee needs to have a word with that, because he's gone straight through the back. of
Kyle Joseph, who went in.
Kyle Joseph, yeah, way straight through the back of it, in no uncertain terms. He's never going to get booked in front of this crowd, how vociferous it is, but at the same time, he's put a marker down. Referee needs to put a marker down.
Free kick taken by Egan. He's going to send it down the right side. Coyle has to control it first time he does. It might come off Ballo. Turns it away. Coyle will win it back right on the goal line. Now Joseph rolls behind to Ajayi. Comes back to Slater on this near right-hand side. Double award winner with the Players and Supporters Player of the Year awards for Regan Slater. City got back to their own half and a ball back to Eva Panda. That might be the first one of this opening 8 minutes. As he just slides it out to Crooks. Now Slater has a bit of space in the middle. Forward to McBurney. Comes back, returns the favour to Slater again. Scurries forward and then whips one low across to the left side to Giles. McBurney's going to make a run. Ball in towards McBurney. Defender deals with it. Half deals with it. And it's put out for another City corner. This is a solid, really positive start from the Tigers.
I'm seeing Ollie McBurney's eyes must just light up when he sees Ryan Giles with the ball at his feet. Left-footed. That's what, 7-8 minutes now. He's put 3 good crosses into the 6-yard box. Ollie McBurney's been on the front foot for every one of them, and I think all 3 crosses have resulted in a corner.
Well, they were after an order in a McGiles delivery earlier in the season. Can they produce again tonight? Left-hand side. Corner for the Tigers. Hung high up in the air, and he drops in, and a header. Opportunity there for Hughes that goes into the keeper's hands. Didn't get enough power on it, Phil. Not at all cause a problem for the keeper.
Well, you would think that was good defending because he was messing with him to a certain extent, but it's a free header in the 6-yard box for me. He should be doing better there. I'm looking at that as a great chance.
And then a foul over on that far side in front of the Docker stand, and there's the first booking already.
There's the soft yellow.
10 minutes, yeah.
That's the soft yellow. The first yellow should have been Cooper, because that's exactly the same type of foul. Every centre-half thinks they've got a divine right to go and lay one on a striker or whatever. They get a free kick on the halfway line and they're not going to get anything said for it. But Hull City have suffered there, because exactly what? 2 minutes ago, Cooper did exactly the same.
For a foul on Camille Negley, John Egan goes in the book inside 10 minutes. And a free kick for Millwall just at halfway. That Hughes header moment, an opportunity for the Tigers, and couldn't get any real purchase on it. The Millwall fans again just making their voices heard. This free kick's going to be slipped down the right side, and the flag goes straight up against the seas. That's a shocker from a Millwall point of view, Phil Brown.
Lovely, absolutely perfect. And as the centre-halves are going back to the halfway line, they'll be if it was me, I'd be absolutely slaughtering the full-back. Then he's playing a ball down the line, and don't get me wrong, he's trying to play a ball so he can get further advanced, so to put a more dangerous cross in. But he's picked the wrong player at the wrong time.
Aziz has got to see that, hasn't he? He's
You would have thought
himself in that position. The 2 benches then, City have got Dylan Phillips, the sub-keeper, John Lundstrom, Mo Balumi, Yu Hirakawa, Joe Gelhardt, Akin Famuo, Kieran Dowell, Lewis Kumas and Paddy McNair, as City haven't taken this free kick yet. Midway inside their own half with Pandus in all green, traditional goalkeeper green. Launches that white ball long downfield. It bounces into the path of Kramer. City might win it on that left side with Joseph, but they get it away. Miller heads it forward, back to Joseph again, and then it's cleared away downfield. The referee has spotted infringement. Was the flag up?
No, it's soft free kick.
It's just over on that far side.
Little hand on the back of Ryan Lennon, and you went down very softly.
And a free kick to Millwall, who've got Max Crocombe, the sub-keeper, former Grimsby Town keeper, promotion winner with them, back from the National League. Danny McNamara, Billy Mitchell, Mihailo Ivanovic, Alfie Doughty, Macaulay Langstaff, Tom Watson, Luke Condell, and the experienced Barry Bannon, who got control of the game again around 70 minutes in when he came on Friday night. Second leg of the Championship playoffs, and it's 0-0 here, nearly 12 minutes gone. Hughes heads one away, out for a Millwall throw, which is midway inside the City half. The Tigers defending the goal to our left as we look at it. The City fans are packing that upper tier behind Eva Panda's goal. The pretty much empty lower tier, barring a few supporters down, with a lot of students and photographers down there as well. As that throw-in is taken into the box. Coburn tussling with Egan. Egan gets the better of it. It's fired away downfield, all the way into the Millwall half. And there's Cooper to collect it. Plays it inside. Joseph's going to try and close down Kramer, who gets the ball away just in time, but with no accuracy on it. And it comes out for a throw-in on this left side, and he gets applause from Sergei Kirovich for putting the pressure on that led to that mistake.
I don't know whether Alex McNeil's that arrogant that City's gone. We had enough possession on Friday night to cause them enough problems with the system that we're playing, but I don't think they've got to grips at all with the whole City system at the moment. I don't think it's surprising, but I don't think he's got to grips with it. We're 12 minutes in, he's not making any changes whatsoever, and it's one-way traffic at the moment. It's not creating great chances, but it's one-way traffic.
A lot of possession. Alex Neil, who's done a great job to lead this side to a third-place finish in the Championship with 83 points. He had 66 last season, finishing in 8th. What a turnaround it is for Hull City, though. He stayed up last season, as we know, on the final day on goal difference alone, and now 90 minutes away from a possible return to Wembley. We've had 13 minutes of the game here. Millwall 0, Hull City 0, live on BBC Radio Humberside. Mike White, Phil Brown, James Hogarth alongside us as well. As Cooper has it on the edge of his area, just at the angle, plays it back to Anthony Patterson on loan from Sunderland. Plenty of playoff experience. This is his 10th game in the playoffs around the league, as Giles just does enough there with Aziz.
It's working.
It goes to the ground, it goes out for a City throw.
I think it's working. It's, you know, you're talking about a press or whatever you want to do. You know, you've got a flat back 5 when the goalkeeper's got the ball. When he's trying to play 1 or 2 passes into centre halves, into midfield players, there's enough attacking minded Hull City players that are putting a press on, and at the same time you've got 5 against 4, 5 against 3 at the back. So if they force them into going long, we should be winning the first ball, and then the second ball is the most important part of the game then.
And that's why then, when you look at some of the changes, Balloumi going down to the bench, Gelhardt going down to the bench, you've got Yu Hirakawa on there.
Yeah.
Later in the game, when legs are going to start to go, because they're going to do a lot of chasing, not just City in terms of the work rate, but Millwall having to do a lot of chasing. That's going to be vital for City, isn't it? As we'll come back to that in a second, as Crooks pushes one out to this near right side to Coyle. Early cross in, ball into the box. Joseph was coming in for it, and it's headed and out for a corner kick to City. 14 minutes gone, 0-0.
Asking questions, they're asking questions both sides of the pitch as well. I tell you what, the one-touch football that they're playing into the striker, laid back to a midfield player out wide, it's bearing fruit at the moment because they put some dangerous crosses into that box. I'm counting 4 or 5 at the moment, both coming from the fullbacks or the wing-backs or whatever you want to call them.
And we've finally been able to hear the City fans to our left, because the Millwall fans have just gone quiet.
Correct.
They can sense the danger that's coming here. Slater's going to take this corner on the right-hand side. There's an announcement just been made here. Everything stops while that happens, as the referee's just having a word with Ollie McBurney. Now things can be allowed to continue. They've got the bus stop of City lined up near the penalty spot. 0-0. Slater will take the corner, curls it in towards Hughes, and it drops down near Crooks. He tried to backheel it, but it's gone out for a goal kick to Millwall. Again, another opportunity, couldn't hit the target. Right.
It's a good chance, it's a really good chance. It's an outswing cross coming in from the wide player, from the corner taker, and I think it's Charlie Hughes gets a free header with his movement, coming away from the goal, lays it back into a 6-yard box, which is really crowded with players, and all it's got to do is fall to a Hull City player, and it could be 1-0. But it's really promising, a fantastic start for the first 15 minutes of this game.
Patterson with the restart. Egan's the first to meet it. City getting a lot of those first touches. They'll play off the head of Crooks, comes out to McBurney, volleys it away. I think he might just hurt himself there, McBurney. We'll keep an eye on that one. Miller goes down looking for a free kick. The referee's having none of it, and Millwall can come away with it. With a darting run. Good foot in there from Hughes, but he doesn't get enough for a touch, and Negley can run on the loose ball. Looks to play it inside, tries to get away from a challenge. Crooks comes back to recover, and City get the ball back. Pander's got to get this away quickly. He does. Under a bit of attention there. Now rolled out to Coyle, who steps forward up towards halfway, tries to set Joseph free, and now Millwall have maybe got some numbers here. City getting players back though. Millwall fans around us on their feet, trying to urge their side. Feeling a bit edgy perhaps, a little bit nervous about things.
I wouldn't imagine many Millwall fans would be happy with 10 or 15 passes in their own half. Look at the guy in front of us, he's going crazy because they're not getting the ball into the striker.
Here's Denor, who's not really had a chance to get a foot on the ball. He slips it to Aziz, works it to Leonard over on that right-hand side. Back into Aziz again. He's going to send a cross in. Egan heads it. Maybe a chance for a volley with Negley. Scuff shot, and Egan can volley that one away. First real moment of nervousness for City and the fans behind that goal as Negley collects it for Millwall. 25 yards out. Left touchline. Back to Cooper. Plays it inside toward Mazu Sakho. and then he rolls it through the centre circle towards Kramer. Kramer's got some support there with Leonard. Out to Aziz on that right side. He'll try and take on Giles. Didn't see much of him, Aziz, on Friday, but he can be a danger. Real dangerous ball into the box. Negley heads it back across goal. Bander's dropped it. Clean off the line. Couple of City players in there. Still not cleared yet. Sturges in there. And then Crooks can poke it away. That's the first real dangerous moment. Here come Millwall with Cooper. Now Sturge on the left. Looks to get across in. Hangs it up in the air. Might have taken a slight touch of the deflection. And it's headed away by Egan. City on the ropes a bit here. Needing to deal with some pressure for the first time in the game. 17 minutes in. Nearly 18. Sturge. Cross comes in. Should be Giles to deal with it is. And he heads that one away. McBurney's going to go in with Mazu Sakho. Runs to Cooper. Cooper 30 yards out into Denor. Millwall fans trying to urge their side in towards that City penalty area. Aziz drops onto his left foot, turns back onto his right, leaves Giles on his backside, whips across in, saved by Panda at the near post. Danger still not cleared yet. Ball might bounce awkwardly and eventually he's played away by Louis Coy. But here come Millwall all of a sudden, just trying to turn the screw on City. And listen to that atmosphere from the home fans.
Listen, 3 minutes ago it was quiet. You could hear a pin drop, and all of a sudden they've got a couple of crosses in and asked a big question. And they're asking big questions at the moment. Goalkeeper's pulled off a couple of good saves, but it's still Millwall at the moment.
And here come Millwall now, inside City's half again. Goalless in the second leg of the Championship playoffs. The right to go to Wembley and face either Middlesbrough or Southampton. Which one of these sides will it be? Mazu Sakho to Ballows, drifted over towards that right side. Bit of fluidity about their attacking set. Ball comes deep to Denor. Down Negley's been forced back into his own half, and that's what City need to do. Just try and get things settled down a bit after that little flurry of 2 or 3 minutes or so there from Millwall. Long ball forward away by Patterson. Out to that right-hand side, goes over the head of Aziz. Hughes should be able to cover it, play with a double hernia, of course. Likely he'll have surgery in the summer. A lot of talk about where his future will be. If City can get to the Premier League, maybe he becomes that Premier League player and stays with them, but a lot of discussion about his potential future. Here's Millwall once more with Kramer in an advanced position. Out to the right side to Aziz, has to stretch to control it. Takes it towards the edge of the line. Penalty area, ball into the box and goes over the head of everyone. Millwall fans claiming there was a bit of pulling and pushing in there, and Joseph managed to win a throw in as well, and it's a City throw down this near right hand side.
This is where you just get that breather now, don't you? You just get that breather, take your time with the throwing and gather your thoughts and get, just suck it in a wee bit, They've been under the cosh for like 4 or 5 minutes, but they've had the better of the first 15 minutes without a shadow of a doubt. But the last 4 or 5 minutes, Aziz has come alive, and all of a sudden Negley's dropping into midfield and making a 3v2, and there's nobody picking him up at the moment, but they've got a grip of that game for about 5 minutes. City need to get the foot on the ball again.
They do, as Millwall get it back again off that City throw-in. Denor gives it to Ryan Leonard, who played 6 times for Southend in playoffs, 500 plus career games, experienced campaigner, former player of Phil Brown when he was Southend manager. And Millwall have it at halfway in those navy blue shirts, white shorts and blue socks. Ball on the right side as a plane just drifts over the top of Canary Wharf. You can see it above the Dockers stand over on that far side. A thriving capital city and a buzzing and thriving den this evening as man goes down for Millwall, and he waves the referee and says nothing wrong with it. It was Mazu Sakho that had gone down. No free kick.
I think it was Slater that possibly left the one on. It could have been Crooks. It actually was. It was Crooks.
Yeah.
Just left one of them. He's let him have that one. So it's still 1 yellow card down, but he needs to level it up.
We were about to see a replay of it on the big screen, and then they decided to show an advert instead. They didn't want anything controversial that had gone against Millwall to be displayed on the big screen there, as that ball's going to run. Egan tried to get in on the challenge on Coburn. Negley's there. Slater with the challenge, couldn't win the ball. Feeds it to Aziz inside the angle of the area. Here come Millwall again, right footed, blocked by City. Hughes had to stretch in there and makes the block an important one at that, and it's out for a Millwall corner. This is lively.
Disappointed with Ajay there. He's coming up against a 5'7", 5'8" striker, and he had every chance of winning the ball with his head, and he didn't commit to it. He thought it would have been nice and easy, and he was out-jumped He needs to be putting his head on the ball to quell the attack, and that's what he hasn't done. It's now a corner to Millwall. Danger.
Right hand side, 0-0, 22 minutes in this second leg of the playoffs. And it's everything we expected it to be.
Absolutely.
So far. Corner to be taken by Millwall in that far right corner. Left-footed, and it's swung in towards the front post. Panda comes out with the save, ball comes back in, and it's scuffed well wide and out for a City goal kick, and everyone can just breathe and take a moment.
He looks like he's a goalkeeper that can handle the pressure. It's got to be said. You know, he's had 2 or 3 attempts on target at him, and he's pulled off saves every time. He doesn't like catching the ball by the looks of it. He likes to parry it or push it away. But at the moment, he's just slowing it down, and rightly so. Just calm the game down. You're getting to halfway through the first half, but there's something different, I would have said, about the way Millwall have addressed the last 5-10 minutes. And whether that's a change of formation with Negley going further up top, possibly alongside Josh Coburn, possibly that could be the change in system.
It does look like it, doesn't it? They've just gone a bit more narrow with those two, with him going up with him as well, as you said. And there's McBurney trying to get on that one, comes off him last, goes out for a throw-in.
If you look at Negley's, the way he is at his position now, he's asking Semi Ajayi, what do you want to do? Are you going to come in with me? John Egan's just gone in there. It's only a throw-in. He could easily flatten off into a 2 instead of a 3, that ain't a problem. You know, you're looking at the 3 and the 7, they ask him questions just by the starting positions, and I think that's what Alex Neil's all about.
Yeah, Ballo, the 7, as you say, Sturge on this left-hand side. They'll try and get it into some of those wide areas and cause a few problems as Coyle just gets there. I mean, not controlled it properly, but he can play a ball away on the diagonal to Joseph. On this right-hand side, plays it behind to Crooks, slows it down, steadies it. Here's Coyle, back into his own half to Ajayi. Maybe forced to turn it back to Eva Panda, but instead decides to go left towards Charlie Hughes, who just kicks it away from Aziz. Not the best of balls from Charlie Hughes, so he puts his hand up to acknowledge it. Didn't reach Ryan Giles, but not enough on it. And Millwall get it back inside their own half as the power station towards our right-hand side just emits some white smoke that disappears into the South London sky. Still nice blue skies on this Monday evening in early May. Here's McBurney goes down, Slater blind back heel, and he's giving it away to Negley, who'll play it to this left-hand side. Sturge takes it towards the edge of the area, watched by Coyle, drops the shoulder, hits it into the hip of Coyle, and it's out for another Millwall corner on this left-hand side.
Nothing more than we expected, is it? You know, I didn't expect the 15 minutes dominance in the first, you know, the opening gambit.
No.
But now all of a sudden the last 10 minutes are just exactly what Millwall are all about. They're starting to ask different questions just by a change of system, somebody doing something a little bit different, and now they're asking that system that you've changed. Go on, what are you going to do about this? We've got more possession than you. Another corner coming in for Millwall.
And it will be Aziz that will take it. That's the Millwall fans again raising their voices to lift their side. Aziz cornered on this left-hand side. Curls it in, it's flicked across the 6-yard box by Kramer, and it'll run out to McBurney. He'll just slide it down the line to Hughes, gives it back to McBurney again. Miller's in space, if McBurney can pick him out, tries to drill it away, just couldn't find the accuracy on it, and Sturge can control it on his chest. And Millwall will come back into City territory. Down the left side, bit of space is opened up for Denor. Might try and take on Hughes. Plays it inside, early ball, not a good ball. And Ajayi can defend it, and then Slater has some struggles with it. Ball runs loose. Denor going to send the ball through the 6-yard box on a high ball in, and it goes out for a goal kick. And it will be a City ball, 0-0.
I think the manager's having a little go to Ajayi, and for me, I don't think it's his responsibility. I think he's played a pass in the midfield. They've been under the cosh. He's played a pass in the midfield, and the midfield player wasn't expecting it. You can't blame Ajayi if that's the way he wants you to play. You know, if you give a good pass in the midfield, you've got to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, Slater didn't get it under control, did he? And they got the ball back. And nearly caused a problem again. They're just having a bit too much of it now for me.
By the way, mate, what a great game.
Oh, tremendous.
That's exactly the way it was going to go, you know. It was never going to be easy going, and 15 minutes in you're thinking, oh, this is not bad.
Exactly, when we say about what we expected a lively start, we expected it, but we thought Millwall were going to be the ones early doors to try and take it and get in City's faces, but it went the opposite way. Millwall have grown into the game. They didn't deal with the change of shape initially, but they've managed to adjust, and now it's made it a really fascinating game in the Championship playoffs. Very different from what we saw on Friday night at the MKM Stadium, but still 0-0. 27 minutes gone. Millwall have the ball 10 yards inside City's half. To thread it down that right side. Giles is going to look to try and shepherd this out. Manages to do so from him. And it goes out for a City goal kick.
It's got to be said that they can stifle, if Hull City can stifle any kind of simple pass to Femi Aziz, that's got to be a plus. I mean, from what I'm seeing in his first 20-25 minutes, he looks like a player that can go either way, right foot or left foot. He's going to ask a question of the fullback or the wing back or whatever he wants to call him. But Femi Aziz is definitely a match winner, there's no doubt about it. If they've got to stop the crosses or the service to him, whichever the case may be, they've got to stop him from play.
He's certainly been more of an impact already than he was on Friday in that game. City managed to keep him quiet in a game that, well, people said neither side wanted the ball. They were happy to play without it. As Eva Pando gets encouraged, I'll use that word, to get on with it by the Millwall fans. Not happy that he was taking his time with it as Cooper scoops the ball away. Hughes heads it back into Millwall territory. Hits the back of the head of McBurney as Cooper tried to clear it. Comes back up towards Joseph. Now Denor picks it up for Millwall and lays it back to Kramer. And he's got Ryan Leonard in space and he'll stride across halfway. Keeps it going, he's taken it a good 30 yards. Early cross ball into the box, nearly ran to Ballo, decided to leave it. And he's taken a touch on it, there was maybe an opportunity there, but City able to get the ball away. Joseph just manages to get in ahead of Mazu Sakho, taking it all the way back into his own half. Coyle with the challenge, that'll be a Millwall throw-in. The fans want a free kick. There's a fist being pumped, there's people jumping out of the chairs around us. And they fancy it all of a sudden.
I've got to say it, I thought it was a throw-in to Hull City.
Did you think it came off last? I couldn't see because of the barrier. You had a slightly better view.
I know there was 5 or 6 up in front of us, but I thought it was a deflection of a Millwall player. And that would have settled him down a wee bit, wouldn't it?
Motivate instead. Millwall have got a throw in about 20 yards out on this left-hand side. Sturge will take it a bit further in and launch it in from the left. McBurney's there. We see it all the time. Plays that one away from a set piece. It's a real position of threat that Millwall have set pieces, whether it's free kicks, corners or throw-ins. It's cleared away by City, but it's going to come back in towards the Tigers box. McBurney heads it sideways, miss-hit there by Coyle, and Denor has it on the edge of the area, trying to line up a curling shot, gives it to Sturge on the left-hand side instead. Deflected cross comes off McBurney, and another Millwall corner as we approach the half-hour mark at 0-0.
A lot of pressure. If they weren't expecting this, they're in the wrong game, I'm telling you. If you're a Hull City player, you knew this was going to happen at some stage. And as I said before the show started, I think the first goal's massive tonight.
Yep.
If it's a home goal, this lot, you're talking 20,000, whatever it is, they'll be up off their seats appealing for everything. So you've got to stem the tide somehow and defend this corner first.
Aziz corner from the left at 0-0 as the clock hits 30 minutes on the scoreboard. Aziz will take it. This one's a floating one. Should be Pandas if he can get it. Stands just under his crossbar and plucks that one out of the air and goes for the quick restart as he sends a long one downfield. Miller gets it on his right foot. Good control from the Canadian international. Holds it and shields it away from Sturge. Goes down, gets the free kick. Bit of a soft one, but they'll take it. There was enough attention where the referee didn't like it.
First part of that distribution from the goalkeeper, recognised it. And there we go.
And now Joseph's just gone down as he was making a run.
You've got to, it may be called dark arts in some worlds that we live in, but that, I tell you what, just settles everybody down now. All of a sudden, you may have a free kick on the edge of the box, you've got a referee talking to a Millwall player, not a Hull City player, and you've still got the opportunity to put this in their penalty box. It's a lovely distribution by Pando. Just take the pressure off for the next, 5 minutes hopefully.
And it's something that he's often criticised for not doing it enough and not getting the ball out quickly. He certainly did that, whether Sergei Kirovic has sort of stressed to him the importance when there's those opportunities. And he did that on this occasion. Joseph's still down at the moment on his haunches. Referee's just having a word with Jake Cooper about it.
Both managers getting a talking to by the fourth official, obviously questioning what's going on there.
Yeah, Alex Neil not happy about something. Sergei Kirovic just hovering menacingly over the shoulder of the fourth official. Carl Joseph already public enemy number 1 around these parts. The 2 goals that he scored back in December, and he was on the end of a stamp from Femi Aziz as Aziz was sent off in that game, a game that City won 3-1.
It's got history, yeah.
He has, and his dad's a Millwall fan.
Absolutely.
Just to put the little bow on it as well.
The other part of it, mate, I know you were looking at me strange because I was moving in a different manner, but I'm telling you what, I'm kicking every ball. I've got cramp. I've got cramp in my left leg.
It's very tight, isn't it?
It is very tight.
Box.
And I played 18 holes this morning, so that's probably why.
That might have a little bit to do with it as well. City have got a free kick about 10 yards 15 yards inside the Millwall half. Coyle will send it up towards the area, should be allowed to bounce. In fact, it wasn't, he was headed away, and Aziz stuffs the clearance and puts it out for a throw-in on that left-hand side.
Nice free kick, tasty, driven behind the Millwall defence, so asking them a question. And again, that's the most important part. Ask the centre-halves a question. If they clear the lines, the second ball's the most important part then.
City throwing. Miller's gone across to that left-hand side to take it. City attacking the goal to our right as we look, and Miller steps up, launches it in. Not the best of deliveries from him. Might come out to Slade, who says leave it. Ryan Giles thought about it. Now Miller, cross back in. Egan with a header. Wide and out for a goal kick. It was a nice run from Egan. Nice ball in as well, but he just couldn't get it on.
Do you know there's something about John, when he came to Southend, there was something about him, his movement, but it's almost like he was holding in on, he knew what kind of a flight of ball he wanted it to come in, you know, and he was often talking to them on the training ground, the ones who take free kicks, like put the ball here, I'll head it, and that's exactly what he does. He's not the tallest, but his movement's very, very intelligent.
He's got a quiet intensity about him as well.
Lovely, well descripted.
And he's looking composed out there as well, having to deal with a few balls that have been coming in to the City box as Millwall have started to turn up the pressure a bit, but City looking to get themselves back in control of the game, but they came flying out the blocks in as Denor sends it down to Aziz, right hand side. He's holding the ball up 18 yards out, back heel, intended for Leonard. City blocked that one out for a throw-in.
Good defending by Giles. 2 men on him, especially with an overlapping fullback. You're expecting Aziz to come in on his left foot and cross the ball, so you're covering that. A little back heel down the lane for the overlapping fullback, and you had to cover both of them.
Phil Brown's got about 11 minutes plus stoppage time in this first half to be able to stretch his legs and work off some of the cramp, ready for a big second half to come here on BBC Radio Humberside. Is Mazu Sakho for Millwall. Fans trying to encourage him to shoot. Didn't have the opportunity. Then he does, and it's a team one. And easy for Panda to collect. And again, he's looking for the quick restart. This time he doesn't go long, though, but he does roll it out to Coyle. Coyle will send it long for Joseph to chase after. Sturge just steps in front of it. That was a nice idea from Louis Coyle. Just couldn't get it over the Millwall left back.
Crooks, I think it was, wasn't it? To the, from the starting position, I think from the corner that was coming in, the free kick that was coming in. No, sorry, it was Kyle Joseph, just hovering around just in front of us when the corner was on the far side of the pitch. I tell you, the counter-attacking play is on if Panda's switched onto it, and obviously it's something that they've been working at.
Clearly they have, as Coyle is going to switch the play from right to left. Can Giles get there first ahead of Leonard? He can. He's got Miller in support if he can find him. Miller just inside the angle of the box, but Millwall quick to react and close down the opportunity to face up. Giles gets the cross in into McBurney, saved by the keeper off the line. The biggest moment of the game so far comes 35 minutes in here, and it was that crossing from the left-hand side. McBurney with the clever movement, and the header forcing Patterson to push it out for a corner kick. 0-0.
Mike, there's the answer to playing 3 centre-backs. You've got 1 wing-back, decides to switch a ball. It was a glorious ball by Louis Coyle. Switched across the far side, 70 yards diagonal, picked up by Ryan Giles, who crosses the ball to die for. And you've got Ollie McBurney in the near post. The keeper's pulled a great save up. Corner to Hull City.
From the right-hand side, which Slater will take. Curls it in. Movement in, and the body's going down as well. It's cleared away out as far as Miller. Referee spots a foul.
Oh, my word.
And a free kick to Millwall. Phil Brown.
He had his Millwall whistle on there. I mean, the bodies that were on the ground were 2 Hull City players. And he's given a free kick to Millwall in the 6-yard box. I cannot get me breath.
It is breathless stuff. It's dramatic. It's what you expect when we get to the playoffs. Maybe Friday didn't quite live up, but then again, Friday was what you often see from the first leg.
Yeah.
This has got that second leg feel about it.
100%. 100%. And as I say, it's one of them where you've asked the questions on Friday, but they were half-hearted questions. Now they're full throttle, every question.
Yeah. Go big or go home. That's what happens after tonight. As Coyle will try and set Crooks away, but he was just challenged by Sturge as he was playing it, and that's allowed Millwall to get the ball back, and it's with Patterson, who's playing his 16th game for Millwall, having joined on loan from Sunderland. Denor will scamper across halfway. Giles has to deal with this. He plays it away though. He had Aziz over his shoulder. Back to Denor. Now Aziz. Aziz, little flick into the north. City need to pick him up. The Belgian has it. Tries to get the cross in. Comes off Hughes. Shouts for handball from the Millwall players. The referee says his hands were by his side. And it will be a corner kick instead. Hard for us to tell from here.
Hard for us to tell, but the telling factor for me is what the assistant referee was doing. He was right on line with the incident, if you want to call it that. Referee was 10-15 yards outside the penalty box. He can't make that call. It has to be the assistant. And no movement whatsoever. No movement.
Don't ask Grimsby boss David Artell about assistant referees not giving decisions when they're directly in line after yesterday's controversy. Millwall corner hung up towards the 6-yard box, and again easy for Panda to collect, and again he goes for a quick restart and tries to set Miller away. This time fires it off towards that left hand side. Sturge and Miller battling for it. Sturge gets the better of it once. Miller has a go back at him and gives away the free kick.
Not a bad foul to give away, Mike. That's not a bad foul by any stretch. But again, Panda, what a counter-attack employ. You're looking straight down the field of play, and you've got Liam Miller on the halfway line, one-on-one situation. He's put the ball in behind it from a corner underneath his own crossbar. There's a free kick about 2 yards outside of Millwall's penalty box.
What a first half, and still you can't separate the two sides. You look to our left, the City fans, almost every single one of them on their feet in that, say, standing section here at the Den. Slater skips and dances away from a couple of challenges, wins it back from Ballo, drives down the left-hand side and forces Millwall into giving away a free kick. He was in a tight spot, but you could just see the frustration almost was what gave that free kick away, rather than any particular threat or danger, wasn't it?
Good play, mate, good play. If you're going to carry the ball, make sure you carry it, and if you're going to go down with a little bit of exuberance that somebody's going to say, that's never a free kick. Referee, it is.
It is. Just holds his shoulder, just saw him on the screen there, just working it, maybe landed a little bit awkwardly, because it did go down with a thud. We've got about 6 minutes left of this first half.
Bit of a sympathy vote from the referee, that was, I think. You know, a little rub of the shoulder beside him, good decision.
Just to make sure, yeah, exactly, yeah. And what's happening here? Here we go, played forward by Hughes, up towards the Millwall penalty area, and it'll bounce through. That's a wasteful one. Needs to be better, you can see. It's just a bit of disagreement between a couple of the City players that they didn't get what they wanted from it there.
You've got John Egan having a go at Hughes, and he's having a go at him for a couple of reasons. Play the pass if you want to play the pass, and we'll get them to run after it. And to be fair to Charlie Hughes, he's played a ball over the top, and I don't think Ollie McBurney was ready for it. It was just on different pages, that's all it was. It harmlessly went out for a goal kick.
But Patterson sends that goal kick away. Egan wins the first header. The big screen has just shown a shot of the press box here at the Den as the TV coverage. Joseph goes down, clutching his ankle, making a lot of it as Sturge comes forward for Millwall. Play to this left-hand side to Negley. Negley, couple of step overs. Now worked back to Mazu Sakho, midway inside the City half. Joseph stays down, and the Millwall fans telling him to get up and feel that there's some play active again. The Panto villain, Carl Joseph, here at the Den. Across to Mazu Sakho. Everyone barring Joseph is back for the Tigers. Left-hand side, Negley, cross towards the back, too deep, and out for a goal kick, and we're inside the final 5 minutes. What did you make of the challenge, Phil Brown?
I thought it was a foul. I did, honestly, and I'm going to say that because I'm a Hull City fan, but I'm looking at the cross. No more than they deserve. If they're going to put the ball out of play, you put the ball out of play behind the goal because it's a bad cross. End of story. A little bit of a breathing space. Just get the player back on his feet so they're back to 11 men. It's the first real breather we've had, 41 minutes on the clock. It's been, I wouldn't have said end to end, but it's certainly been power packed with Hull City. Great start for 15 minutes, then Millwall certainly came in it for the next 15 minutes. But the last 10, I think, have been shared a wee bit.
Feverish, frantic, frenetic, anything you can think of, but it's full of drama, as the playoffs give you.
Absolutely, you can't expect anything else here at the Den. It's lively, isn't it? The fans are appealing for everything, and I'm telling you, Hull City had the fans, the home crowd, sitting on the hands, because it was one-way traffic. It was going that way, wasn't it? Towards the Millwall goal, and I know they're defending against their own supporters, and they'll be attacking them supporters, and it's going to get a little bit louder and more boisterous in that penalty box to the right-hand side, but you're hoping the Hull City fans are going to play their part when Hull are attacking second half as well.
Absolutely. Joseph's still down at the moment. They're checking on his left ankle. Hopefully nothing too concerning, but he's They are taking the time with him, as we see now on the big screen. Adrian Illagella just looking a little bit pensive, as with a kind of, I don't know how to describe it. You can see he's probably living every moment in this. Just prior to that, Phil, looked on the screen, and there was a shot of the press box right where we are, obviously trying to capture a shot of the man who led this club, Hull City, to the Premier League in 2008, and people still talk about it. You've heard the reaction tonight, what people are thinking, are hearing you again and reliving some of those memories.
Well, put it this way, I've been living them memories for a long, long time. Every day, put my head on the pillow. I remember that goal by Dean Windus. Changed my life, completely changed my life. Yeah, changed Brian Owens as well, and Brian had one of the former greatest managers that Hull City ever had. Changed Steve Parkin's life as well. It was just a glorious moment for everybody involved with Hull City, and we were almost there. And what I meant by almost there, almost a new training ground, and maybe 10, 15 years in the Premier League. Who knows? Who knows if we had to survive that last 7 or 8 games in the Premier League? But you know, life goes on. Steve Bruce did a great job, absolutely fantastic job, and hopefully the new manager here will do exactly the same when he takes Hull City to the Premier League this year.
Well, hopefully so. Carl Joseph at the moment is still down, hence the reason the Millwall fans are getting on his case. They think there's some play acting going on here. The length of time this has taken now, Phil, this is more than him just, of course, kind of carrying on what maybe, if we thought there was any sort of kidology about it.
Well, they're entitled to have their saying. There's something seriously wrong there. You know, he's taking his time. He's
put his head in his shirt as well, hasn't he, a minute ago?
He's almost going to get stretched off by the two physio. One's a doctor by the looks of it.
Yeah, Ronnie the doctor.
Yeah,
they're going to carry him off.
Socks are down. I tell you what, he's struggling to go back on. He can't even put any weight on his left foot.
No, he can't. And that is such a disappointing end for a player who, well, the Millwall fans will be happy to see him go. Maybe they'll believe now that he is actually injured. They still feel that there's something going on. Why is a player going to come off?
I don't know what the Millwall fans are thinking. No, if that's a player, if he runs on the pitch, I'll be after him.
Yeah.
But if he runs back on the pitch, he's not going to go back on the pitch.
No, they're getting ready to make a change. Can't see at the moment who it is.
Sergei was looking at the referee going, go on then. Go on then.
Well, look at the Millwall fans now. They're getting annoyed about it. As they're cheering because Carl Joseph finally come off the pitch. But Carl Joseph is not in a good way, and he looks distraught. And he looks distraught because he may be thinking, Phil Brown,
yeah,
we're hoping there's another game after this, and maybe his reaction tells you everything you need to know, apart from his disappointment and not being able to see out this one.
Well, he was one of the changes, if I'm not mistaken.
He was, yeah.
And he's come on, he's done a decent job in the first 40 minutes of the game, to be fair. The change of the system, he's been a part of that. He would be an integral part of the information because he wasn't involved in the previous game. So he's done his part for 40 minutes, and then the last 5 minutes he's spent on the, more or less on the track, on the side of the track with a, well, I dare to say it.
No,
something wrong with his ankle, of course.
His left ankle not in a good way. City trying to get a player on, they're trying to gesture, but ball is back in play though, so City down to 10 men for the time being.
Like 4 extra minutes went up.
It was 4 extra minutes. Mo Balumi is going to come on, and they're going to make a double change as the ball is on that right-hand side with Millwall, who try and make something of these final few minutes. Crosses whipped in on the left foot, Panda comes for it, gets the hand on it, spills it. It was a dangerous one, an awkward one for him, but City able to clear it away. Balumi waiting to come on the field of play. Mazu Sakho has it for Millwall. Now Kramer. Leonard down the line to Aziz. Hughes gets a foot in, Aziz let it run, and that gave Hughes the opportunity, and he concedes the throw-in.
I'm watching Ryan Leonard, and he's absolutely enjoying himself out there on the right-hand side because Femi Aziz is a player. And whenever he goes inside, Leonard just goes on the outside. The pair of them are both very, very qualified to put a put a box in the penalty. Sorry, put a ball in the penalty box. Yeah. And Aziz on his left foot, my word, he puts one in to die for. But it has to be said, Panda came out for that one like a brave goalkeeper should do. Punched in his 6-yard box, didn't get a clean contact, but got rid of it.
Throwing comes in from the right-hand side. Egan gets there with a head on it. Giles should be able to help it out, but only can put it out for a corner, which Millwall will take. A minute and a half into the 4 added on time. Whether the referee tags a little bit more, that might be the 4 minutes from those stoppages, because there wasn't much else in that first 45, was there?
They've got to defend this corner. They're going 0-0 at the moment, they'll be delighted.
You can take that. Aziz with the corner kick for Millwall at 0-0 in stoppage time in the first half. Hangs a high one up in the air. Egan heads it away, clears the penalty area. And it's a first touch for Balumi, who sends it downfield. Balumi on for Joseph. We knew we'd see him at some point. Maybe, well, certainly, if it hoped it wouldn't be this early.
Mike, noticeable point there. The guy who headed the ball in the 6-yard box underneath his own crossbar was on the overlap there, John Egan.
He was. As Millwall get the ball back again in City's half. Balumi shows Coyle to cover Barlow, but the ball's played in field. Mazu Sakho in towards the door, and City get it back with McBurney. Just brings it under control. 3 players around him. A foot in just sees it run loose to Balumi, and then he can work it a bit more adventurously over to that left-hand side to Miller. Miller tries to take on Leonard. Gets on the outside of him. Miller into the area, and then Leonard, ever the experienced campaigner, just gets a foot in and takes it from him. And Millwall try and come away, but Giles will win it back inside Millwall territory. Crooks, back to Giles again. Might be forced to go back to Hughes. He'll play that away down the left touchline, up towards Miller. Headed down into the path of Crooks with that striding run. Now McBurney, outside the box, takes on one player, gets clipped and goes down. And that's a City free kick 3 minutes into the 4. And an opportunity just before the break for the Tigers at 0-0.
Well, I said 0-0 in half-time would be a delightful score. 1-0 would be even better. It's a free kick. It's perfect if you're a right footer. Perfect distance. What, 6-7 yards outside the penalty box? There's going to be a 5-man wall. All the centre halves will be the Giants. Landed the Giants in that wall. All you've got to do is get round the wall, over the wall, and hit the target.
Well, at the moment, Balumi's lining it up as the left footer. It's left of centre, isn't it? We're talking 6 yards outside the box.
McBurney
on the right.
Yeah.
Egan's in there. We know he's got a good shot on him as well. I'm not sure he'll be the one that will take it. You will now.
I think John's more of a straight strike. He's walking away from it now because it needs bend on it.
It does. Given where it is, Balumi might fancy, but I tell you what, McBurney, you wouldn't back against him. Deep into stoppage time in this first half. City free kick at 0-0 in the playoffs. Who'll fancy it? It'll be McBurney, curls it up and over and away and out for a goal kick to Millwall. That was an opportunity just before the break. As fans heading off, as the referee blown his whistle, he has. He brings the first half to a close as the City fans to our left-hand side applaud and cheer their players off the pitch here at the Den. Equally so, the Millwall fans doing the same for them as well. That has been a blood and thunder 45 minutes. Everything you'd expect from a second leg of the playoffs when a place at Wembley is at stake, and of course the potential to get to the Premier League. Both sides have given it their all. City came out the blocks absolutely flying. Millwall couldn't deal with the change of shape and didn't know how to handle City. Didn't have a response from it eventually, though. It didn't take long for the home side to get a foothold in the game. They made it dangerous, been a nuisance for City in and around the penalty area as well. No big opportunities from Millwall. They've had one clearance off the line in a bit of a goal-mouth scramble. The closest City have gone 10 minutes before the break. That combination that had proved so fruitful throughout the season. Giles with a great ball in from the left-hand side. That cross in towards McBurney. His header was saved and away for a corner. A big moment in the game, but the disappointing one for the Tigers. Kyle Joseph, who scored 2 here back in December, has to go off just before half-time with what looks like a really bad left ankle injury. In a lot of pain. He looked distraught. And City having to make the change with Balumi coming on. It is all to play for in the second half here in South London, with a place at Wembley on the line. Millwall 0, Hull City 0, Phil Brown.
I don't think it's anything we should be ashamed of when you say 0-0, because the first leg was a poor game. Yeah. This is absolutely outstanding as a game of football. We know how much nerves and tension is out there, and therefore sometimes the quality is the thing that you look at because of the nerves and tension, but the quality's been there. It's been there in the final third. It's been there with the quality of the ball coming in the penalty box. I think that's, I've got to say it, that's got to be Hull City's biggest part, is getting the ball out wide to either Louis Coyle or Ryan Giles to put quality into the box. But the other part, for me, for Ryan Giles is he's got to stop the main man for them, Femi Aziz. Femi Aziz has got quality, he's got brilliance, he can come on his left or his right. Ryan Lennon supplying a lot of support for him. So that's where you've got to stop them. And I think the way to stop them is by getting his own crosses in himself, because Femi Aziz won't be spending too much time back there.
Well, plenty more to come. I can't imagine. This it doesn't feel like it's going to end anytime soon. This could go all the way, and we'll have every moment of it for you here on BBC Radio Humberside at the break here at the Den. In the second leg of the Championship playoffs for the right to play at Wembley, it is Millwall 0, Hull City 0.
Breathless stuff here at the New Den, here on BBC Radio Humberside. Goalless on the night, goalless on aggregate and the tie, and a breathtaking 45 minutes in the second half to hopefully see Hull City make it through to the playoffs and the playoff final in the Championship. Goalless then here at the New Den between the Tigers and Millwall in the Premier League. Tottenham Hotspur looking to build some momentum ahead of West Ham. They are currently goalless against Leeds United in the night's Premier League game. Have you shared your thoughts? And what have you made of that first half? Let's hear from you. You can text 81333. You can WhatsApp 08000 321 333 for RH at the start of your text. And your WhatsApp messages tonight. Now, before kick-off, we heard from the Hull City owner, Adjun Ilagella. We'll hear more from him on the way shortly.
Richard Stead. We'll talk about football stickers. This year's Panini World Cup sticker album. When were you bitten by the sticker collecting bug?
My first Panini album was Football 79.
There's been a fair bit of confusion. So what was the problem with it?
I thought it was a World Cup of Paninis.
You thought it was a World Cup of grilled sandwiches.
Yeah.
And you thought that for years people had collected stickers of grilled sandwiches.
Yeah. But when you put it like that.
Richard Stead.
Weekday afternoons from 2.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Humberside.
To get the latest on Hull City,
Click subscribe on BBC Sounds.
Can I say, by the way, thank you to everybody who has sent me a text to tell Mike White and me that we've been on the national broadcaster tonight. The amount of texts that I've had, and I suspect Mike has had, I suspect it's because of Phil Brown that we've appeared on Sky this evening as they took some shots of the Hull City manager that took the Tigers to the Premier League in 2008. Now, before kick-off, we spoke to the Hull City owner, Adjun Ilagella, live here on Humberside Sport. There's been a fair amount of change in the dugout over the 4.5 years that he has run the club. But has he finally found his man in Sergei Kirovich?
Completely, you're right. I think I found what I'm looking for, like opposite of Yutosov, you know. So I found what I'm looking for because we had very important managers. I like all the managers there. Shota is a very good friend of mine. Liam just called me yesterday, wish good luck, and his heart is with us. So I can say that we had good managers, but I always said something. People thought I'm not consistent because I'm in a hurry. Some people they say, but it's logical because from when you see from outside, you can think that this guy is changing the manager when he doesn't get something. No. I think I couldn't find the right manager for our side because in football, manager and the owner has to be in the same page. That's what Andrews told me when he was working with us, a very important personality of this club. He told me, Arjun, you have to be in the same page with the manager. So, first of all, we have to have the same, because we're going to transfer some players. Think like, if the manager is not in the same page, how can this team be successful? The manager can ask for a different style of football and players, but we don't like this style of football. I don't like long balls, for example. What will happen if the manager is based on long balls and crosses and height? Then I cannot deliver him what he wants. So now we are completely on the same page with Sergei from the first minute. I told one day before I made a Q&A with the fans, and I wanted to make it one day before because I wanted to know everybody that it will not depend on the result. Even if we go playoffs or not, he will be our manager. So in order to prove that, I made this Q&A one day before.
And I think that was vital because of what's gone on before, but it's been a very different season. On that subject, even though he's only 1 year into this, there's going to be a lot of attention on him now. Have you any thoughts about extending his contract further, Ajahn?
Yeah, I answered that in the Q&A. Contract doesn't mean anything in England because Middlesbrough had the contract with them. Middlesbrough had the contract with their manager. What will happen to him? Where is he now? So please don't focus on the contract. In my whole life, when I was working in media, I was always superstar. When I was not having my own company, I never made contracts. I didn't care about it because love is important, not the contracts. If he is happy, if he doesn't have the contract, he will just sign the new contract. If he's happy, if he's unhappy, nobody can stop him. Who can stop who? Even if he has 6 years contract. Will you be happy if I make him 5 years contract, or will you be happy more if we make him happy? So for me, our fans are doing that because I made a little critic to them, saying that we don't chant for him in the beginning, and we were winning. And thank you to them again from my heart. They showed their love with their chants to him. They showed their love. He's so happy now. So he's happy with me. He's happy with the club. He's happy with the fans, players. So who can take it from us? Of course, I don't know anything about other people, but if you ask me my thoughts, my thinking, he's happy and we don't have to change him now.
Well, Hull City's leading scorer, Ollie McBurney, was the hero to get Hull City to this position against Norwich a couple of weekends ago. Another 2 goals that took him to 18 goals in all competitions this season. And he's been rewarded by being named Player of the Year, as selected by head coach Sergei Yukirovich. And ahead of tonight's game, McBurney was reacting with Mike White to receiving the honour.
Yeah, it was, isn't it? It's nice to be, rewarded and appreciated, I guess. It's not something kind of going into the season you ever think about, these individual awards, really. You just want to, have good seasons, and then it is what it is. But no, really, really honoured to be chosen and selected for this award, and really grateful and thankful to all the boys.
As you say, it's not something you think about when you're going into a season, and despite all your experience, does it still mean a lot to you?
Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, I think it's not very common you get things like this, in your career and stuff like that. So I think it's one of them you are honoured at the time, and it's a nice feeling for you. Good for the ego and things like that. So no, it's a really nice feeling. Like I say, I wasn't expecting any of it, and just to kind of get that confirmation that you've had a good season and contributed as well is a really nice feeling,
Sergei set you that 15-goal target at the start of the season, and is this his prize to you for that?
Yeah, I think so. I've told the story before, and that was pretty much the only conversation we had on the Zoom. He was very direct. The boss is very direct, and he doesn't mince his words. So yeah, it was, can you score me 15 goals? And I said, I think I can. So nice to be able to reward him and reward the club with the trust that they all put in me as well.
Yeah, and that award comes because of that goal return. It's your best goal return in 3 years, and your second best in your career, isn't it? If you removed from the Swansea season that you had. What's it felt like?
Yeah, it feels good, mate. Like I said, I've said it a few times before. I feel like, not just as a person I've changed, but I feel like as a player I've changed over the last few years. And having the last 2 years before this year being in the Premier League and then in La Liga, I feel like I learned a lot, and learned how to manage my body and use my body, and just became a better player, all round. I feel like I'm a lot different to when I was younger as a player and as a person. I feel like, I'm reaping the rewards for that, and I feel like I've reaped the rewards for that as well this year. So I feel like I'm in a good a spot as I have been, in my career, footballing wise, and I feel, confident going into every game now that I can make an impact on a game, which is my goal at the end of the day,
Have you got a nice spot in the house lined up to put the award on?
I do, mate. Actually, my fiancée got me quite recently, actually, for this year. She got me like a trophy cabinet in my gym. So yeah, there's a few awards in there, and this will go nicely in there as well. So it's nice to look back on for the kids to have a look and show that their dad wasn't a complete helmet the whole time, and he did something, you know.
Did you always believe that you could do that again this season?
Yeah, I did, mate. You know, within myself, and not just within myself. Listen, you know, the way I play, it requires a lot from my teammates. You know, I think I thrive on having them chances in and around the box, and it's tough to make them all for yourself. So I'd say, you know, a massive thank you to all the boys. Jilo probably want a shout out as well, so big thank you to Jilo.
That's my job easier there.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it is. I felt, you know, that I really did have something to offer coming in. I know this league, I know the ins and outs of this league, and I know what you have to do to be successful in this league. And I knew that the squad that Jared and the manager and the owner had put together even before I'd signed was capable of doing really good things this year. You know, playing against these lads, playing either against or with these lads over the year, how I have done, and I know the quality that the lads all have. So yeah, I got a few raised eyebrows when I chose Hull at the start of the season after the season that Hull had had naturally, but you know, I was always quietly confident that I'd made the right decision, and you know, I've proved to be right. So happy with how everything's gone so far. Hopefully there's a few more games for us left this season and we can go on and do what we want to do.
Get the latest on the Tigers, the Mariners and the Iron.
What do you see going into that game?
What is his situation?
Performances or results more important at this stage of the season? I believe if you get a performance right, the result follows it.
I would imagine we'll get linked to 20 players in the next 3 weeks, 6 weeks. Certainly over the course of the summer it'll be 50 players, 100 players.
I don't have any problem against VAR. Just can be a problem with handball. I'm all my life in football, I don't know where this handball is.
No, sorry, Gaffer. I'd much prefer the game without it.
I play a bit of devil's advocate.
Yeah.
If it got to the Premier League, you'd feel differently, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Search for your club on BBC Sounds and hit subscribe.
Getting you closer to your club. To your club. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Players are back out as we're about to resume this pulsating, captivating chance for Hull City and Millwall, one of the teams to reach Wembley for the player final in a couple of weeks' time. To guide you through the second half and hopefully a victory for the Tigers, it's former City manager Phil Brown and Mike White.
I think exhilarating and captivating. Sum it up perfectly, Phil Brown, don't they, as we get ready to get this second half underway. It will be Millwall that will start proceedings in this second 45 minutes. Will it just be another 45 minutes needed for one of these sides to book their place at the National Stadium in 12 days' time in the Championship playoff final? You still can't separate them. If the first leg disappointed, this first half of the second leg certainly did not. As Millwall have a throw-in, attacking left to right towards the cold blue lane end in this second half. And it runs to Cooper at halfway, across to this near right side to his centre-half partner, Kramer. He'll turn it back behind him towards Cooper. City with that disappointment of Carl Joseph having to go off in the late stages of the first 45 minutes. Here's Negley, turns it inside to Dunol, looks for an option, head on a swivel, could see that he had support over on that far side with Sturge, then back in towards Mazu Sakho. Kramer had showed for him, but it goes to Cooper first, who plays it across along the halfway line, quite close to Ollie McBurney, but Kramer forward up towards Coburn, volleyed away by Giles. Hughes goes in there, wins a free kick.
Nice.
Yeah, nice to win.
Yeah, nice breather, because it was a little bit of one of them. You're looking at the way the two teams come out. You're only talking about a minute and a half into the game. Millwall have had the majority of the possession in that minute and a half, and it'll just be settling them down and starting the attacks up against this vociferous crowd that we're talking about to the right-hand side. But it just calms it down a wee bit. Free kick to Hull City in their own half. Panda just going to knock it up to McBurney, try and get the second ball and play in their half.
It'll be the two teams shortly, but Panda will send this one away in all green. That white ball is headed back into City territory by Cooper, and then it runs to Aziz. And then City get it back as we just struggled to see for a second. Some of the fans coming back late. Played out to Bloomy on the right side, on for Joseph. City have got numbers forward. Ball into Slater. Chance for City here. Back to McBurney. Blocked and out for a corner. That was the moment.
Yeah.
An early opportunity in the second half. A lovely ball through. Slater scampered onto it. McBurney in support, and the defender threw himself in front of it.
Best chance of the game, mate, by a long way. And it started off a little bit of a counter-attack in football, but they got the ball to Bloomy out wide on the left-hand side, come back onto his left foot. Sorry, on the right-hand side, come back on his left foot, and he spreaded a pass through. And Slater's, he's trying to pick McBurney up with a... He almost got to the byline and pulled it back in the 6-yard box, and McBurney's got his foot on it, turned it towards goal, and it's just hit the Millwall player and gone out for a corner. Still the pressure's on.
City corner taken short by Giles, laid off by Miller. Comes to Giles, whips across in, gets a touch and runs through to the keeper. Egan was in there, and Patterson drops on it, just takes his time before going for the distribution, drops it down to his feet, and then rolls it out to Kramer. If anyone wasn't switched on in the first couple of minutes of this second half, that'll do it. How can you not be switched on for a game like this, whether you're a fan or in the game itself? City win it back in front of their own penalty area. Coburn brought down by the challenge. Slater gets it, plays it behind to Hughes, who puts a bit of mustard on that one as he sends it back to Pandu, then launches it away to that right-hand side in front of the Dockers stand. Bloomy going up for it. Coyle will head it forward down that touchline. Bloomy's path is blocked off, and then played back to Anthony Patterson. With City making a couple of changes going into the game, Joseph was one of those. Unfortunately, he's had to go off with an ankle injury. The other one's seen Shemi Ajayi coming into the side. I'll go through that side in a second, because there's the ball forward up towards that City penalty area, headed away by Egan. He's dealt with everything, John Egan, hasn't he?
Absolutely, and more.
Given away though, and out for a throw-in. Not a great ball there. Liam Miller couldn't stop it going out.
The one noticeable thing about John is once he's done his job as a centre-half, and that's maybe head the ball and win a tackle or get his body in front of the striker, he wants to go and join in.
Yeah.
And I think that's the best part. It's probably suitable to playing this kind of system, because he's not just a centre-half, he wants to go and join in as a midfield player, and he's capable.
And he's got that, as you said, with that support of Ajayi and Hughes either side of him. He's got the opportunity to do that. Did that ball go out? No, it didn't. Millwall keep it in. And then Negley cuts in field, in towards Ballo. Now back to this near right side as they switch the direction of play. Leonard's just going to chip on down the right side. That'll run out for a goal kick. Let me give you the two teams then. City have got Panda in goal. Back three of Ajayi, Egan and Hughes. Coyle the right wing back. Giles on the left hand side. Slater and Crooks in the middle. Liam Miller on this left. Mo Baloomy on for the injured Carl Joseph on the right hand side. And Ollie McBurney leading the line. McBurney, of course, who's got 18 goals this season. How we'd love to add to that tally this evening here at the Den. Scored in the 3-1 win here after Carl Joseph had got the opening two. The Millwall fans with that familiar droning chant that they often let out. Did so on Friday night as well, just making their presence known. It can be such an intimidating place, but City equal to what's been thrown at them.
Absolutely,
so
mate.
far.
That has to be emphasised. City have been more than equal. You know, both sides have probably had decent chances, you know, and it's down to goalkeepers or getting bodies in front of the ball. The reason why it's still 0-0, but both sides have had decent chances, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, Millwall with the one that was played off the line, the goalmouth scramble on the 18th minute. Ollie McBurney with the header that the keeper had to pull off a tremendous save because it was a short range one, wasn't it? No time to think.
And the ones that don't even count as chances, the crosses that have been parried or pushed to one side by Panda on 2 or 3 occasions, it just stems that tide, you know. If somebody gets a goal here tonight, one, if it's Hull City, the home crowd go home, they quieten them down, they might turn, who knows. 2, if it goes to Millwall, Hull City have got a mountain to climb. You just see Barry Barron just getting off his bench, just warming up, and the crowd just reacted to it. They've got a strong bench, but Hull City got a strong bench as well. They're going to play a big part, both benches tonight.
Yeah,
got too much quality on them, both sides.
They're going to make a change shortly. Just wondering if Ivanovic might be coming on for them as Aziz heads forward. Hughes brought to the ground by Coburn, but referee says that Hughes was having as much of him, if not more, because he's booked Charlie Hughes and given a free kick to Millwall.
Harsh, very harsh. I thought it was half a dozen of one and 6 of the other. Coburn looks physical, he looks a similar kind of player to McBurney, to tell you the truth. You know you're not going to get a free game, it's going to be a physical battle. Charlie Hughes stood up to it, but they had a hold of each other. It was more probably tugging a shirt. But it's never a yellow card. Coming together, the centre half and a striker, that's all it is.
Millwall fans were happy about Charlie Hughes winning the free kick on Friday when the ball was put in the back of the net, but ruled out because of a foul, according to the referee, on the City defender. Millwall free kick. At 10 yards inside the City half, right hand side, sent up towards the edge of the box, knocked down, should be cleared away, and it's by Giles, who thumps it downfield but away from Balumi, and goes out and bounces into the stand and out for the Millwall throw-in. They've got Patterson in goal, a back four of Leonard, Kramer, Cooper and Sturge, Denor and Mazusako, the two midfielders, Aziz, Negley and Ballo supporting Josh Coburn. They are going to make a change soon though. City had to do one, unfortunately, an enforced one with Carl Joseph getting injured just before the break. But 8 minutes of this second half, the noise is still incredible around the Den. Just drifts off slightly for a second as Millwall will come forward with Mazusako. The pink boot just rolls that white ball towards the left-hand side. Cooper will send it long up towards Sturge. Headed out by Big Shemi Ajayi for a Millwall throw-in.
It's building up very, very nicely. Very nicely. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Both sides are going at each other with quality, and as well as, you know, you're talking about asking questions. I think they're going forward together with tactical quality, tactical nous. And that's the reason why it's probably still 0-0, but bodies on the line in front of the goal. It's fantastic, it really is.
It is. I'll come back to that in a second, because here comes Leonard trying to get forward. You say about no one wanting to make a mistake, but no one's holding back either, are they? That's the interesting thing, is Millwall played down that right channel in towards Leonard, tries to get the cross in. Giles and Hughes combine to play that one away. Now Crooks can send it forward. In fact, he checks his run, decides against it, lays it to the left-hand side to Giles. Giles to Miller. Oh, tried to force a pass. And Aziz just did the clever thing, didn't he? Because he created enough of a tight window for Giles to try and get it to it, but there was never really enough real estate to complete the pass.
To be fair to Giles, his first pass out was fantastic. It was under a lot of pressure, and he gave the ball to Matt Crooks in midfield. It's just that the second time it came back to him, he's lost his direction where the pitch has gone to him.
Yeah, that's all. Nice foot in there from Giles to win it back. He's tried to feed it in towards Coburn. Coyle just gives it to Ajayi, back out to his captain on that right side. Salumi's trying to make a move. He plays shorter to Crooks. Crooks gives it to the Algerian winger, tight on the touchline, looking to try and take on Sturge. Cuts back inside, flicks it in towards Miller. Oh, Miller just couldn't bring it under control, and Millwall get the ball back in navy and white. Hughes across the cover, keeps the ball in play. No, he doesn't. Tries to get there. Great.
Top draw defending that. You know, your wing back's gone forward, and you've got Halloumi Aziz just cheating a little bit. Straight away, the centre half comes across Charlie Hughes and plays just like a fullback, but he hasn't got a left foot, not as strong as what Ryan Giles has got, and he's put the ball out of play there, but good defending.
This is some night, and still we can't separate the two sides. Crooks with a foot in to win it back for City. Can they get a ball going here? Away to Balumi on that right side. Picking out, taking on Cooper. Cuts in onto his left. Sends the cross in deep, too deep. And out for a goal kick.
That's when a winger's got to recognise who he's running against there. And I'm not being disrespectful of their captain, you know, Jay Cooper. He's a giant of a lad. He's 6'3", heads everything that comes his way. But when he gets an opportunity that the fullback's gone forward, you're running at a centre half. Have a go at him in the penalty box. Make him make a decision. Help him to make the wrong decision, if truth be known, because centre halves want to go to ground, want to get contact with the ball. But I think Halloumi's got to have a go at him there.
Well, there's an interesting change, Phil, because Millwall, with their first substitution, are going to bring on the Serbian centre-forward Mihailo Ivanovic. Coburn stays on the field, so they're putting two strikers on.
Yeah.
And just changing things up a little bit. Ivanovic, who has got 9 goals this season, all in the league.
Sometimes John Megan,
I was just going to say, he was criticising the lack of goals as a long ball forward bounces awkwardly there for Patterson. He's able to get it, City from range. You going to say?
No, I was just going to say this could play into Hull City's hands because they've gone 4 up top.
Yeah.
They've actually gone 2 strikers have got that, but the 2 wingers are staying up there, so it's almost a 4. It's a 4-2-4. So it's 2 for 2 in the middle of the park, and I'm looking at Crooks, and the more I'm seeing him, the more I'm falling in love with the guy because of the way he plays football. He's absolutely dynamite defensively and going forward. He's the link to the strikers from defence. At the moment, he's on top of the game. And he's a handful, there's no doubt about it.
When things are going well for Matt Crooks, it's what he does, he stretches the play. Yeah. He's not the fastest, but he's strong, he gets himself in good positions, he's good on the ball, and he just opens the play up for me for City. And he's doing that he's doing that tonight as well. As ball's played in towards Coburn. Good challenge there from Slater. And now City can come forward with Hughes. Crooks was asking for it there, now he's getting forward. Ballumi out on the right hand side, he's got Coyle in support. Coyle might go for the first time, cross in towards McBurney. Slight clearance and wide. Kramer, that could have gone anywhere. It's gone a few yards wide in the end, and City have got a corner kick out of it.
Like, I've got a feel there's a goal coming. I've got a feel there's a goal coming. You can just actually see the game. He's opened his hand up a wee bit. It's a rarity for the Millwall manager, Alex Neil, to play his hand so early. But he obviously thinks there's something in the game. So you make the change in a positive way, hoping that the Millwall fans are going to get them. We put 2 strikers on. We're going to go for it. And it opens up the game for the opposition.
City corner, right side in front of their own fans, who will go absolutely ballistic if this goes in now. Slater sends it in, goes through the area, it'll come out. Giles will have time to get there. Millwall fans trying to encourage their players out. Ball into the box, headed down, and Ivanovic should be able to clear it. Comes off the back of Crooks. Ivanovic gets a second bite. Yeah, they switched off a bit, Millwall there, didn't react. Coyle's going to have to react to this. Doesn't chance going back to his keeper and hooks it over his head to Hughes, and he knocks a header down for Miller. The Millwall fans are a bit frustrated. Miller plays one in the right channel. Beaten to it is Crooks, but comes back out to Miller. Down the line, Ballumi, he gets there, he's onside, cross ball in, headed up and away, and out for a corner. You can feel something.
Absolutely, Alex Neil will be absolutely frustrated with the fact that he's made the substitution. He thinks he's made the substitution in a positive way. He has done by bringing a striker on, there's no doubt about it, but he's opened his hand up, big time. Hull City in the last 4 or 5 minutes look a real threat.
City with another corner. On that right-hand side, Regan Slater applauds the fans and almost tries to encourage them to keep that support going. They've backed them, they've got behind them all the way, and they need to drive them on now. Corner from the right, Slater in towards Egan. Comes off Egan last, and out for a goal kick. Regan Slater's arguing it over there. He maybe thought there was a touch off a Millwall man. Again, hard for us to tell on this vantage point.
Yeah.
But it's a goal kick to Millwall, who I think are going to make a couple of changes in a second.
That's probably
Barry Cannon, one of them.
Yeah, it's going to counter the last substitute he made. I think he's done the number 9 up top, but it may be Josh Coburn coming off this time and go back to the 4-2-3-1. I don't know what he's thinking. Sometimes the manager's thinking that you get a sniff for winning the game, and then all of a sudden you make the changes and you start losing it.
Yeah, we'll have one more opportunity after that if he wanted to, and of course then he changes into extra time. You've got that extra opportunity, haven't you? But here's Cooper.
Long way to go, mate. A long way to go.
A long way to go just yet. It may not get that far. Hopefully, if City can get themselves in front, it doesn't need to. Ball down the right channel, hits the backside of Denor, who was trying to run onto it, and now City come away with it. And there's Egan striding forward, having won the ball. There's Miller, cuts inside, turns away from Denor, got support alongside it. It's Coyle. Coyle away to the right touchline, deep in Millwall territories with Ballumi. Coyle continues to make his run. Ballumi onto his left foot, into Slater, dinks it into the box, headed away. Hughes will try and get there. In fact, Egan gets in there. Egan tries the shot on his left foot and sends it into the away end. We know he's got a decent shot on him, scored a nice goal early this season. That wasn't doing the job this evening.
Left footed? No, not for me. John, if it goes on his left foot, it's a hit and miss. But his first touch was brilliant. It was one of them where he's on the money. He's on. When the opposition have got the ball, or when it's a 50-50, his reading of the game is implicit. He knows exactly where the ball's going to be. But his first touch there led him into the shot. Left-footed shot, left-footed volley, not his strong point.
City aiming to be the first sixth-place side since Derby in 2019 to reach the Championship playoff final. Still got work to do at 0-0 at the moment, but Burnley trying to close that one down as it rolls to Patterson. Cooper did the clever job of just stepping in his way. And Burnley's looking leggy. I mean, he always does look leggy, but it just looks like he's really labouring here. City have had to make a change with Carl Joseph going off, of course, and now Millwall have got it inside City's half. Cutting from the left. Now back to Cooper. In towards Denor. Denor, Shemi Ajayi stepping right up following him. Comes back into Denor again. Got a bit of space to turn into. 62 minutes gone and it's still goalless. And Millwall fans getting a bit agitated again, a bit frustrated. Maybe not seeing the urgency as Hughes is fouled by Coburn. Referee gives it.
Nice one.
That's also right, isn't it?
All of a sudden, though, you get one or two decisions go against them. The Millwall fans think it's a travesty of justice and they go the other way.
Yeah.
They had a little free kick there that didn't go for them and they went against them, and the fullback was playing forward. All of a sudden he turned back to the centre half and played a backward and square pass, and the Millwall fans were not happy with that at all.
It's one of the changes.
Bannon on for Sturge, I think.
Bannon's on for Sturge. Doughty's come on. I couldn't quite see because everyone was standing up. Who else has gone on?
This will be a tactical change with Bannon going in the middle of the park there. He's gone in the middle of the park there in Mizzou Sacco.
Is it Denor, I think, who's gone off? The other one? Just working around. Yes, it is Casper Denor. Doughty's gone over to left back, hasn't he? Has it gone back to four?
Yeah.
Yeah. Doughty over at left back. Denor's the other one that's come off. With Doughty coming on. So 3 substitutions made as City have got the ball with Balumi. Right hand side, takes it into the area on his left foot, curls it into the corner, and a magical moment from Mo Balumi midway in the second half, made just by a City to Wembley in that playoff final. There is a long way to go in this game yet. There could still be more playoff drama, but when you need something special off the bench, and Balumi with an exquisite perler of a curler into the far corner, and City have the breakthrough in the playoff second leg. Millwall 0, Hull City 1, and could that be the moment that leads City to Wembley?
Mate, 64 minutes on the clock, and the managers are now blinking, they're making changes, and I'm telling you, Alex Neil would be absolutely beside himself. Alfie Doughty's just come on, went to left back. Balumi, he's had to face him straight away. He's no idea what his strengths are. He's come on to his stronger left foot and he's bedded it in the bottom corner. What a goal! It's a fabulous goal. It can win any game of football, but there's a long way to go. But it's now Hull City advantage, big time at the Den.
Balumi with a goal befitting the occasion. And as we said, do not count anything just yet. But could that be the moment in the game that leads City to glory in this championship playoff semi-final second leg? What a finish, what a strike as Miller's fouled. The Millwall fans now, they're going to get angry, they're going to get edgy, they're going to get irritable, and that surely can only play into City's hands and try and put more pressure on the home side now. What a goal that was, Phil Brown.
Absolute quality, it's stuck the quality. Balumi's come on, you know, in unusual circumstances. There's been an injury to a player. Not one person in here that has a blue shirt on or even a blue scarf. Not one person thought it was a proper injury, and the way the lad went off first half, it was a definite injury.
Yeah.
But the replacement has come on, and he's had a part in the game. My word, what a finish that was, by the way. We always expect quality in the championship, but big time games, the big quality games, sometimes the nerves take over. They certainly didn't take over with Balumi there.
And it was a big call for the manager to make the change, a game winner like Mo Balumi. Some people, some fans wondering if it should have been Liam Miller of the wide players that made way for this, the changes that Sergei Yakirovich made. But once again, Sergei Yakirovich down there on the touchline at the moment. He has injected new life into this Hull City side that 12 months ago were on the brink of dropping into League One. And now they are just over 20 minutes away from Wembley and a chance to return to the Premier League. It's the stuff that films are made of. In fact, many Hollywood writers might turn the script away. But here we are. Ball back into the City half of the field, played towards the edge of the box, but the Tigers able to get it away through Charles, intended for Miller. It's covered by Mazu Saka, but only enough to concede a throw-in.
Mikey, we're making reference to Ollie McBurney might have run his race. He's just been back there because of the long throw, and I tell you what, he's an asset in both penalty boxes. I wouldn't be taking him off at this stage.
No.
Because he can head the ball in both 6-yard boxes, let alone the 3 centre-halves for Hull City.
I think they'll stick with it as long as they can. We've seen him like this before, and often you thought he's done and he stays on the field. But here come Millwall trying to break at the other end as Ivanovic sends one for Negley to chase after. Ajayi, just a little shove on him. Did that go out? It did. That's great work from Semi Ajayi.
Absolutely. Absolutely, especially when against the little fella. Semi Ajayi must be about 6'3", and he's up against the little fella there, and all he's got to do is make sure that he doesn't give a corner away or a free kick, and he did neither. Goal kick to Hull City. A little bit of a breathing space. 67 minutes on the clock. It's absolutely in their hands, 100% at the moment.
3/4 of this championship playoff second leg has gone. There is a quarter of the game remaining, just over 20 minutes, and Hull City are 1-0 in front at the Den. McBurney pulled out of the way there as it was coming up to him. Ball goes out for a Tigers throw-in inside their own half.
Mike, let me just make reference to Alex Neil. He will be absolutely beside himself.
Yeah.
He's made the changes, and the changes at the moment are costly. Bannon's gone into midfield, that's all well and good. Like, you know, has he got 20, 25 minutes in his legs? Absolutely. Is he a quality player? Absolutely. You can understand the reason behind it. But why is he gone? I just don't understand the change in formation. You know, he's put an extra striker on to try and win the game, and they've had nothing going that way since they've done it.
No. Nothing at all, and City just need to show composure now. Nothing silly. As I said, a long way to go still. So at this stage, it's not just about seeing it out, is it? No need to go and really assert your dominance in this now. But Millwall, what response have they got? Here's Bannon. Deep in Millwall territory. City with a lot of bodies back. McBurney's very slow to get himself back into his own half as Bannon has it once more. The diminutive, experienced midfielder, long-time Sheffield Wednesday player. Now in a playoff mix, but City 1-0 in front as Millwall try and come forward. Diagonal ball through, not a good one. And now for a Tigers goal kick. 1-0 they lead.
Forcing the issue. Nice to see. If you're a Hull City fan or a Hull City player, you're absolutely delighted with that kind of pass. They actually worked their way through the thirds to get to that moment, and the number 10 picks the ball up, and he looks like one of their quality players, Nicky, and he overpassed it by about 20 yards. That's almost a sign that the nervous tension is getting to him.
A goal kick for the Tigers at the Cold Blow Lane end. Panda will send it long downfield up towards McBurney. Held off it by Kramer. Hughes is in there. Goes down. That comes off him and out for a Millwall throwing. Hughes got to try and get back into position quickly because Coburn and Ivanovic are both there. Leonard wipes a bit of moisture off the ball with his shirt and weighs up his options. Midway inside that City half and sends a long ball in off the throw. It bounces awkwardly. Panda has to react instead. Coyle will play that one away. Will he be the next City captain to take the Tigers to Wembley? And one game away from the Premier League. They've got one hand on it at the moment as maybe a mistake there from Cooper. Just does enough. Slightest of touches off his forehead. And Patterson was able to come out. Crooks was sniffing those.
Unbelievable energy levels. Central midfield player, he's getting everywhere. He's in his own penalty box. Next minute you're looking, he's in Millwall's penalty box, hunting the ball down behind it.
Oh, ball given away by Millwall to Balumi. Slater wants it edge of the area. Chance to put it to bed. Takes a deflection over the crossbar for a corner. Oh, that surely, even with 20 minutes to go, would have put this one away. Millwall are rattled and City lead by 1-0.
Complete change of tact, I'm telling you. Bannon's gone into the back two to get the ball from the goalkeeper because he wants to play. He's forced to play, that's what he does, that's his game. And he's given a sloping pass away, and it's a 2-on-2 situation. Hull's had an opportunity to get a second goal. It takes a deflection, corner 4.
And it'll be Slater that will take it, having won the corner. Just needed it. It's a bit awkward for him to try and get the shot away. The deflection sends it over. Slater delivers it high towards the back. McBurney already knew it was going long, so runs off to get back to it. Gives it to that right side. Hughes whips across in. Volleyed away and high out of the Millwall penalty area. Miller heads it back in field. Millwall will get that one away. Miller has a second opportunity. And then it's picked up by Doughty, and now Millwall will try and break down the left-hand side with Negley. Negley sweeps it from left to right towards Kramer. He's midway inside the City half. Mazu Sakho's got a lot of space. Does he fancy a shot? On his right, on his left into Bannon. Bannon dicks it into the area, and Giles, right-footed volley up in the air. Not cleared fully yet. Ballooney gets in ahead of Bannon. Coyle goes down, City get a free kick. Louis Coyle's very good in those situations, Phil Brown.
Mate, this is a great opportunity. I've got to say it, you know, I'm not going to try and build anybody up into it, something that it's not. And look at Millwall, they are all over the place. Yeah. Since they made changes, they've lost their shape. It's all instinctive stuff. You've got centre-half playing right back, you've got Ryan Leonard going into centre-half. You've got a midfield too, that one's in front, one's behind. Bannon, he's all over the place. They've got two, they're all over the place. Hull City composed themselves. There's only one winner here. I said the first goal we win it. I'll tell you what, it's turned it on its head completely.
Absolutely flipped it, as Alex Neil just seen talking to one of his coaching staff on the bench. We can see him on the big screen. And at the moment, he's just got that look in his eyes like, what do we do?
To a certain extent, it's not your damned if you do, because you're making changes, trying to be positive. But once you've made them changes, it's now definitively part of your team. And if you've not worked at it, you're just throwing that at a group of players, they're going to do what they're told. But sometimes you haven't got the ball.
City winning back with Giles. Plays in Miller down the left-hand side. Giles looking to go on the overlap. Miller cuts in on his right foot outside the area. Dinks it in. Needs to be headed away by Millwall because Coyle was running in. He'll get there though. The second ball to Ballooney near the angle of the area. Scored the goal that gives City the lead at the moment. Winding, slaloming, weaving into the area. Bit of help by the defender. Tries to get the cross in. Couldn't direct it. And it's out for a Millwall goal kick.
I think he was half thinking about a Rabona there on the outside of his left foot. He was half thinking, and then he was going to do himself some damage here. But he's got the measure of the fullback that's came on Doughty. He's definitely got the measure of him. He can go right, left, whichever way. They've swapped again. They're now playing three centre-backs. So he's making changes to make up for the substitutes that failed.
Yeah, definitely switched in again, haven't they, as McBurney might win it there. It's played away by Leonard. Doughty gets in front of Ballooney. There's Egan. Good work from Egan into McBurney. Just cushions the ball off, just far away from Crooks. Crooks went in a little bit there. Referee shakes his head, though no foul. And now McBurney can try and play Miller away, but that's a nice read. Down this right-hand side by Kramer, in towards Aziz. Giles takes it from him, a throw-in. City getting bodies everywhere just to make sure Millwall don't get free.
Just got to stay with the game plan. Absolutely stay with the game plan. The two up top are being marshalled by the three centre-halves. It's up to the wing-backs to do what they need to do. That's block any crosses coming in.
A dramatic, exciting, pulsating night in South London. It's the Championships and it's live on BBC. The Championship playoffs, and it's live on BBC Radio Humberside.
Just that little word, playoffs. Just a little more. Just a little bit more space to it.
Leonard turns away from McBurney. Plays the ball in field. Then out to this right side to Mazu Sakho. Hughes calmly heads that one away. Giles has got time. Ooh, this ball comes off Mazu Sakho and it's picked up by Negley. Negley can try and take it away to that left. Gives it to Cooper. Got some support on the outside with Doughty. Doughty takes a cross into the box. Bounces awkwardly, but Miller can deal with it. Slater tries to get it on the edge of the area. Runs to Bannon. Coyle covering. Tackled by Egan. Blocked by Egan. And now Millwall try and get in again. Miller gets a foot there. Rolls to Kramer. Out to this right side. Cross is going to come in deep towards the back, and Coyle's there to head that one away. And out for a corner, some Millwall fans has popped up in front of us to block our vision at that point. They're trying to head it in themselves.
The crowd came back there, Mike. I had to get up and have a look because it was good defended at the back post. I don't know who did it. I think it was the captain, wasn't it? Good defended by Louis Coyle at the back post, but they're facing the corner in front of all them Millwall fans.
Come on, Phil, we need you to dig in. Final 14 minutes.
Absolutely.
Corner for Millwall, left-hand side. City leading 1-0. And almost at Wembley, but work to do here. Defensive work first of all. Headed clear by Crooks. Goes out to Negley. Back out to the left-hand side. Cross is whipped in, and Ivanovic with a header over the crossbar. And a goal kick.
What a header by Crooks, by the way. What a header. And he's diving at the near post area. Ball's coming in with a vicious pace on it. He has to get something on it, and he dives in front of the Millwall player to head it away. Absolute world class.
City are going to make a change, and we said earlier on, didn't we, about the opportunities to bring players on when you need them. Balumi had to come on earlier than expected. Joe Gelhardt, who's not had the kind of form that we've seen from him at times, when he comes on, we know he can be a difference maker, a game changer. Liam Miller's run his race, he goes off.
Yeah.
He's put his effort in, hasn't he?
Mate, honestly, you don't need a game changer in this situation. You need somebody to go in there and get a hold of the ball and make sure to take the pressure off and not add to it. You've got to be up to pace with the game. If you're not, you've wasted your time being on the bench.
Little flick on by McBurney, almost found Gelhardt, but it was cut out by Millwall. Ryan Leonard, I think, caught that one maybe in a delicate area. It's going to be a throw-in to the home side. Kramer wants to take it about 10 yards further forward than it was. Cushioned header down by Bannon. Kramer works it back to Cooper as Balumi looks to chase him down. Worked out to the left side to Doughty. Doughty thought about an early cross, decides against it, takes it another 15 yards further forward. Cutting from the left-hand side is Negley, in towards Bannon, back out to Doughty again. Cross comes in, Egan on the half volley, away from the edge of the 6-yard box and clears it. Balumi nearly wins it back, and he has done, just on that touchline, and now Balumi can give it to Crooks. Crooks is going to play Balumi through, down the right-hand side. City have got numbers forward. Balumi going to play an early ball into Gelhardt, just on. Gelhardt drives it under the keeper, he couldn't keep hold of it, and Gelhardt's been on the field about 60 seconds, and may just have scored the goal that sends City to Wembley for the first time in 10 years. Dramatic scenes, celebratory scenes behind the goal. The fans go wild, the players are celebrating, and maybe that's the moment. It must be the moment, with 12 minutes to go, that City are going back to the National Stadium. Surely that does it. Millwall 0, Hull City 2.
Absolutely brilliant play. Counter-attacking football at its best. They've defended, they've put their bodies on the line in their own penalty box. A couple of passes, and they had a 3-on-2 situation, and the presence of mind to pick out the spare man, who's the sub, who's just come on to kill the game completely. You've almost got 20,000 Millwall fans disillusioned, ready to go home. It's time to go. 2-0, Hull City.
2-0, City in control with 10 minutes to go. And that surely is the moment. The Millwall fans around us not happy with our commentary.
Wow. That's their problem, not ours, thankfully. We're doing our job. 10 minutes to go, normal time.
Look at those fans behind the goal. Wild scenes. Scarves being waved above their heads, singing at the top of their voices. They know that they are almost there now. Nothing silly. And City are on the way to Wembley as McBurney flicks a ball out to this left-hand side to Crooks. Gelhardt, who may just have sealed this tie deep in the second half. Out for a Millwall throw-in.
That's not bad though, you know, they're carrying the ball in the final third. I don't think Millwall have got the answers, you know, they've made their changes, they've made the bet, to be brutally honest, they've made the bet and they're not lying in it. You know, bottom line is Hull City in charge of this game of football because of the changes that the manager's made.
Yeah, long ball forward, Coburn's got in behind Ajayi and Coyle. They come across to cover, given to Negley, inside to Bannon. 9 minutes remaining, City win it back with McBurney. Bannon in there, they'll have had some tussles in Sheffield derbies before.
This is a proper tussle now. Proper tussle. Listen to the crowd behind the goal, honestly, it's back to the good old days, mate. Back to the good old days.
2 previous championship playoff appearances for the Tigers. In 2008, 2016, and both times City got to Wembley. They're about to make it a hat-trick if they see this one through. Joe Gelhardt's finish for the second of the game for the Tigers. And City are close. Sergei Yakirovich is on the bench.
He's sitting down, I can't believe he's sitting down.
Then he's back up.
Oh, he's back up. It's only a couple of seconds. Taking a breather, taking it all in, why not? He's just sat and played his cards right tonight. And by my word, the subs have made a massive difference, haven't they? Both of them come on and scored.
Lumi, who got the break, won the ball, drove it down that right-hand side, flicked it across, and Gelhardt shot. Patterson got to it, but couldn't stop it rolling under him. And it trickled in the end to give City that 2-goal cushion, and we've got 8 minutes plus stoppage time. Leonard sends a ball into the box, Ajayi heads that one away. Maybe some questions about his inclusion, but it's worked, it's paid off, and that's a great ball from Matt Crooks to feed Giles on this left-hand side. Aziz looks frustrated.
What a save. What a player he is, by the way, Matt Crooks. Everything he's doing. You're talking about 80-odd minutes into a game. His hands are on his knees at the moment. He's exhausted. He's box to box. But he had the presence of mind there to just play a reverse pass in behind, throwing in the final third to Hudson.
For all his experience, never played at Wembley, never played in the Premier League. He told me the other day
he's going to.
It would mean everything for him to get that opportunity. They are on the verge of securing one of those for him.
36.
City are going to make 2 more changes. 3 changes, I should say. Lewis Kumas, Paddy McNair and John Lundstrom. 2 players with such experience and one young buck trying to make his mark. Giles is going off.
I'm not a big believer in this. I'm telling you, I'm not a big believer in this at all. And I'm not saying that for any alarm bells to be ringing, but I'm taking off players who are absolutely on the money with regards to the pace of the game.
Yeah.
Yes, Ollie McBurney looks like he's treading water, but he starts the game like he looks now.
Yeah, he does.
And he finishes the game with his socks down, so there's nothing wrong with the lad.
He absolutely does, but McBurney goes off. The fans sing his name. He returns the favour by applauding them. And the other change is going to be John Lundstrom coming on. And Regan Slater will be the player to go off. He's run his blood to water as well, Phil Brown, hasn't he?
Yeah. But you know, you train at the start of the season, 46 games, 47 games. You train in a 6-week period to get the last 10 minutes of every game. I mean, look at Aziz. Aziz is stretching now. He's run his race. You've got players out there similar to the Hull City players, bringing fresh legs on here to get over the line. If they're not at the speed of the game, there's a danger to me. That's the only reason I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
3 changes. Wow.
And the final 2 changes for Millwall. Mazusako and Coburn go off to be replaced by Luke Condell and Macaulay Langstaff, who lost the National League playoff final with Notts County against Chesterfield. He'll come on to a game that surely they're on the verge of losing in the playoff semi-finals. Coyle with a sliced attempt at a clearance. That will go out for a throw-in. So all the changes have been made as far as this 90 minutes, and with just over 5 minutes plus added time, City lead by 2-0.
He's making them take the throw-in again. You look at this and you think, whoa, hold on a second, you let them get off, you let them off the hook there. It's only because the spare ball wasn't on its box.
City win the ball back in their own half, and they'll break away with Kumas, full of energy, full of pace, and he'll slip a ball into Crooks, and Matt Crooks is striding away, maybe a chance to put it to bed. Matt Crooks flicks it left-footed straight into the hands of the keeper. He slaps the floor in frustration. He knows that was the chance to make this absolutely certain. It's still 2-0. But it's still a bit tense, it's a bit nervous now. Phil Brown, arms folded next to me, I can see him, it's like he's managing this, it's like he's playing in the game again. Here come Millwall, right side, into City's half, given to Aziz. A goal now for Millwall would make it nervous. Aziz with the crossing, into the back post, maybe a chance, it's been blocked, Ajayi gets in there. Kumas tries to get in, look to clear away, Balumi shows calm and composure, and then gives it to Kumas, and City have got a 2-on-1. They're trying to scramble back, Negley trying to get back. Kumas takes it up towards the angle of the area, he's got Egan in support. City still looking to get numbers there, leading by 2-0. Kumas just checks his run, takes his time, and plays it back behind to Lundstrom.
Unbelievable run by John Egan. Sometimes as a manager you say, what are you doing, John? He's playing number 9 at the moment. He's a middle one of a 3 centre-half system. He's just vacated that role for the last couple of minutes. He obviously fancies Hull to win 3-0.
He does. He really does. John Lundstrom, who's on the field, who lost the playoff final against Rotherham for Leyton Orient. How he'd love to make amends for that. He's close to having the opportunity to do so, as Gelhardt's just dragged to the floor by Ryan Leonard. Frustration there.
Frustration for Millwall. That's it. You know, you're looking at the end of a season with 4 minutes to go of normal time. There won't be too many. When you're making 3 subs at any one given time, that's only a minute added on. So there might only be 3 or 4 minutes to be had.
3 minutes left.
I think they've got enough quality. I've got to say that they've certainly got the right temperament. The players have been outstanding to a man.
Yeah.
To be able to carry out every single message that's been coming, or plan of attack that's been coming their way for the last couple of days, they've carried it out to a T.
Crooks to Lundstrom to Hughes as Aziz comes flying in. Aziz was sent off for stamping in the meeting here in December. He gets a yellow card this time. He waves it away with a dismissive brush of the hand towards the referee. Didn't feel that it was deserving of one, but it was a late challenge.
It was a late challenge.
And Hughes back on his feet.
You'd bring him in again, wouldn't you? You'd play it short here and bring him in again.
I think so, wouldn't you?
Why not?
That's the tester there. 2.5 minutes left.
We're not going to question any tactics tonight. They've been absolutely spot on.
And the City fans behind that goal to our left. We're going to Wembley is the chant. They are, if they see this one out, with just over 2 minutes of normal time remaining. Millwall 0, Hull City 2. And what a night. What a night. Is Millwall coming forward with Condell. It's about time and space to push forward with it. Early crossing from Doughty. McNair's in there, header from Aziz, and Panda just drops on it. That'll just take a few more seconds off the clock.
That just about sums Millwall up in the second half. Of truth be known, they've huffed and puffed. They haven't really asked any serious questions, and the first goal took the wind out of sails. The second goal just knocked the stuffing out of them completely. Hull City at the moment cruising at 5-4-1 in terms of the system they're playing, but they don't have to get the ball forward. They just got to make sure you keep on dominating the guy around you, whatever that man is, whatever that position is. They're giving a silly free kick away and invited the ball to come in.
And Kramer rolling around and then trying to gesture that he wants something against Gelhardt. Who's he calling on? He's trying to call on the physio. The referee's checking on him. Just not some seconds off. The referee will add it on at the end as we're into the final minute of normal time.
Trying to insinuate that Gerhard, that was a nasty one on him. Look at him.
Yeah.
Talking about he's finished. The signals that he's given to the physio is saying
the rolling gesture, isn't it?
And I think they've done in terms of subs, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They've done 5. So they wouldn't be able to anyway. They'd have to finish the game with 10 men.
If he comes off now, that's it, they are done. He can't come off.
30 seconds left before the board goes up to tell us how much stoppage time there will be. It's the City fans you can hear now, the Millwall fans, those who are still around, and still lots of them, but plenty have made for the exits into the South London night, realising that an opportunity is escaping them. City still wait as Kramer continues to get treatment. He's going to be held back to his feet. The board will go up to show 7 minutes of added on time. We've had a couple of minutes delay there as we waited for Kramer to get seen to by his medical staff.
He's still pointing towards Gerhard as if he's gone over the top, or he's done something nasty. He doesn't look that kind of a player.
No,
he's actually coming off. They're down to 10 men.
Kramer has come off. Sergei Yakirovich has gone to check on him, sportingly, and Millwall have a free kick. Again, I'll say it at 2-0. A goal now would make it very interesting, but Millwall down to 10 for the remaining minutes. Doughty sends this curling into the area, headed away by John Egan, who's been absolutely immense tonight. Every single one of them has. And City are on the break again, and they're pushing down this right-hand side, looking for options. Gelhardt on this right side, played down towards Kumas. Egan was the one who played it. He was one of the attacking 3.
Phenomenal.
91 minutes into this game, Phil Brown.
He must have made 12 long bursting runs in the second half alone. He's absolutely been outstanding himself. You look at him, men of the match. Matt Crooks has been, well, it's just unthinkable the amount of miles he must have done tonight. He must have covered, and not just that, the quality on the ball and the influence he's had on the game. But more importantly, John Egan at the back, clean sheet, unbelievable mentality.
2 players, 32 years of age, and playing their part, a big part in leading City to the playoff final at Wembley. Nearly a minute and a half has gone now of the 7 added on. Sliding challenge in there from Lundstrom. It's played away by Millwall. Comes off the head of Ivanovic. Pando will come out of his area to send that one away. Kind of slips it up into the air. Doughty can't control it. Plays back to him.
He's lost control himself there. He should have realised that, you know, Millwall are down to 10 men. Could have calmed it down there, just played it out to a fullback, but he's decided to scuff it into the air. Still 5-6 minutes to go.
Millwall down to 10 with Kramer going off injured from that challenge from Gelhardt. 5 minutes left, as Phil Brown just said. BBC Radio Humberside. And Sergei Yakirovich bouncing up and down. He's frustrated with the fact that Millwall are allowed to get that ball into the box, but Coyle deals with it. Lundstrom tries to get in with a challenge. Runs to Bannon. Played back in again. In towards the edge of the area. Matt Crooks comes in, uses all his strength and wins it back. And then just decides to take his time before looking to curl it away. He was trying to find Balumi and send him free. But Millwall get it back again.
You don't mind that, though, mate. No. He's won the ball back in his own half, and he's just turned the opposition. No wrong with that.
Millwall, crossfield ball. Kumas is there with the header. McNair, I should say, sorry. Cuts inside. He's got Kumas looking for him, but McNair sends it across towards Coyle on that right side. We've had 3 minutes of the 7. Coyle out to the right side to Balumi, who set City on their way with that exquisite finish. Ajayi forward to Balumi again, just on the stretch, can't control it. And we've had 3 minutes of the 7 added on time, and surely now it's City's game, and they're going to be going to Wembley again.
Game of 2 coaches, isn't it? One coach made a couple of changes. One was forced, to be fair. That sub came on and scored a goal, and then his next change, that sub came on and scored a goal. Where it has to be said, Millwall have been dishevelled ever since they started making changes.
2 promotions with 2 visits to Wembley. Can they make it a third? Cross is going to come in from the left-hand side for Millwall. Gelhardt just cushions it, and Panda comes to scoop it up and drops to the ground to cheers from the away end. Groans from the Millwall fans as they know their race is run for this season. And Sergei Yakirovich still barking out instructions. Dean Holden, experienced coach, over his shoulder. Free kick given away for a foul by City.
Experienced coach, you're not wrong there. I forgot Dean was here.
Yeah.
Had a good conversation with him when I was doing the lounges just after Christmas, after the Christmas period. Good guy to have on your side,
yeah,
I tell you.
Very much so. He's been a good source of support and experience and wise words with Sergei. Here's Aziz, right-hand side, onto his left foot. Going to curl one far wide and out for a goal kick. And with 2.5 minutes remaining, it's now just watching that clock tick down and waiting for that referee's final whistle, because I think we can say it, Phil Brown, City are going back to Wembley.
100%. And I've got to say, you know, I was looking forward to seeing Aziz. I'm a football man, you know, so I'm looking forward to seeing Aziz play in the second half.
Yeah.
But Hull City, got to take every credit. They've stifled him. He was an absolute threat in the first half, but he's been stifled in the second half, and he's been non-existent, if truth be known.
Pando will take this goal kick, but he'll take his sweet time about it as we enter the final 2 minutes of stoppage time. Sends a high ball into the air. Gelhardt gets a little shove as he knocks it off on his chest to Crooks. Given to Coyle, who just keeps running like it's the opening minute of the game. And just slows his run up to Balumi, who started this season recovering from that ACL injury as Kumas tries to get round the defender. Slips rather than fouled.
Ooh, coming together, I thought. That may have been given in the first half, I'm telling you.
I wondered if it was more a slip, but I'll to your judgment on that, Phil. But anyway, Millwall have got it back, and it is literally the final 75 seconds of this playoff semi-final, and City are almost there. It's just the referee's whistle now to confirm what already looks a cert. Millwall trying to get some late drama. Ball played out to the left-hand side. Fed in field, in towards Langstaff. City keeping Millwall at bay at the moment. Here's Kundal, his ball forward on the diagonal is intercepted, and McNair can play Balumi away. Balumi started this thing with that goal on 64 minutes. He can finish it here, left side of the area, near the angle. Plays it in field towards Kumas, looks around him. Kumas might fancy a shot, drives one straight to the keeper, and there's 30 seconds left. And City now just wait to see when the referee will bring this one to a close. All eyes on Sam Barrett There's a long ball forward up towards Ivanovic. City had to defend it. Hughes back to Pando. Played away. 20 seconds left. Surely now, the referee will end this. Final few seconds. Aziz, cross ball in. Panda comes for it. Panda collects it. Drops to the ground. And that should be the final moment in this playoff game. And we keep our eyes on referee Sam Barrett to see when this one comes to an end. The Tigers are on the brink. Played forward. Millwall 0, Hull City 2. We've had the 7 minutes of stoppage time and still the referee doesn't blow his whistle. It's just a matter of time now. Ball into the box, defended by Lundstrom, played away. The referee has a quick look. It goes out for a throw-in. He's still not blowing his whistle. Got a blow. We've had an extra 30 seconds. Millwall throwing. It's taken, it's played in. It's not enough for Millwall, and it's all over at the Den. And Hull City are going back to Wembley Stadium, going back to the Championship playoff final, and going back to have a chance of returning to the Premier League at the National Stadium once more for the first time in 10 years. Phil Brown's history makers of 2008. Steve Bruce's 2016 side, and now it's Sergei Yakirovic's team of 2026 that will go back to Wembley Stadium for the right to earn a place at the top table of English football. What an effort. This team never knows when it's done. They've been written off outside of Hull City, outside of the city of Hull all season. Everyone's spoken about every other team in the Championship, but with all the adversity, all the challenges, no one gave this team a shot. They got themselves into the playoffs on the final day of the season in dramatic fashion, just 12 months on from surviving in the Championship, and now, a year later, they are on the verge of a return to the Premier League with victory here at Millwall on such a wild, exciting night as only the playoffs can bring. And City have got themselves over the line into the playoff final. They'll go to Wembley a week on Saturday. Millwall 0, Hull City 2. This team have somehow done it again.
Absolutely fantastic. What a summarising that is. I tell you, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. First class. Got it. You take all the words away, you take all the sayings away, but I'm saying it again. London calling by the Clash, Wembley calling, and here they are, 2-0, and none more so. They deserved it. It has to be said. It has to be said that they were outstanding on the night. It has to be said to a man. They dominated the game. And yes, it was all about the first goal. I said whoever scored the first goal would win the game. And that came true for sure, because it's such a gut wrench when you score a goal for, and when you've conceded a goal against. It has silenced the critics, it's silenced the home fans. They almost went home after that. The stadium's empty now on the last day of the season for Millwall players, and they're walking around there looking for applause, and they're seeking them applause, and there's nobody here. I tell you what, to the left-hand goal, there's thousands of Hull City fans. The Hull City players have broken the lines, the cordons, they're right in the 6-yard box, and they're taking the applause like they should do. Absolutely job done. I've got to say it though, Mike, I get a good feeling. And I'm telling you the reason why I get a good feeling, they're not over-celebrating. No. They've done the job tonight, and I'm telling you, they'll do the job at Wembley as well.
They know this is only step one in the bid to return to the Premier League. They can enjoy it. They are enjoying it in front of their fans. They're celebrating, but as you said, it's not over the top. There's some hugs, there's some leaps into arms, and rightly so. Sergei Yakirovich goes around his coaching staff, goes around his team. Sergei Yakirovich has injected new life into this Hull City side, a side that a year ago looked as though they were heading back into League One. As Kyle Joseph limps with a boot on his left ankle, he hops towards those fans. That's a disappointing sight, because we know there's another game to be played. Whether he features in that doesn't look a good sign. That's one to talk about another time. We'll ask Sergei Yakirovich about it. But for now, all the pain will go away, because City are in the playoff final. Those thousands of fans behind there applauding, cheering, singing, Smiles on their faces, the thoughts of booking Wembley hotels and Wembley trains and getting cars and making your way down the M1 to the National Stadium once more. The man alongside me set this club on that path for the very first time in 2008. A special team, a special season, a special moment. And you're looking, I think, at another special team capable of producing something just like that 18 years ago.
The playoffs are such a great, it's a great environment to be involved in. You do all your season and you don't get the top two, but you give every credit to the ones who finish first and second, Coventry and Ipswich. Get on with it, fantastic. If you can qualify for the Premier League via the playoffs, I'm telling you, Sergei, it is the best feeling ever. It's fabulous as a manager. If you get beat on a day, it's the worst feeling. And that's where you are. You're bottom of the table or you're top of the table on the day. But I'm telling you today, if they repeat what they've done today, tactically, the nous of the manager has to go untapped. It was brilliant. It was absolutely spot on. He got it wrong in the first leg, admitted to it, changed to a 3-4-3, 15 minutes. Millwall could not deal with it. They could not deal with it. Then they went into it. 15 minutes into the first half, they got a grip of the game. After that, I would have said the majority of the game, you have to say it, keepers pulled off a good saves. I've got to say it, they keepers pulled off a couple of good saves, but the first goal, it murders you if it's against you. And if it's for you, what a turnaround in the way you feel, in the way you run, in the way you believe. And your belief grows in that game. And that's what happened to the Hull City players. At the end, it was standing still football because Millwall couldn't get the ball off them. They got over the line comfortably in the end. 3-0 would have been a travesty to Millwall. 2-0 perfect scoreline.
City are in the final. They will play the winners of tomorrow night's second leg, who go into their second leg just like this one at 0-0. It will either be Middlesbrough or Southampton. No spy kit, no secret surveillance needed. All our eyes are on the fact that City have booked their place at Wembley Stadium a week on Saturday, and the Tigers just 90 minutes away from going back to the top tier of English football. A return to the Premier League is once again on the cards for Hull City. What a night! What a night! The celebrations continue in that away end. The fans showing their appreciation to the City players who were down there in front of that goal. And City, they're off to Wembley. Millwall 0, Hull City 2.
Well, if you can, if you've got some breath left and the fingers still work, let's hear from you, Hull City fans, this evening on a historic night for the Tigers. Hull City will emulate what they did in 2008 and 2016. 10 years after the Tigers last made it to the Championship playoffs at Wembley, City are back, black and amber, on Wembley Way in a couple of weekends' time. Let's hear from you here on BBC Radio Humberside this evening. Let's bring in someone with plenty of experience of these kinds of situations. He's led the Tigers to promotion to the Premier League in these kinds of circumstances and to wins at Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur as well. Phil Brown has been with us this evening. Phil, give us an insight now into what it will be like in that dressing room. Pulsating, I'd imagine.
I've got to say, they really have conducted themselves in the right manner. They're standing in the 18-yard box, just outside the 6-yard box, in front of what? 5,000 Hull City fans. It's completely chocker that behind the goal, apart from the lower tier, but the top tier is absolutely banging at the moment. They're singing and they're probably over celebrating because that's what supporters do. But to a man, everybody's walking around and not really over celebrating. John Egan's making his way towards us now and they're trying to lead the players away from them because they don't want to give the false impression that they've already done it. You know, you've still got over a week to prepare for Wembley, and I tell you what, the manager got it right without a shadow of a doubt tonight. Absolutely tactically on the money and outdid his opposition. Outdid the opposing manager.
It really was the tale of two sets of substitutions, wasn't it? As you said, the first changes by Millwall reset things, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the two goal scorers were substitutes.
Well, sometimes it works for you. You know, you get an injury, and it has to be said. You know, Kyle Joseph's limping around there. He's in the penalty box there. He's just in reverse mode there because he's applauding every fan. He's got a big boot on like they do, you know, just to protect it. Medical people will be saying, get off the pitch and get your leg up, but he looks like he's going to be out of action for a long time. So the first one was forced, and the lad comes off the bench, and you've got to be ready for it. You know, Beloumi's come off the bench, and he scored the goal of the game. The goal of the game being the one that separates the two teams. But it had a lot of quality when he bent the ball into the bottom corner with his left foot. But again, inverted wingers, that's what they do. Fullbacks should be allowed to understand that if you send him down the lane, he gets a crossing with his weak foot, you've done a job. But the fullback for Millwall had just come on as a sub, and he didn't do his job properly, and consequently he was sent inside, and Beloumi's bent one in the bottom corner because that's the quality he's got. 1-0, first goal won it, I'm telling you.
Adrian Lillejella is well, in front of us, above the tunnel area, just leading the fans into song, punching the air. The fans have most certainly seen it. Charlie Hughes, who's coping with a double hernia, has Kyle Joseph on his back. He's on crutches with a boot on. So much for a double hernia. Let's go to the fans panel this evening, and Richard has watched it in a southern pub with the Hull City supporters branch in the south. Evening to you, Richard.
Hello, James.
A little piece of Hull. Where are you tonight?
So we're in the Fitzrovia pub, which is just off Tottenham Court Road. Obviously, tickets were at a premium tonight, so lots of us struggled to get them. So we've all just taken over a pub in central London, and the atmosphere has been emotional, let's say.
How many City fans are there right now?
I think there's about 80 of us here at one point. A few have gone home, but the rest of them are opening the champagne. So, yeah, still a few of us for celebration.
Can we get a cheer from that pub in Fitzrovia?
Can we go cheer for Radio Humberside? Okay.
Well, I think your phone cancelled it out somewhat. But Richard, share your emotions. Talk me through that game and that group of City fans there.
You just can't see these moments. I mean, it was. I think what was nice about tonight, and I know you've got Phil there. It was a little bit like that Watford game where we had that relief when Joe Geldat scored. You just knew then. And it was like when Caleb Foley's goal went in 2008. You just knew. So, and it was you weren't just celebrating a goal, you were celebrating a whole season that was going to get a reward. And I think that's the nice thing. This team is fantastic. The character in them, the fight in them, this never say die attitude that they've got. And it was just that once that goal went in, you just thought this team's going to get to Wembley and they deserve it. And it made me feel like think back to 2008 at that point. I thought to a man that we were absolutely fantastic tonight. There was nobody less than 9 out of 10 on that pitch. We were superb. We outfought one of the toughest teams in the division. They didn't really lay a finger on us. They had 10 minutes on about the 20-minute mark to the half-hour mark where they put us under a bit of pressure. And apart from that, we dominated every aspect of the game. We were fantastic. It was just...
Richard, it's Phil Brown here. I just want to ask you a question. You've just said everybody 9 out of 10. I think there's 1 or 2 out there with 10 out of 10. Give us your man of the match, because I'm telling you, every man to a woman to a child will have a different man of the match. They were magnificent, weren't they?
Shall I tell you my man of the match was tonight? Because he gets good from Hull-City fans. I'm going to give it to Lewis Coyle. I thought he ran his blood to water tonight, put his foot in every single tackle that he could. He was on the overlap all the time. He was teaming up with Belluni fantastically, and I think he's been fantastic for us this season. He had the odd bad game and people really jumped on him. So out of everybody tonight, I'm delighted for the whole team, but I'm particularly delighted for Lewis Coyle. He's going to lead Hull City out of Wembley, and I'm delighted for him.
Richard, what's it mean for you? You don't live in Hull anymore, but you'll obviously still have family in the city and around the area. What does it mean for you as an exiled Hull person to see this 10 years on? It's not new, I appreciate, but a lot has changed since Hull City were last at Wembley. What does this mean for you?
Well, it makes it a lot easier to keep my friends from supporting Arsenal or Tottenham. So there's that at least. But it just, you know... Are you sure Tottenham? Yeah, well, yeah, okay, maybe not Tottenham. I should have said Chelsea. You know, I think when you move away from home, you sort of almost fall in love with the city a little bit more, you know. Particularly, there's so many people who derive Hull and don't get what a fantastic city it is. So anything, be it the rugby club, be it the boxing, be it the city of culture stuff, anything that puts Hull in a good light, I'm going to celebrate. But this is just a little bit more special. And if we can get to the Premier League again and you know, have a season like Phil's first season there, you know, with those great games against Arsenal, Tottenham, Liverpool, you know, it was just so much for the city as a whole. It's just so much for our profile, for our reputation, and just you know, football is you know, it's well in front of any other sport in the country, and being in the Premier League just gives the city that boost that I don't think anything else really can.
Richard, much appreciated. Go on, try and get us another cheer before we say goodbye to you in that pub.
Right. There's one more to the point at Humberside, guys. The ball final Tigers. I think everybody's just too busy drinking, to be honest with you.
Well, that's fine. That's understandable. Richard, thank you for joining us this evening. Really nice to hear from you. Phil Brown, let's pick up on the Louis Coyle. He has been derided by sections of the support. Social media occasionally finds him the player that cops for quite a lot of stick, not abuse necessarily, but certainly grief from sections of the support. How much did he answer that this evening?
Very much so. You know, as a captain of any club, you know, you get through 46 games and you come to Millwall away from home and you lead the club to success, and it's relative success because getting to Wembley is the first stage. The next part is getting to the Premier League, and he's going to lead the team out at Wembley. That's going to be the answer to any criticism he's ever received, whether it be social media, whether it be personal, whether it be from the terraces. It doesn't matter to me. You cross the white line, you can tell he wears the shirt with pride, he wears the badge with pride, he wears the captain's armband with pride. Everything about him, you know, is different class, and he's being told to do a different position from the first leg. And you can tell the two wing-backs grabbed a hold of the new system, grabbed a hold of it by the scruff of the neck, and they weren't going to let it go. You know, I think they were very supportive. They were fluent in the first half. They got crosses in, both full-backs, you know, Louis Coyle and Ryan Giles. Not saying peppered the Millwall goal, but peppered the 6-yard box at times, and peppered the 18-yard box. And a little bit of luck, somebody, you know, like Ollie McBurney gets a half a yard, it's a goal. So he's done his job, but the main part is to lead a team, you know, when you're a captain of a club, lead the team with pride, and that's what he did. He played with pride, and he deserves every credit that he gets now, let alone criticism. We know we're in the game, we're going to get criticised when we play poorly, but he can't be playing poorly. He's had 48 games and they're in Wembley.
This from Susan. We'll go back to the fans panel in a sec. Soon, Steve say we're off to Wembley, over the moon here in Lake Como, and I'm trying to say that with a Hull accent. We love the amazing Tigers. Thomas, the Let's Have a Brownie song Tiger, says I'm having a bromance with Phil Brown this evening. Loved the commentary tonight. Katie, yes. We are going to Wembley. Woo, says Katie, thank you. Let's go back to the fans panel. We'll speak to Chris on the programme right now. We are awaiting the post-match reaction from Mike, who's pitch side. Chris, how are you feeling?
Absolutely elated, James. Evening, you and Phil.
Chris, you okay?
Delighted, Phil. Honestly, you gave us one of the best some of the best memories as Hull City fans, and I think this group are close to replicating that the way it's going.
Chris, you know, when you come on Radio Humberside, you know, you just feel a part of the place, you know. And when I used to live there in North Ferriby and manage the club for 4 or 5 years and get to the Premier League and do the things that we did, you always feel part of the club, you know, regardless. And I had a conversation with the chairman or the owner sitting beside us before the game. What an affable guy he is. And I tried to ask him a couple of questions. Was his relationship with the manager the same as what I had with Paul Dufford? Sounds like it's absolutely the same, you know. They socialise together, they talk about football together, but he never criticises. He knows that all the big decisions are football decisions and are made by the manager. He looks like he's got the respect of the guy. He looks like he wants to give him, the freedom of the city, but he's earned the freedom of the city tonight. But it would be nice to get it over the line, give him the freedom of the city next time he wins the next game, because that's the most important one.
Chris, Phil asked Richard the same question, so I'll ask you the same question, which is your player of the match tonight, and I know Phil will probably say 1 to 11 of the squad members. Who was your player of the match? Who stood out for you amongst that group?
I'd have to say Matt Brooks. I think throughout the season he's knitted everything together so well. He pops up all over the pitch. He made that lung-busting run near the end and he thought he's going to go in and kill the game off at 3-0, but he's an absolute workhorse. And considering he was playing with an injury, supposedly, you know, he's put off surgery, he's been an absolute warrior, as have the rest of them out there. So, like you say, James, 1 to 11, fantastic. And just to go back to Phil's point, I listened to the interview with Adrian pre-match, fantastic interview. And I would say, Phil, and it's been echoed by many City fans, this squad has the hallmarks of your squad in 2008, that togetherness. And I think that's, everybody's noticed the similarities, and I think it bodes well. And I really think the final, whoever plays you get drawn against in the final, whether it's Southampton or Middlesbrough, the way that they play and the way that we set up, as we've proved tonight, we are deadly on the counter-attack. So I honestly really would fancy us, given our record.
Chris, it's a great analogy, and it's a lovely thought that you're saying that the children that we had was together. That's what got us to Wembley, that's what got us to the Premier League, that's what got us 20 points in the first 9 games, that's what got us to stay in the Premier League, all of that. It's when you get 1 or 2 that come into the change room that are not on the same page and they want a little bit more glory than anybody else, you know, and sometimes you lose that with disparity, you know, you give them too much money and this, that and the other, and you have to go down that line. But tonight wasn't about money, tonight wasn't about anything but pride in the city, playing for the shirt, playing for the badge, playing for Hull City, representing the club to the best of their ability. And it was highlighted by a lot of individuals, and I'm in agreement with you with regards to Matt Crooks. I thought he was absolutely outstanding. From minute 1 to minute 97, he was in both penalty boxes at every major occasion. If the ball was coming into Millwall's box, he was trying to get on the end of it. If the ball was coming into Hull City's box, he was trying to get on the end of it. Just a player to watch, you know, that could grace the Premier League, no problem whatsoever. I'm looking at John Egan, who I used to have as well, and he had an outstanding game as well. The goalkeeper had an outstanding game, but you could go on and on and on, because they all individually had brilliant games. And if ever you need a night where you got every player out there 9 out of 10, tonight was the night, and they performed on the big stage, and it was a big stage tonight, by the way.
Actually, I must back up. Well, certainly Rob Green, who's alongside of us presenting for BBC Radio London, the former England goalkeeper, Premier League goalkeeper, has just put the team sheet in front of me and pointed at Matt Crooks and agreed with your view and that of Chris's, that it was Matt Crooks for him player of the match. And Rob Green knows a thing or two about players at the top level, so we'll certainly take his knowledge. Matt Crooks aside, it was a team effort, wasn't it? It was the unity of the team tonight.
Yeah, it picked us up to me, you know, back against the wall, and we didn't have a lot. You know, we started well for the first 10-15 minutes, then we kind of weathered the storm, and we just played on the break. And I think the changes they made, and to tweak the system, it actually opened the game up, and it gave us an impetus to go forward. And as soon as the game became stretched with Ballooney running at them, we were a different side, we were a different animal, and yeah, brilliant result, brilliant performance. I cannot wait for Wembley.
Chris, sometimes you never underestimate as a manager. You stand on a touchline, and I watch coaches and managers how they react in certain situations, and your best managers make the best changes at the best time. And I've got to say, you know, I'm not being disrespectful of Alex, because Alex is a great guy, great manager, great coach. But he's made a couple of changes tonight, and you can tell as soon as he's made them, he's looking at his coaching staff and saying, that's not right. It's not right. When you go on the field of play, and all of a sudden you get a counter-attack, and it goes in your penalty box, and you think to yourself, what's happened here? You've made the changes for the right reasons. Put an extra striker on, which was right. Put Barry Bannon on in at midfield with all that experience, which was right. All of the moves were right at the time, but Hull City at that moment in time just got a sort of wind in their sails, and consequently got the goal and then got the second one. It was game over. As a manager left on the touchline, you're absolutely bemused by it, because you're doing it for the right reasons, but they're not working.
Chris, are you already planning how to get Wembley tickets? At least you know there'll be more available than the away end here at the Den.
Definitely, James, and I know from 10 years ago, when we didn't sell out our allocation, I don't think there'll be any issue with that this time around. I cannot wait. The hotel's booked.
I think there'll be a lot of Turkish people there. So
I think we'll take half a turkey with us, Phil. Imagine we fly them over.
I think just judging by what was in the director's box at the end of the game, I mean, come on, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Chris, really good to speak to you tonight. Thank you very much. That's Chris Dyer and his thoughts on this victory for Hull City. 2-0 on the night, 2-0 on aggregate, and that means that Hull City in a couple of weeks' time will be playing in the Championship playoff final at Wembley. We'll find out this time tomorrow night who the opponents will be. Will it be Middlesbrough? Will it be Southampton? You've got to fancy Southampton in a sense because of the form they're in, Phil Brown, but we don't know what will happen with the spine, but we also know that Middlesbrough are an exceptionally good team.
I think they're both good sides, you know, they're really good sides, and the guy who's gone in at Southampton, my word, to a team, you know, he's earned more points in the running or in the games that he's had in control, in charge of, more than Coventry, more than Ipswich, more than Hull. So they have been a team in form since he's took over. But bottom line is, it doesn't matter what form you're in, and people talk about momentum. I get that part, and you know, you're going into games like this. Momentum, you're going in full of confidence more than momentum. You know, momentum's a big thing, but confidence is just I've watched Hull City 2 or 3 times this season. I watched them on Friday night. I was disappointed with 2, you know, but was I impressed today? Absolutely, 100%. A manager had the go-nuts, which I've said, sorry, on a couple of occasions, to change the system, to change the formation, to change 2 personnel, and then personnel have come off the bench and made the difference, you know. Halloumi must have been thinking to himself, what have I done wrong here? What have I done wrong? And then comes on, and he has the presence of mind to cut inside and put it in the bottom corner. Scores an absolute worldie to make the game theirs, actually. All won from that moment.
Just waiting the post-match reaction. I think Millwall want us out because they've turned most of the lights off. There's just a couple of lights in this main stand here and across at the Dockers stand. The lights are on there, but it's got so dark here now that we can actually see the lights from the tower blocks of Canary Wharf.
Listen, I can't see my notes, but I know what I'm talking about.
You look at this direction, unfortunately you'll see my face.
Yeah.
Or you might do. Let's bring you some more texts, and this one from Andy in Beverley says, well done Hull, I think it was your cup final, my team Southampton, hopefully come good. Rich in East Hull, up the Tigers. Well, what do you say about that? Such an amazing City performance, brilliant all around the park tonight, best game of our season, unbelievable. We can get Brownie back with Swanee and Mike for the Wembley final, please. Big Phil brought us some luck, brought the vibe tonight. Top man, but seriously, City magnificent, bring on Wembley, fantastic. City, let's roar again. This one, great to hear Phil Brown's voice back before kick-off. Our greatest ever manager. There's a man who knows a thing or two about getting to Wembley. Phil, what about the process now in these next couple of weeks? Does City give the players a bit of time off, a bit of R&R for the rest of the week?
I think the players normally, in my humble opinion, the players normally dictate that one now because they've earned the right. You know, they've earned the right to get to where they are. They've got 2 weeks to go. I remember saying this to Ian Ashby, and you had Nicky Barmby and experienced lads in there, you know, Dean Winders and what have you. I was ready to go, you know, have 3 or 4 days off, and they were saying, no, we want to come into training. They loved each other. They loved being with each other because of the vibe and the buzz of getting to Wembley. So the 2 weeks preparation have to put a lot down to Paul Duffin, who was saying, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. He came into his own at that moment, you know. And sometimes you have to go with the flow. Sometimes, as a manager, you've done all your work tonight, which clearly, you know, you have to take a hat off to the Hull City coach. He's done an absolutely magnificent tactical job tonight on a team that were fairly dominant at the MKM Stadium, you know. So there's a lot to be said about the coach, but at this moment in time, he might be just taking a step back and letting the players take over a little bit. Why not? Players got to take charge, and that's what they did tonight. They crossed the white line and they took charge of that game. The coach will have been delighted because everybody to a man actually tactically knew what they were doing. But that comes down to hard work on the training ground. Or should I say it comes down to hard work in the classroom when you're giving information to intelligent players that are carrying that across the white line and doing the business. That's what they've done. They proved the point that they can do it when the pressure cooker situation or the highlight or the spotlight's on them. If they're good enough to do that, let them dictate what the next 2 weeks look like, because come to Wembley, they'll be ready.
Phil, I'm conscious that we need to let you go at some point, but we're going to stay on past 11:30. We've got Charlie Hughes. Sorry, 10:30. We'll be gone by 11:30. Believe me, the taxi's booked. Let's see if we can get live reaction from Charlie Hughes, the Hull City defender, with Mike White on pitch side.
Yeah, Charlie, congratulations. You're going to Wembley. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's a surreal moment, unbelievable feeling at the end with the fans, and to top off with a 2-0 win, clean sheet, unbelievable feeling.
What did that take to get through that 90 minutes? Because that seemed like some effort from your side.
Yeah, no, all the lads, through every aches, pains, extra time, I think we plus 9 weren't it, so yeah, it's a tough shift from the lads, but for the moments that we've just had in the dressing room and everyone together, it's a surreal moment, and we can't wait for the Wembley trip.
You talk about the aches and pains, you're dealing with that yourself. Does that all go away on a night like this?
Yeah, absolutely, it goes away. Forget about them aches and pains. It's worth every moment of pain for moments like that with the fans at the end, and knowing what we've got in stake in a couple of weeks' time to go and obviously get promoted.
What is it about this team?
Just the togetherness. You can't get a dressing room like it. It's rare to get a dressing room like it. Luckily enough, I've been in 2 of them now, and the groups of staff and players that we've got now, the captain that we've got, the leaders, the senior players, the experience in the team, it's unbelievable.
We've got the man who led this club to the Premier League and Wembley for the first time in 2008, Phil Brown. He's been on commentary with us, and he said one thing he noticed: as much as you're getting away from them all up there, as much as you enjoyed it and you went across to celebrate, he said there was a level to the celebrations, almost like it was very clear, we're loving this, but the job's not done yet. Is that kind of the mindset, the approach to this?
Yeah, absolutely. We know what we've got in that dressing room, we know that we can go on and do it. We'll enjoy the celebrations tonight. Come tomorrow, come Thursday, I think we'll get down to it again and go and get the job done.
And 2 special people, Mo Balumi, with everything that went on with him coming into this season, dealing with the ACL injury, who's still recovering from it, and then your mate Joffrey as well, stepping up just to put the icing on the cake. Talk me through that.
Obviously, normally them 2 players would be starters for us, and I knew as soon as them 2 were on the bench, I said to Josh on the bus before the game, they'll be our super subs, and looking at them both scoring, and this fella's walking out now, and know that this fella's so special, and I knew he'd do that today.
And we're going to talk to him in a second as well. We'll just let you go in a moment, but with everything this club's gone through, can you even begin to put this into words, what you've achieved when you consider 12 months ago where this club were at?
It's hard to put it into words so fast after the moment that we just had with the fans. You're still trying to soak it all in, and yeah, it's just a moment that will probably live with me for the rest of my life. But hopefully it's even better moment in 2 weeks' time when we're at Wembley and we're celebrating the win and promotion.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you again before that, and certainly we hope afterwards when you celebrated promotion to the Premier League. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Top one.
Charlie Hughes talking to Mike White. Sergei Yakirovich is just about to do his interview, so we'll get a final couple of thoughts from someone who's been in Sergei's position, and that being Phil Brown. there must be part of you, Phil, that you're looking back, you're thinking, oh, this is how it played out for me in 2008. A little bit like you'd like to be in Sergei Ikirovic's place tonight.
Oh, absolutely. It's the moments that you dream about, you know, certainly from the position that they've came from, you know, at the end of last season, to the position that they're in now, where one game away, 90 minutes of football to get to the promised land. Everybody talks about the Premier League being the promised land. It could also be the worst place in the world if you have a horrendous campaign, but you're not even thinking that way. You're just thinking about one game of football against a team that's going to be up for it, there's no doubt about it, you know, against a West Bromwich Albion or a against the Middlesbrough or a Southampton. And when you get that opportunity at Wembley, you're really not thinking about the opposition now. You've done your business, let them do their business, and then we'll prepare accordingly. Well, they've got 2 weeks preparation. They've had 2 days preparation for this one, and he's got the tactics right. So in 2 weeks, I would imagine he'll be spot on come Wembley.
Phil, it's needless to say, the messages have been pouring in. They've really enjoyed you tonight, the listeners to BBC Radio Humberside. Thank you for being a part of it, and you did bring some luck tonight.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it, and hopefully I can enjoy it in a week on Saturday, is it?
It is, yes.
I'll make sure my diary's empty.
Phil, thank you very much. Let's hear from one of the 2 scorers here on BBC Radio Humberside at the Den. The scorer of the second, Joe Gelhardt, live now with Mike White.
The scorer of the second, indeed, to ensure that Hull City are going back to Wembley. How does that sound?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I couldn't believe my luck when I had that much space, you know, as soon as I came on. So yeah, I was buzzing to go over the line. It went slowly. It was like it was in slow motion, and then the feeling was just unbelievable. Yeah, I'm buzzing.
You're in the playoff final. There's still a job to be done. But what does that say about this team?
Yeah, I think, you know, everybody's writ us off this season, at the start of the season especially, and then even going into the playoffs. I don't think many people seen us going through, but you know, we know the quality that we've got as a team, and yeah, we showed that tonight.
How much did that motivate you this season? Charlie just has a little message for you.
Sorry, what was the question?
I have no idea. Oh my word! There's a bit of that. It's just cooling you off. He's just making sure that you're hydrated and everything. Don't forget we're live on BBC Radio Humberside. Don't say anything in the problem. I've no idea what I was saying now. I've no idea. Let's come back to you though. You, one of the 2 players who's left out of the starting side. I know this team has always said, look, there's players there that can step in and do a job. But what were you feeling when the manager said, look, this isn't going to be your night to begin with?
Yeah, every player wants to play. I think that's normal for every player. But when I knew I was on the bench yesterday, I knew I've got to focus, you know, because and I probably forward players who come on the pitch, and I knew if I needed to be ready. So yeah, that's what I've done yesterday, and today focused on coming on, and yeah, I'm glad to get a goal.
How much more determined did that make you to come on and make that mark then?
Yeah, definitely. It's, as I say, it's not a nice feeling, but it's one that every footballer has to go through. So yeah, I just had to be ready.
I remember what my question was now. Talking about the people who wrote you off, with all the challenges that this side went through going into last season, you're coming off the back of just surviving in the Championship. How much did that drive everyone on, trying to prove people wrong?
Yeah, well, we know we go into every game trying to win. We've got the quality to do that. So, and we've got some great characters with great experience who've done this playoffs in the past. So yeah, we know the quality we've got, and we just had to put it into practice on the pitch every game, and we did that. I think we've shown everybody what we're capable of, and credit to the performance from the lads today.
Before you had a chance to finish it off, it needed an opening goal. It's a magic moment from Mo Baloumi.
Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant, Mo. You know, when he cuts in, it's only going one place. It's that far corner. So credit to him, he came on. You know, we lost KJ early through an injury, so Mo had to come on, and yeah, he scored a goal that could be it was a very important goal, not could be. But yeah, that just shows the class he's got.
Yeah, you're obviously all close as a side, but I know how close you and Kyle are. How did you feel just seeing what happened to him just before half-time? What was going through your mind at that stage?
Yeah, I was gutted for him. You know, I was on the bench looking, and he never goes down without being sore. So when he was down, and you know he's going to be sore, he's that type of guy who just gets on with things. So yeah, I don't know what the injury is yet. So I hope it's not too bad for him. And I was gutted because he was having a good game as well.
As a youth or anything, have you played at Wembley?
No, I've been on the bench for Leeds against Southampton.
Of course.
In the playoff final, but no, I've never played, so hopefully I can get on next time.
It's the stuff that dreams are made of when you're a kid kicking a ball around on a park, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That's the best place you want to play at, especially for me anyway. So I'm buzzing to get down there, and hopefully we can win and get back to the Premier League.
Top man, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done.
Joe Gelhardt live with Mike White. We'll stay on air a little bit longer until we get the live reaction from Sergei Kirovich. He's just completing one of his last television duties, inevitably with a game like today and tonight. The interest in him is quite. It's a long list, to be honest with you. So, have you got some final thoughts before we head to the late show after hearing from Sergei Kirovich? Then let's hear from you tonight. On a night when Hull City have beat Millwall by 2-0, 2-0 win on the night, 2-0 on aggregate, and that confirms Hull City's place in the Championship playoff final. And that means City really truly are 90 minutes from the potential of being promoted back to the Premier League. Relegated at the start of the City's year as UK City of Culture, and potentially back in it 10 years later. Let's hear from you as we wind down the programme and hear from Sergei Kirovich. You can text 81333. Start the message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Just share your sense of pride. We'll continue to do that through the day tomorrow here on BBC Radio Humberside. Kofi at breakfast with Carla Green from 10 o'clock and Richard Stead from 2 o'clock tomorrow. You get a feel and that sense of pride about what this means, not just beyond the football, not just beyond the game, but what it means to the City of Hull, what it means to East Yorkshire as well, why this region could benefit from what's happened tonight. These things do go beyond football. Yes, it matters to 20,000 fans in the MKM Stadium, it matters to the sellout crowd here tonight, but these things do have a habit of being bigger than that, mushrooming and being so important to a community as well. We can hear from you in the final stages of the programme. You can also get in touch with me using X, formerly Twitter, at Humberside Sport is the place to be. This from BPF Ind Super says, I know I've really mangled that, but congratulations to Hull City showing guts and determination and leading the way. Now come on, you mighty Mariners, let's follow suit 100%. Thank you very much for that. Also, thanks to Al Kilrington, who says, never in doubt, James. Let's hear from the man himself. Sergei Kirovich has led Hull City back to Wembley 10 years on from the last time, and he's live with Mike White.
James, thank you. Sergei Kirovich live with us pitchside here at Millwall. It is all calm now. It wasn't about half an hour ago. Sergei, congratulations. You're only the third manager in Hull City history to lead this club to Wembley. How does that feel tonight?
Great feeling, amazing feeling. I'm very proud of the players, of the whole club, all people in the club, all fans also. They were very loud today. Maybe this is biggest achievement in my life, football career, because okay, I won some titles there. I had till now a successful career, but this is in these circumstances to get the final. I'm very proud of everyone here in the club.
I asked you yesterday, what will your emotions be just before kick-off? You went normal until the game starts. What are your emotions now?
I think I was today the most calmest in my technical space.
And now?
No, I'm calm as well, but we celebrated already, but we will celebrate again. And when the game started, I just told to the players that we must have a strong start in the game, which we did it, I think, and we were very, very good around 20-25 minutes, and then one or two mistakes there, we didn't clear the ball, and then they start to push there, of course, with the crowd, which is normal, but I think that we were excellent today in every moment of the play.
And you went very bold, you changed it up, you brought a couple of players in, two big players dropping out the side and a change of shape. What was the thought there?
Because of condition of those players, because of first leg, when I watched the first leg, I decided to put one extra centre back. Then we have good height for set pieces. and also we had a good balance because they coming with two fullbacks very high. They try to fill with Balo, with Aziz, pockets between the lines, and that was the main target, main goal, and also try to press them with Carl, with Liam and Oli when it's possible. Of course, support Crooks and Slater. I think that we were fantastic today, and also we were very patient there because we knew it. Our time will come because we will have some situation there.
Yeah, fantastic though, you said it, despite the fact they did maybe get some opportunities in the game and they managed to grow into the game. How pleased were you with the effort throughout the team from top to bottom, including the subs who came?
I'm very, very pleased because you saw from first minute or second that we are inside, that we have very good concentration, very good focus, and like I said, 11v11, no matter what is around you, just focus, keep focused, be calm with your head, and even included me and my staff. That was very, very important because also you're sending the message from, we were very support from technical area, and I think in general, it was a great night for us.
The chairman had a dream when he took over this club. I know you had a dream as well of doing it, but back at the beginning of this season, there were a few hurdles and challenges thrown in front of you. Does that make this a little bit sweeter?
Sweeter, and it's just one obstacle, right? Just one. So we will rest good, we will recover good, and we will prepare everything. We will see who will be our opponent tomorrow, and then we will do everything to get to the Premier League because we are there. 90 minutes, 120 penalties. I don't care. I don't care about impressions anymore. Just to win the game.
When you talk about responses and people stepping up, the two players that you dropped out of the side in Mo Balumi and Joe Gelhardt, the two players that have won you the match in terms of the goals, what does that tell you as a manager?
Very easy decision for me because first of all, Mo Balumi, he was 3 days dead, of course.
I know what you mean, yeah.
I was speaking with my players, I asked him how you feel. He was very tired, fatigue in both hamstring, Achilles, so we need to spare him, and that was our main plan to, of course, to get him second half inside, and also Joffo also with the calves, and because it's third day it's a game, so and we have very good players also who's waiting their chance, and like I said, from first day one, every player is very important, and we need from every player from the bench impact to help the team to increase our freshness, energy, that we can handle this type of the game.
Well, I was going to say that's the response you want from two players who have been left out of the side to begin with, isn't it?
Great substitution, great decision.
Inspired substitutions, it's called, isn't it?
I'm very smart. If they do nothing, then I'm stupid. it's always like this. No, they know everything, and I think this team is something unbelievable. This group of the players, so very high togetherness, chemistry between them. Maybe this environment will help us for everything. That when somebody, how you call it, write you off, then even you have to show more courage, more strength, and to stick together. This is my main message every time: to stick together, no matter we are winning or losing, we are attacking or we are struggling there to save the goal, like Carl Joseph, for example, did in against Charlton.
Well, on the subject of Carl Joseph, the one negative tonight was him coming off before half-time. What's happened there and how's he looking?
Scissors, one leg on the ball, the other one, his ankle is a little bit swollen. Yes, so we will see tomorrow after medical check what is the damage there.
He's having to wear a boot at the moment, isn't he?
But this is normal. This is protocol, and we will see. Maybe it's something. He's a strong boy, and I hope he will be fine for the final.
Yeah, he looked devastated, and you can understand why with what's at stake coming down the line. I know it's a team thing, but I'd like to ask you about two players tonight, two experienced players, John Egan and Matt Crooks. How big were their performances tonight?
Excellent performance. But like I say, they playing all season. John Egan, I don't know which appearances is this. If somebody asks him on the beginning of this season, he will play 45, 47, 50 games. Yeah. He couldn't believe this. So, see, thank you very much. Thank you. Great. They are leaders. So together with Crooks in the middle, Slater as well. So this is a very, very important place for our team.
Just over a week ago, you were on the verge of your season ending, and you get into the playoffs, and now you've got to this point, and now you've got to prepare for a Wembley final, one game away from the Premier League. Let that sink in for a second. Give us your thoughts.
No, this is amazing, unbelievable, and like I said, we will do everything to get there. So we will prepare good. We have 12 days, so we can prepare everything, and we will see who will be our opponent.
Do you have a preference?
No. Final is a final, and we will try to, no matter who is opponent, to win this fight.
If it's Southampton, will you be increasing security around the training ground?
Even they can watch. I don't know, but this is serious matter. This is not.
It is.
I see in England. This is. If it's in my country, it will be like okay, they watch training, but here it's. I think it will be big problems for them.
Last one. How does it look between now and Wembley?
How you mean?
In terms of your preparation, in terms of how you go about it?
2 days off, then Thursday, Friday training, then weekend maybe again off, and then so from Monday we start to prepare everything for the final.
So you and the players can allow yourself to celebrate a little bit tonight?
Of course, I think they already some beers there. After every game it's like this, 1-2 beers, it's not. You need to, you have to enjoy in this moment.
Sergei, a remarkable season, and it's not over yet. Congratulations. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Sergei Yakirovich. He's led the Tigers quite shockingly, in a positive sense, to Wembley and the Championship playoff final. Thank you so much to everyone who's contributed tonight. Your messages, your celebrations will continue in breakfast first thing in the morning from 6 o'clock. That's because Hull City are on their way to Wembley. 2 substitutions, 2 goals confirm the Tigers will take on either Southampton or Middlesbrough.
City have got the ball with Bellumi. Right hand side, takes it into the area on his left foot, curls it into the corner, and a magical moment from Mo Bellumi midway in the second half may just fire City to Wembley in that playoff final. There is a long way to go in this game yet. There could still be more playoff drama, but when you need something special off the bench, and Bellumi with an exquisite perler of a curler into the far corner, and City have the breakthrough in the playoff second leg. Millwall 0, Hull City 1, and could that be the moment that leads City to Wembley? In towards Bannon, back out to Doughty again. Cross comes in, Egan on the half volley, away from the edge of the 6-yard box and clears it. Bellumi nearly wins it back, and he has done, just on that touchline, and now Bellumi can give it to Crooks. Crooks is going to play Bellumi through, down the right-hand side. City have got numbers forward. Bellumi going to play an early ball into Gelhardt, just on. Gelhardt drives it under the keeper, he couldn't keep hold of it, and Gelhardt's been on the field about 60 seconds, and may just have scored the goal that sends City to Wembley for the first time in 10 years. Dramatic scenes, celebratory scenes behind the goal. The fans go wild, the players are celebrating, and maybe that's the moment, it must be the moment, with 12 minutes to go, that City are going back to the National Stadium. Surely that does it. Millwall 0, Hull City 2.
Hull Kingston Rovers yesterday, Hull City tonight. 2 teams from the City of Hull representing the City of Hull at Wembley in a couple of weeks' time. Come on, Grimsby Town, over to you now. From Boothbury to Wembley, well done to everybody connected to Hull City tonight. They are in the Championship playoff final 10 years after they last visited the National Stadium. We'll continue to celebrate this incredible moment. Search for us on Facebook and ex-Bomley Twitter. There'll be loads in the morning on breakfast from 6 o'clock. Carla Green from 10 and Richard Stead from 2 o'clock. We will celebrate tomorrow from 6 o'clock. Go on, try and get some sleep now. Catch your breath back. Thank you to everybody who's been part of it tonight. The team behind the scenes back in Hull, the team here at the New Den. Right, go and have a drink. Go and sit down, take it in. Hull City will be at Wembley. Have a good night. Take care.
Getting you closer to your club. To your club. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Performance. And listen, we take a point, but everyone keeps telling me it's a good point. I don't think it is.
So it's a bad point, is it?
We've got mixed views in the car here.
Okay, can we have okay, who thinks it's a good point? Shout out yes.
Yeah.
So there's 3 yeses. Who thinks it's a bad point?
No, me, 2.
And me.
And this is the car? 5.
5 of us.
So 3v2.
I don't know, I just don't believe the performance, for me, the performance. There was no structure, right? When I watched Aston Villa, and people can say what they want about Villa, but there was a pattern to how we played. There was a structure to the performance.
They were terrible! Oh my God!
No, but there was a pattern of how we played.
Jay,
Tonight though, Luke, there's no pattern. There was second half, there was no pattern.
How many games have we won at home this season?
2.
2, correct.
2.
2 is actually outrageously better. 2 wins at home.
The idea that Spurs are actually going to stay up in this league and have been as bad as they are tells you that the Premier League isn't as brilliant as people like
We don't deserve to stay up. Spurs don't deserve to stay up. We have been so bad. We have been so bad. And somehow, we're at the bottom 3 because West Ham have been awful as well. But, hey, West Ham the other day against Arsenal, I thought they'd done all right.
That wasn't even one of Spurs' worst performances tonight.
Luke, do you go to away games as well?
I went to Villa away last week with James in the back.
So you guys travel as well?
Yeah, some of the cars do every away game, yeah.
I mean, have you been to Lincoln recently or not?
Here we go.
No, I'm just asking a question. I don't know, have you been to Lincoln?
Is that Cundy who played Step Down for Spurs?
I'm just asking the question, right? Have you been to Lincoln recently?
No, have you?
Well, no, I mean, fortunately, I don't have to consider that, but I just wonder, have a look in the sat-nav now, put it in the sat-nav and just see what the journey time is. No, it's I heard Lincoln's a good night out.
He's the Chelsea legend. This is a 40-year-old game for Chelsea.
No, do you know what? I'm just looking at Lincoln, right, as a good night out Lincoln. Think that. Do you know what? Get yourself on TripAdvisor. What do you mean?
Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got?
We're champions of Europe. We know what we are.
A bit of club desire, Luke. You sound like the sort of man. A bit of club desire, Luke.
Is that all you've got?
Champions of Europe. We know what we are.
Listen, Luke, thanks for your call. I'm going to go to Grant. He's a Spurs fan, Grant.
Right, hold on. Just ask you who you've been with.
No, mate.
What's wrong with that?
I know, it's just like, come on, is that all
How you
you
doing,
got?
mate?
No, hold on. I just asked Luke who you've been with. I don't see anything wrong. That's all.
What do you mean?
I just asked Luke.
But you've just been an idiot. You give no analysis of the game. You give no input. All you've said is, are you staying up? And I'm saying, you say you have. No.
You staying up? Old age, mate.
Spurs are back.
Old age, mate.
You just can't come in here and just be like, you've been to Lincoln. You've been to Lincoln.
Harry Christmas is good.
Grant.
All right, Grant.
Hey, how you doing? You alright?
All right, Granty, what?
What do you make that game?
Well, what can you think? To be honest, I think we're actually going down because they got Newcastle on Saturday. I think West Ham can get something out of that.
Well, yeah, okay.
And we've got Chelsea, and I think he's going to get that hand mask out again. I don't know.
It's just who we are, mate.
Yeah, I just can't believe how.
He's on the wind up already again, isn't he?
No, he's on the wind up.
Hold on a second. That's not fair. Don't have a pop at this. I'm only asking you to look.
And you're always on the wind up on Tottenham boys.
No.
Oh, Lincoln scarf on.
No, it's a bit cold here. It's a bit cold here.
It's not cold.
Jay,
it's not cold.
The aircon is 100%.
There's no need for you to come in here and put the Lincoln scarf on. We're not in the bottom 3.
It's a bit chilly.
I know, but we're not in the bottom.
The only scarf I could find. What's Lincoln on? Right, a bit of crystals in Lincoln.
Wait there because we've got Roberto De Zerbi. He's with Sam Matthews.
How we are, Mike, with Roberto De Zerbi in the tunnel here at Tottenham Hotspur. The
I'm getting on the ball. I'm going to make it stick. I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to play quick. I'm going to move it. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to give the team options. When I'm watching Spurs play, Jason, they are literally like shells. Shells.
Let me ask you this, right? The way that Nottingham Forest have galvanised themselves. There are players in there that almost were prepared for a part of the season where they had to fight for their lives. Leeds, they're built to fight for their lives. Spurs are built to fight for their lives. Spurs are built in a different way. They are built for playing games. Okay, you signed Tell from PSG, right? Bayern Munich, right? Who's the one you signed from PSG?
Why?
You've got players at Bayern Munich and PSG. They are not built and designed to come to Spurs and fight and get out of trouble. These are players that have played elite level, that are expected to win major honours. This is a different animal. Forest, give credit to Forest, give credit to Leeds, because they have fought and battled their way out.
To be a professional footballer, you've got to have character. Yeah, but Jack, you've got to be able to deal with big moments. So you can do it for professional footballer.
Jack, these moments are historic. You could go down as the worst.
As a footballer,
Jack, there's a different level of pressure.
I know there is. I know there's different levels of pressure. I get that. I understand all that, Chase. All right. But there's also where you've got to have as a player, like, you're not dying. You're not going to die. If Spurs go down, you're not going to die. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a terrible situation. But you've got to have the balls to say, I'm going to get on the ball. I'm going to make it happen. We're a team, and let's go out and play. And because all I'm seeing out there is scared little cats. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing scared little cats out there who are afraid to get on the ball. And they're hoping that something's going to happen. Hoping.
Scared little cats are up on Stamford Bridge next week, get whopping.
I know, but it's like, come on. But against Aston Villa, I saw some bottle.
No. So here's the thing I tried to put you in your place last week. You lot played against one of the worst performances I've seen Aston Villa put in years. And you come away from that thinking, you're back, you're safe, you're done. No. Forest, no. You said they were brilliant. You said brilliant. And I'm saying, no, you weren't. So there you go. There you go.
Tonight we were terrible.
No, you weren't brilliant against Villa. Villa were absolute dump. Dump.
Kitty calls in. Can have a sound list. 03 717 2233.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Stay on the ball with our safer gambling tools. Find out more at talksportbet.com. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Next. Hi, just these, thanks. Do you do cashback?
Just need to check you're not a robot first. New security policy.
Okay.
How many traffic lights can you see out the window?
Oh, 2?
No, that's wrong.
Right, well, obviously I'm not a robot.
That's what a robot would say.
What a load of malarkey. Smarty keeps things simple, like 80 gigabytes for £10, and on a rolling monthly SIM plan, you're free to leave any time. Less malarkey, more Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is nearly here. As official sponsors, Hisense is bringing it home. Experience every pass, every tackle, and every goal on a Hisense RGB Mini LED TV. Recently awarded Best Brand for Picture Quality by Expert Reviews. And with Freely built in, you can watch every game live and free. Enjoy big match moments in the detail they deserve. With Hisense, official sponsors of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Train toilet door. Didn't work. Lock. Didn't work. Everyone's seen me on the ball. Didn't work. Train toilet door. Didn't work.
Bet £10. Get £30 in free bets with Midnight. Search Midnight Sports or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's apply. 18+. Play responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. And we've gone big on landscaping right through May and June. Get 20mm station or Carver Quartz porcelain paving in various sizes and colours for only £24 per square metre. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this May with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT to 20%. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in the military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or life. With an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Buzzing for the game this week. I want to hear what my mates are saying. I want to tell them they're delusional. I want to tell them who scored first. I want to call the half-time score and the full-time score. And when our kid pipes up and says, "Want to bet?" I'll stop. Think about it. Check my limits. Check how much I've played. And maybe I'll think, nah, not today, mate. Sometimes the best bet is the one you don't make. Gamble responsibly. Bet Fred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Extra time on Talk Sport with Acorn Taxi Insurance. Want extra sports action?
The South are racing on the pitch!
Extra pundit opinion.
But that was an absolute stonker of a game, I thought.
And extra fan passion.
The feedback for the club has been absolutely incredible.
We've got you covered.
It actually got them back in the game.
Get through the night football conversation, connection and comment. That always goes the extra mile.
You don't pick a football club in Diction.
Extra time with Acorn Taxi Insurance, the UK's largest taxi insurance specialist. Not available in Northern Ireland.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Good evening with your headlines. I'm Uma Gurab. The relegation battle takes another twist as Spurs are held to a 1-1 draw against Leeds.
All it does is increase the tension, increase the drama, and increase the possibility that Tottenham Hotspur's stay in the Premier League is still hanging by a thread.
Spurs missed the chance to go 4 points clear of West Ham. They're just 2 points ahead of them with 2 games left to play. Matty's Tell scored and then gave away a penalty in a dramatic game. And former club midfielder Danny Murphy reckons they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah, they've missed an opportunity, eh? They really have, because this is a Leeds side who are already off. You know, they were playing, going through the motions a little bit, and then the penalty just turned it on its head.
Meanwhile, the first spot in the Championship playoff final has been secured.
Hull have made it through, finished 6th, but they're in the playoff final. It's the first time that has happened for 7 years, and it is thoroughly deserved on the strength of their performance.
Millwall's 36-year wait for top-flight football goes on after they were beaten 2-0 at the Den. Former Millwall striker Tony Cascarino was watching for TalkSport.
Millwall was second best in every area. I thought Hull City defended, like I said, brilliantly. Millwall just didn't have an answer for anything that Hull City did.
Hull will face either Southampton or Middlesbrough at Wembley. That second leg is tomorrow night on TalkSport. Elsewhere, we understand Jose Mourinho is closing in on a return to managing Real Madrid, while we're told Xabi Alonso is among the leading contenders for the Chelsea job. And Dick Advocat could make a shock return as head coach of the Curaçao national team and become the oldest coach in World Cup history. We understand talks are underway following the resignation of his successor, Fred Rutten. Several Curaçao players weren't happy playing under Rutten and had called for Advocat to return. There's more at talksport.com.
TalkSport News.
Sir Keir Starmer's been told by senior cabinet ministers to consider setting out a timeline for his departure as PM after more than 70 Labour MPs called for him to go. That is, as 4 junior members of the government have quit. For full analysis on that developing story, head to Times Radio. You can also watch on YouTube.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit, where we've got a wider range of premium tyres than Britain has rainy days. Visit your local centre or book at quickfit.com today.
Dry and clear for most of us overnight. Some cloud and rain moves southeast from Scotland and Northern Ireland.
On DAB, on the app, and on your smart TV. Supercharged, super confident, super strength, late night football talk. You are absolutely deluded. It's the nation's favourite sports speakeasy, but for some reason, it's always your round. The Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on Talk Sport.
Listening to the Sports Bar Talk Sport, me, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. If you want to have your say on tonight's football, 03 717 22 3344. We've also got former Premier League referee Dermot Gallagher coming on to talk about all of the crazy decisions over the weekend. Plus, we're going to get the latest on Chelsea's manager hunt. Maybe Xabi Alonso might be coming in. But first, Spurs let 3 points slip at home against Leeds tonight. Let's hear how all the action sounded right here on Talk Sport.
Welcome along to
the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London. It is officially West Ham or Tottenham Hotspur for the drop. Towards Telly, strikes it from the edge of the area into the far corner, and with a brilliant effort which was unreachable for Darno, and it takes them a step closer to safety.
And then that's a stupid challenge by Matty Stell, who tries to do an overhead kick and hits Ampadu, and I can't believe the referee hasn't pointed to the spot. There might be a VAR check incoming. That's the number 11 commits the foul, and that's going to be a penalty kick, as we predicted.
73 on the clock, Calvert-Lewin rams it past the goalkeeper, leaves the level, Tottenham are kept back, and that puts a spur in the works for Roberto Di Zerbi and Spurs. Tottenham 1, Leeds 1, and that's the end of the match, and it finishes 1-1. Another dramatic finish, another angst-winning 10th night at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Right, let's go quickly. Calls goes to Joey. He's a Spurs fan. Right, Joe? All right, Joe?
Hi. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, Joey. Hey, Joey. Good to make it that performance.
I thought it was dreadful. I was sat there the whole time thinking Brazil have had Pele up front, they've had Ronaldo, they've had Ronaldinho, Neymar, all these amazing players, and Richarlison's touch was diabolical. So I just wondered whether Ancelotti was going to call him off the back of that.
Honestly, he was so bad. It was a terrible performance from him. He had Mwani gave him a great chance as well to make it 2-0, and he nearly missed the ball.
He was diabolical, but also due to a seasoned expert, can you tell me what PSG saw to pay 80 million for Mwani? Honestly, 80 million?
Absolutely no idea.
How much do you pay for it?
You got my loan.
You got some loan?
How
much do you pay? What you moan at?
It's all right.
What you moan at?
What do you mean?
You haven't got to pay him.
I know, but he's playing for us.
He's on loan. He's sending it back.
Yeah, he's playing for us. He's terrible.
He's the one thinking, ain't that legal next year? That's all I know.
Well, yeah. But then he should be playing with some freedom, because he knows he can go back to PSG. If there's anyone on that pitch, he should be playing with any freedom and enjoying himself and putting in, performances where it don't really matter to him because he's on loan. It's him. He's absolutely garbage. Garbage.
I don't know, I had a couple of good touches.
Oh, Jay, come on, mate. Like, if that's the performances that you're going to put in at an elite level football club, the front three today, besides though, he scores a good goal. But let's be honest, the front three at Tottenham is absolutely terrible.
Rubbish.
Terrible.
Absolute rubbish.
Terrible.
I think if Chelsea had had the record this season for being the worst team to grace the Premier League and they were already down, we'll go to them and we'll lose. Somebody's going to have our last. We are not getting any points at the bridge. I think there's a straight shootout of 2 games left each. Newcastle are all over the place. West Ham's performances have been better than Spurs. Villa were terrible when we played them. Leeds were there for the taking today, and then we've got our other 3 points.
So what are you saying?
Yeah,
what are you saying?
I think Spurs are in big trouble.
So what are you saying next season? Is it Lincoln away?
I think so, yeah.
Have you been there before?
No, I'm looking forward to going though. Are you looking forward to relegating to us next week?
Well, I don't think it won't be that once.
Come on, you boys will love it.
No, we can put our foot on the front, definitely. Yeah, it won't be down to us. We can't relegate you because there's still
so stressful, mate.
Well, listen, we're doing a watch along, Jay, next Tuesday night. Watch along.
I don't know why I've agreed to that.
TalkSport YouTube channel, you and me doing a watch along.
I don't know why I've agreed to that. I might have to. I don't know
I've watched along, mate.
I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. I can't face.
Jay, we're not playing at home, mate. Again, if you get a point, it's a good point, Jay.
We don't know that, do we? We don't actually know that because Newcastle have got to play West Ham. So if West Ham win, tonight's point is not a good point.
At the moment, is it a good point?
No, I don't think it's a good point.
Well, okay, what if West Ham...
Look, Leeds are a good side, right? They are. They're a really good side. And they're fair play to them. They've had a great season. They've stayed in the Premier League. But we are talking about a team that come up from the Championship, right? And they had nothing to play for tonight. They had injuries all over the park. And we were shocking. They should have won the game in the end, Leeds.
They're going to go out on the lash now, nothing to play for. They look like they'd already been out on the lash. And Spurs, the way Tell was walking up to take the corners was like we were already in the clear.
Honestly, I was saying this to Jace. Arsenal do this, all right? They take an age over corners, and they're doing it against West Ham yesterday. And I was thinking to myself, you're just wasting your own time, right? In the end, they win the game, Arsenal, right? But tonight, I'm looking at our set pieces and at the corners. I'm thinking, why are we taking so long from a set piece?
I want to get it right.
Yeah, but then we're hitting the first man.
That I can't choose that.
And it's like there was no urgency. There was no pattern of play. There was like, even from throw-ins, it was like the amount of times there was a player standing there just to throw it, feet back, play. And it's just like
I wondered whether they were watching videos of Christian Eriksen with the first man, thinking we've got to replicate those legendary corners.
He did use the first man a lot.
But listen, he's still alive. You're not dead. He's still alive.
Well, officially, but as a 2-on-2, Newcastle have been all over the place. Everton have got something to play for.
So you're linking away next season, Joe? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're playing you boys, and you don't let us get away with anything. You're going to love it. I know you're smiling inside. You are going to absolutely love it.
Look, like I said, Joe and I are doing a watch-along, mate. Next 8:15 kick-off live on TalkSport's YouTube channel.
What is a watch-along?
Yeah, doing a watch-along. Me and Joe in the studio together.
Jimmy G.
Joey, listen, mate. Thanks for your call.
No, that next Tuesday, mate. Under the lights at Stamford Bridge. And I'm here, choosing to sit next to you.
I know. You've decided to not do
Chelsea TV.
Chelsea TV.
Yeah.
You've turned it down to come and do a live watch on with me.
No lands marks will be in my back.
That could break the internet. That could break the internet.
How far away are you sitting? We can't sit next to one another.
I don't actually know what the setup's going to be yet. I have no idea. I've just said, yeah, I'll do it.
Right. I think we're in it. In the main studio. We're not close to each other, are we? We can't be in punching range.
I reckon we can throw hands.
No, we can't. There has to be. We need to get.
I reckon we can fall.
No, you need.
I actually genuinely.
No, you need distance. No, you need distance. I can't be. Joe, look, see here. I can reach. You can reach me. That's not good.
I reckon I can hurt.
It's not good. Yeah, it's not good, mate. There needs to be. The fist is going to come out.
No, just get it done tonight. 3 points, you're 4 points away.
What it does, though, Jay, what it does, it keeps it alive for the watcher.
No, but I don't care. I don't care. I've got to sit now in pain for 8 days. I've got to watch West Ham play Newcastle, all right? And West Ham could definitely get something from that game, even though they ain't been great, but they could get something. I've got to sit here in pain for 8 days thinking that we've got to try and get.
Then you've got to sit next to me. Doing a watch along.
And we've got to go to Chelsea and get something. And we've got to play Everton. We can't win at home. We've won 2 games. 2 games. What is the point in having £1 billion stadium and you've won 2 games in it all season? That is shocking. Shocking.
Do you think you're down? Are you, okay, serious question. Are you down?
What do you mean? I don't know, mate.
Okay. Are you going down? Are you going down?
I don't know.
If you had to put £1 of company money on it, which way would you go? You go down. You keep it.
I don't know. I can't answer the question, Jason. I don't know because Aston Villa thought was.
What do you think?
It's going to go. I don't know. I think it's going to go down to the final 10 minutes on the last day of the season. That's what I think.
But Everton at home. Everton, they horrible.
And they've got Leeds at home.
Oh, my league. Both of those games are horrible.
So I genuinely think it's going to go down to the last 10 minutes of the season. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know which way it's going to turn. But I tell you what, something dramatic.
We're doing the game day phone in that day as well, aren't we? Jay,
can you stop reminding me of shows that I've got to do with you? Right? I know what my job is. I know I've got to do shows.
It's not my fault.
Don't need to remind me.
Don't pop at me. Don't start to dig at me. Right? It's not my fault. Not my fault. You're playing the Imps next season.
What did you think?
Don't ever.
I can ask you this question genuinely tonight, right? Because you did zero analysis. All right. What did you make of Spurs tonight?
We don't like. Done right, mate. I mean, you took the lead.
Is that it?
Well, I mean, at no point were you behind in the game. It's a positive. At no point were you behind, ever. Leeds were.
That's not an analysis.
Build on that if I do.
03717 223344.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
At the third stroke, the time from BT will be 6 o'clock precisely.
Today in the UK, 850 small businesses will make their first sale. 1,300 homes will be connected to full fibre broadband. 100,000 calls for help will be answered. 4 million cyber threats will be prevented, and countless messages will say, "Good night, love."
And as such, the time from BT will be brilliant.
BT, behind brilliant things. Data includes BT Group customers.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Mo Farah is learning the ropes.
So, Mo, with Click and Collect, we get orders ready fast. So customers are out of here and back to their jobs in as little as 1 minute. What are you doing?
Tip lunches. It's my warm-up. I need to be in peak condition for when orders come in.
Love that intensity, Mo. Laser focused. You might even have what it takes to beat my PB one day.
Back in a moment.
Click and Collect in as little as 1 minute. Screwfix. No stopping you.
Train toilet door. Didn't work. Lock. Didn't work. Everyone's seen me on the ball. Didn't work. Train toilet door. Didn't work.
Bet £10. Get £30 in free bets with Midnight. Search Midnight Sports or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. GambleAware.org.
Tesco Insurance are driving down the cost of motoring with 10% off car insurance. Take out the car insurance policy before the 15th of May 2026 and you'll get 10% off with club card prices. We offer a range of cover options, so you can choose the one that's right for you. Save 10% when you buy or renew a car policy with Tesco Insurance. Search Tesco Car Insurance and get a quote direct today. Club card required. Excludes add-ons. T's and C's apply.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut say? Want to change the radio station?
Worries, will it?
In sport this year.
Or jump in and keep us company? Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army Jobs. With Betfred, when you bet £10, you get £50 in free bets. So, want to back your new striker to score the first goal? Your midfield maestro to get the assist? Want to say there'll be a header? Want to see their striker caught offside? He was born offside. Want to predict the final score? Or both teams to score? Want to get involved for 90 minutes? Want to nick it in extra time? Want to bet £10 and get £50 in free bets? Want to bet? Betfred. New online customers only. 5 £10 free bets. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Thursday night, the League One playoff semi-final second leg, live on TalkSport 2.
Bradford City versus Bolton Wanderers.
Build up from 7:45 p.m. Kick off from 8 p.m. Thursday night, the League One playoff semi-final second leg, live on TalkSport 2.
You listen to the Small Time Talk Sport with me, Gemma Hart, Jason Cundy, former Premier League referee Dermot Gallagher is going to join us soon. Reminder, Hull City beat Millwall 2-0 at the Den to reach the final of the Championship playoff tonight. But let's get back to some of your calls and go to Robbie. He's a Leeds fan. Robbie?
Robbie?
Okay, lads, how you doing?
Dirty Leeds. How are you, Rob? What did you make of that tonight?
To be honest, I didn't think Leeds were great. They did kind of play like they were already on the beach. But the thing that kind of annoyed me tonight was sort of how confident Spurs were prior to the game that they were going to beat us, given that sort of we played Bournemouth and Man United in our last 2 games and come away with results there. Going to Spurs' stadium wasn't going to be a problem, really. But the thing that a Spurs fan had mentioned previously in the call is this agenda against Spurs. Where does that come from? Do Spurs fans think there's some kind of agenda against them?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, listen, it is what it is. At the end of it, when you're fighting at the bottom of the table, you always feel like the referees are against it. I mean, you just feel like everything don't go your way. But at the end of the day, the reason we're down where we are is because the performances are nowhere near good enough. But I wouldn't say there was an agenda. Listen, we got 30 minutes injury time. And the penalty's a penalty.
That's what I was going to question. I was going to make the point that Spurs, whilst I think they finished about 13 points clear of relegation, and we're sort of the first team after the relegation zone. But where on earth did this 13 minutes come
That
from?
is a very good question, you know. I had no idea. I know there was a VAR with a head injury, right? 13.
Yeah.
I mean, I was expecting 7, 8, there or thereabouts. Even I'd be shocked at 9.
Well, this is a big week. I mean, I was sat watching it with my dad, and when they announced the 13, I almost thought there was an agenda against Leeds if there was ever going to be one.
13 was a lot. 13 was a lot. I don't know.
We've had it a few times though. I mean, listen, our season's essentially over. I'm not going to sit and complain. I just want to point out as well, I don't think Spurs will be relegated. I can't see it.
Did you see enough from Spurs tonight to say that they were good enough to stand in the Premier League? I mean, the performance was terrible. The front three at Tottenham is absolutely shocking.
Well, this is the thing. It speaks volumes that you've got Richarlison leading the front line.
You don't have a choice. Slanky's injured, and it's all we've got.
Jay wants to know, right? Jay wants to know, Rob, what you boys going to do final day of the season when you rock up at West Ham?
West Ham?
Yeah. I mean, I think that Leeds are just one of those sides that there is no. You mentioned they're on the bench. I didn't see that. I didn't see that tonight. I saw Leeds putting in a display, fighting, injuries. I think they'll do the same against West Ham.
Well, this is the thing. I only sort of cast my mind back 2 or 3 years ago when it was Spurs that relegated Leeds at Ellen Road, and we were absolutely dismal. And we had 6 defenders on the pitch, and they in a must-win game we had 6 defenders on the pitch, and Spurs still scored after 90 seconds. So I don't think there's any Leeds players in this team that are still around to remember that. But yeah, I do suspect that we will be still giving it a go. But I just don't think West Ham can produce anything at the minute. Whereas I think Spurs, although there is sort of the phrase of doing it Spurs, I just think they'll nick it. They'll get what they need to at some point.
Yeah, I mean tonight it's a decent point, a good point.
It's not a good point.
Okay, we'll find out. But they've still got to go. It's impossible to call this because I still think, believe it or not, I still think Spurs are more than capable of coming to Stamford Bridge because our home record at the minute, I don't really see.
Yeah, I know, but I get
the history.
But that's a huge.
But we have got an FA Cup. You've got a nice break. We've got an FA Cup on a Saturday. And I don't know, mate. I'm just not. I'm not convinced by this at all. Forest turned up and gave us a good old whooping. Forest
are a good side. We're not a good side.
Yeah, but they whooped us.
We are not a good side. We're not a good side.
I'm not saying you're going to whoop us.
I know, but like when you think about it, right? You have got top players. You've got top players.
It's going to be so good, man.
Right? So, at the end of the day, yes, you've not performed, and yes, you're all over the place, but it's Spurs. It's the biggest game of the season.
Oh, that's going to be so good.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Let's go to GJ, he's a Spurs fan. GJ.
Right, GJ.
Oh, boys. Listen, we owe Kinski a big thank you for saving us a point.
Yeah.
I
think so.
But Jamie, I love you, mate, but you are an absolute clown. Because you're piling into Spurs tonight for a supposedly pathetic performance.
Yeah.
But I saw you on Sky Sports a few days ago, and you were saying we can finish top 4 next season.
Yeah, in the Championship, he meant. In the Championship.
Yeah, well, next season, listen, let's not worry about next season, GJ. Who cares about next season, right? Do you know what I mean? I think that was more based on the fact that
about the Aston Villa performance when they clearly were focusing on the second leg.
GJ, listen, mate, you're talking absolute garbage. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Let's. I'll tell you what. I want to speak to Dermot Gallagher because some big decisions over the weekend. Get your calls in 03717 2233.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Just one cornetto.
Well, actually, it's not just one cornetto. It's Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate. So maybe instead of just one cornetto, it's more like just one Cornetto Max. 2 hazelnut and chocolate ice creams, rich cocoa sauce and chocolate disc. The maximum of the maximum, the top of toppings, and Max iconic cone. Can you fit that into the first line, please? Oh, and creamy and crunchy as ever. Like that.
Unwrap your summer to the max with the best ever cornetto. New Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate.
You've worked hard to build your business, so it's important it's properly protected. At NFU Mutual, our tradesman insurance has received a 5-star rating by De Facto for the past 10 years. No wonder 9 out of 10 of our business insurance customers renew every year. With agency offices across the UK, we're closer to you, closer to your business, closer to what matters. Search NFU Mutual Builders and Trades Insurance.
Get your business summer ready with the Peugeot LCV range. From compact to heavy duty and available in all electric or diesel powertrains, there's a Peugeot van to suit the job. Buy a new Peugeot van between the 15th and the 31st of May and get a £1,000 saving. Plus, get a free home charger with standard installation when you choose an all-electric model. Peugeot, business powered. Valid from the 15th to 31st of May 2026. Saving on OTR price. Business users only. Selected stock and participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply. Visit Peugeot.co.uk.
They say go big or go home. But now you can go big at home with the Big Arch on delivery. When you're hungry for something big, like really big, Big Arch for big McDonald's hunger. Order on the McDonald's app. Served from 11 a.m. What charges and fees apply to delivery orders? Subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Next.
Hi, just these, thanks. Do you do cashback?
Just need to check you're not a robot first. New security policy.
Okay.
How many traffic lights can you see out the window?
Oh, 2?
No, that's wrong.
Right, well, obviously I'm not a robot.
That's what a robot would say.
What a load of malarkey. Smarty keeps things simple, like 80 gigabytes for £10, and on a rolling monthly SIM plan, you're free to leave any time. Less malarkey, more Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
You. Yeah, you. Listening to the radio. Up to whatever. We just wanted to let you know there's a lotto draw coming up. And
it could be you.
Yeah, what he said. Lotto. From the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Coming up this week on Talk Sport Superstar Breakfast.
It's me, Andy Goldstein, and I've got the keys to the Talk Sport Breakfast show for the rest of the week. And let me tell you, we are serving up an absolute superstar breakfast lineup, including one of the greatest midfielders ever to lace up a pair of boots, the absolute legend Paul Scholes, Hollywood A-lister, the legend that is James Corden, and the undisputed king of primetime TV, Mr. Paddy McGuinness.
It's a stellar guest lineup. What's out of this world?
A mind-blowing week, a genuine superstar breakfast show from 6 a.m.
Oh, I believe it.
Coming up this week on the Talk Sport Superstar Breakfast.
Here we go.
The nation's favourite notorious nightcap. Football fans and free nuts at the Sports Bar.
Keep your calls coming in on the Sports Bar. 717 22 33 We've got back pages coming up as well. Arsenal took a step closer to the Premier League title. They're winning against over the weekend. The win is steeped in drama though. Tense moments saw VAR overturn Callum Wilson's last-minute goal. Here's what Mikel Arteta had to say after the game.
First reaction, my first instinct is a foul. But then, yeah, the time goes by, the referee is waiting for the decision. But when you look at it, I mean, David is going to have the ball in his hands, and certainly is affecting the way he lifts his hand, the way he catches the ball. He almost touches his throat, and I think it's the right call. I mean, I've been asking for consistency all season. When I have to be critical about it from day one, they said that this was going to be a foul. So thanks God, because what a pressure, what a moment to make a decision, especially when the two teams are fighting for such big things.
Yeah, it's a big decision, and let's hear from Premier League referee Dermot Gallagher. Time for this.
Bring it on with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Evening, Derb.
Evening, Jace. Evening, Jamie.
How are you, mate? You okay?
I'm good, thank you.
Busy weekend for you lot.
It was.
Yeah, unbelievable, mate. Unbelievable. I mean, look, obviously we'll start with the huge talking point in the West Ham game, that foul on David Breyer. How did you see it?
I think once you look down at it, once you see the replays, it's quite clear that Pablo not only puts his arm across Raya, he also grabs his left arm with his, and he locks him. What you have to check then is obviously everything else that happens, Jeremy. If you look at the back, Declan Rice hauls Mavropanos to the ground.
Like kiss chase.
Oh, unbelievable! But it's really intriguing when you go through it bit by bit and you analyse it. And without doubt, Pablo interlocks with Raya first. At that point, Rice is what I call reaching, stretching for Mavropanos. Once the foul's committed, Rice then interlocks with him and hauls him to the ground, which would be a penalty. There's no doubt in my mind about that.
Okay, well, look, I've got the still image in front of me, and I agree with everything you said so far. It is a foul on Raya, and everyone can be up in arms about it, consistency and all that. It is a foul. You could give a pen for Declan Rice. I've got the still image here. Declan Rice has got his arms round Mavropanos before David Raya gets hold of that ball.
Yeah, I think he does, but don't forget David Raya loses the ball because he's been locked by Pablo. And I think when you look at it, at the point when Pablo puts his arm across and grips his left arm, Rice is actually reaching for Mavropanos at that stage. He hasn't actually got him. He does get him, there's no doubt about that. I think it's a bit like if you go through and I give a penalty, and the VAR flags up, you're offside in the move, we default to the first incident.
Right, so the first incident, because it's a foul of David Raya, they can't give the penalty on Declan Rice.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever, if Raya wasn't fouled, that's a 100% penalty, everybody will agree on that. But in the sequence of events, the Pablo foul definitely comes first.
Unbelievable moment.
It was, and do you know what, John? It is a foul. There is absolutely no doubt. And as soon as I saw it, it's like, yeah, you can't unsee it. It's a foul. He's got his arm there. But there is so much going on in that box. And for the greater good of the game going forward, I just feel that it's in chaos. And, there's, there was even an incident with I think it was Havertz and Soucek. There's obviously Mavropanos and Declan Rice playing kiss chase. You've also got who else was in there? Also as well, the Trossard intervention in this as well is interesting because Trossard isn't even looking at the ball. He's holding the arm of Pablo, and there is so much going on for the greater good of the game. Where do we go? Because it's ugly. And it is. And I just think that moving, and I'm talking about moving the game forward next season. What's going to happen? Because this can't carry on.
No,
it can't.
I'm glad you said next season because I think with 2 weeks to go, we've just got to suck it up.
No, I don't. Absolutely.
But we see the last 2 weeks out, and then in the summer, we've got to address it. You've got to sit the referees down and say, look, you've got to be more stringent on this. You've got to be proactive. You've got to hit the ground running in August. And in fairness to the clubs, the players, the coaches, the managers, the spectators, you've got to go into the clubs and you've got to say, look, this is illustrations of what happened the season prior. This is what we're going to punish. It's going to be hard and fast. And you've got to put that message out, through your vehicle, through Sky and such. So as people know, because what we want is transparency, Jace. We don't want suddenly people going, oh, we didn't know that.
No, something has to be done because it can't. It's not the Wild West in there. It is. It's not the Wild West. And
I think what's happened in the last few months as the stakes has ramped up, because it's gone on, I think it's got worse and worse and worse. And we've got to the point where the referees are almost duty bound, if you like, to let it go because they're going to be just absolute barracked. Absolute barracked.
Arsenal the kings of it. They're Arsenal the kings of it, right? And they've done it brilliant. Now I don't have a problem with that because if you get away with fouling, nudging, holding, doing all what you. I've always been an advocate. Do what you can, push the boundaries to get away with things. The irony is not lost on me that actually Arsenal benefit from something they've been doing all season, but they're the kings of it. They've been doing all season. But for the greater good of the game, I really genuinely feel there's something. There's got to be a firm. There's got to be a firm statement, and we need to be clear at the beginning of the season about what a foul looks like. Because every single corner set piece, you could probably, if you really want a microscope, have a look at it, you could probably find a penalty in every single corner, or there or close to.
Yeah, well, I'm 100% with you there, Jason. As I say, you know, I don't like saying this, but you've just got to suck it the last 2 weeks. You've got to suck it up, just to say that. But as I say, in the summer, just sit down, just go, well, look, this is not acceptable, this is not acceptable, this is not acceptable. But you must go to the clubs, as I said, you must go to the media, put it out there, you must tell coaches and managers. So everybody's aware, so everybody starts on a level playing field, and the referees are told, look, if you're stringent, we will back you. That's the thing. You've got to accept that suddenly if a lot of penalties are given, you've got to just accept it. You know, that's what you wanted, to clear it up. And if it clears it up, you know, it'll be short-term pain for long-term gain.
Let's move on to the Spurs game tonight. Obviously, some big decisions. The Matthias Tell one is a penalty. We know that, but the referee didn't even. The referee didn't give nothing, and he didn't even stop the game.
Yeah, I was surprised at, because I think when I talk to you boys, often I talk about clues, and the clue for me was the fact that the Leeds player was Ampadu was actually jumping, so he wasn't even on the field, he was jumping. So that will show you how high the player's foot was. You know, it wasn't just caught him in the face; it was caught him in the face from a jump. Yeah, that's a pretty high route.
What about the other incident at the other end late on? I think there's enough contact on the ball. It looked a pen at first glance, a pen, and then you do see Jay get the ball. I think there's enough. I think he does.
Yeah, I'm like you. My first thought when I see it, I thought, oh blimey, they've got a penalty. You know, about 17 minutes into stoppage time. When you see the replay, he does just catch the ball. There's no doubt about that. But it's one of them. He gets a bit lucky, because if he hadn't got the ball, it's clearly a penalty.
13 minutes though, where'd that come from?
Well,
you in VAR, mate, you obviously got it wrong.
It was a long time, Durham, actually, 13.
It was a long time.
I didn't. You know, some games you watch and you can have a sense it's going to be a big one or it's not. I mean, I thought somewhere in between, you know, 7 minutes maybe, but I didn't see 13 come up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest one I've seen for a long time. And then, of course, they ended up playing 15 as well.
I want to talk about the Inter with Kenneth Shada was talked about by Nunes. The pass, actually, that comes into him, I think it was Igor that puts the ball in, Thiago? Anyway, I think the ball was slightly behind him, but there's no doubt in my mind, there is a clip on his ankles. And for me, I think the penalty's got to be given for me.
Yes, it's interesting. This is a really interesting decision, because the ball comes in. I thought at first Shade got ahead of the ball and then they'd come together. You look at it and think, well, is it a penalty, is it not? I was a bit 50-50. What I would say is, if you give a penalty, you're going to have to send him off. There's no doubt about that.
But then do that.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but I'm saying it depends which way you jump. I think there'll be a lot of people in penalty camp. I think there'll be a lot of people in play-on camp. That's the only things you can do. You do play. But what I would say, the only certainty for me is if the referee says no penalty on field, the VAR can't get involved. Otherwise, you're re-refereeing, because if the referee's that confident not to give a penalty, even if the VAR sends him, he's still going to hold his ground, I would think.
Okay.
All right. You're a star, mate.
Cheers, Dan.
Coming on.
Nice to speak to you guys.
Cheers,
Have a good week, guys.
All right, Gallagher there, former Premier League referee.
Bring it on with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com to see all our latest sign-up offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Next.
Hi, just these, thanks. Did you cash back?
Just need to check you're not a robot first. New security policy.
Okay.
How many traffic lights can you see out the window?
Oh, 2?
No, that's wrong.
Right, well, obviously I'm not a robot.
That's what a robot would say.
What a load of malarkey. Smarty keeps things simple, like 80 gigabytes for £10, and on a rolling monthly SIM plan, you're free to leave anytime. Less malarkey, more Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade? With an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Love horse racing? So do we. At Life, we give you access to premium sports betting insights, and it's all completely free. Whether it's behind the scenes at the stables or the thunder of hooves down the track, we're here because every moment matters. Join Sporting Life today to enhance your betting experience with in-depth analysis, exclusive content, and the latest form and stats. When it comes to horse racing, we're on your side. Search Sporting Life.
Smart TV didn't work. QR code login didn't work. Re-enter login didn't work. Voice activated remote didn't work.
Wager £20, get 100 free spins with Midnight on eligible games. Search Midnight Casino or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. GambleAware.org.
Talk Sport Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with top of the range Sports Edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more gold talk to the gallon. Plus a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. Talk Sport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on Talk Sport with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK.
Tuesday night, the Championship Playoff Semi-Final second leg, live on Talk Sport.
Southampton versus Middlesbrough.
Footlights on the sun with frenzied full-match comms from 8.
Magnificent. Tuesday night, the Championship Playoff Semi-Final second leg, live on Talk Sport.
You are listening to the Sports Bar on Talk Sport with Jeremy Hine, Jason Cundy. Still to come, we're going to look ahead to another big game in the playoffs tomorrow night. But first, it's time for this. Backstage, Simon Johnson.
Hello, matey.
Evening.
How you doing?
How are you, Simon?
I'm very well. How are you guys?
Well, don't know how I feel right now, mate, to be honest. I don't know.
Hey, Chelsea and Tottenham got something in common. They've got a point over the last few days. Yeah. If I were you, Jamie, I'd be feeling, I don't want to jinx it for I think Jason's been saying the same. I'd be feeling pretty optimistic about next week. Chelsea are terrible.
Well, you know.
Yeah, but you ain't terrible though, are you? I know you can be terrible, right? And you have been terrible.
Right, listen,
but you ain't terrible.
Did you see Everton away? See Brighton away? See Forest at home? They've all come in the last 4 or 5 games.
I know, mate, but
we are capable of
Liverpool.
We were better side at the weekend.
Yes.
I thought we were outstanding.
Like the thing is, form really does go out the window for Chelsea in this game coming up. It really does, right? It's under the lights, Stamford Bridge, Spurs, with everything on the line for them. Like, there is a huge game. And, yeah, look, Chelsea have been garbage, right, recently. They really have. But you've still got Cucurella, Enzo Fernandez, Casado, Cole Palmer, João Pedro Neto. Like, you have still got top players. Yeah, it's not like we're playing Grimsby to stay up. Do you know what I mean? Or Lincoln. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we're still playing a top team with some big players in it. Now, obviously you can be crap, but I just...
Yeah, don't forget, Jamie, that Chelsea will have played an FA Cup final on Saturday.
I don't know if that means anything. I don't know.
Well, if they lose again, that's sort of the season. So they'll be psychologically sort of down from losing a 7th domestic cup final in a row as a club. And essentially that's the end of their season. Or they're all giddy and they enjoy themselves for a change and perhaps take their eye off the ball. But I know where you're coming from, Jamie. 10 years ago, of course, the Battle of the Bridge, that ended in 2-2 draw. I think Tottenham probably take that right now. But
Harry Kane in that team.
But that was
Charlison.
that was a bad Chelsea season, and they did raise themselves for that game. So I know where you're coming from, but what I'm just saying is that in previous years, Tottenham might have gone to Stamford Bridge with a lot more trepidation and a lot more to worry about.
Look, on the back page of the Times, it says Spurs blow it.
Yes.
And I kind of agree, but you know, some people said he's a good boy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good point in the sense that, you know, with the goal difference advantage as well over West Ham, it just sort of puts all the pressure on West Ham to go to Newcastle first and foremost. West Ham essentially, you feel like they've got to win. But get at least 4 points, haven't you, from the last 2 games. And look, De Zerbi's talking about it. He admits, post-match, so didn't play well, didn't play a good game. But he used to say, look, 8 points from the last 4 games. He would sort of thought that, but in the position we're in. And you get a feeling that he's still seeing the positives from not just sort of getting a point tonight, but just generally their form. I can still get a lot of it.
I just keep thinking about the front three side, just how bad the performance was today.
Bring on next Tuesday, mate.
I would just love Kulusevski or Kudus to be fit. I mean, Madison come back tonight, and but he's been out for a long time. But I just as front.
Did he start against Chelsea? Back page of the Times, crackdown on the grapplers, and the Sun have gone with the big grapple. Stateside Wrestling warning it. We just spoke to Dermot Gallagher. It has been a major talking point this season. Of course, it came to that unbelievable decision late on against Arsenal playing against West Ham. And it is a foul. There's no getting away from it. It is a foul. But there's something's got to be done. And you know, the World Cup corner clampdown, says the back page of the Sun.
Yeah, so I'll do with the back page of the Times first, and start a story by Martin Ziegler that there is plans with IFAB, of course, the rule makers, to crack down and to look to crack down the holding that's going on before free kicks and corners are taken, which sort of starts to lead to all this controversy. It's a bit quoting an IFAB source. We'll look at this over the next year as it has become such a big issue. I'm a bit worried about the next year. It sort of needs to be looked at now, really, because especially in light of I just felt almost yesterday was inevitable when you think about it. This has been going on all season. It's what happens when you stick your head in the sand and just go along and sort of just go along and roll with every decision every week that's controversial, and
it's got ridiculous in the Premier League.
It was always going to have a big say in for someone. You know, that a decision will go against someone. It just felt inevitable to me. The fact that it could affect the title race and the relegation battle is just sort of made it 10 times worse. But in terms of the big grapple story by Martin Lipton, and of course England, Thomas Tuchel's talked about hoping to use, particularly the Arsenal players, quality from set pieces at the World Cup. And he's quoting Pascal Zubabula, who's head of a 11-strong technical study group from FIFA, who's saying, look, we've seen this, especially in the Premier League with Arsenal. I'm very sure we have the best referees, and we will deal with this in a very good way. So the suggestion being that there's going to be a real clampdown at the World Cup on this practice of basically, you know, sort of all this holding and stuff at set pieces, which England would have gone into this tournament thinking, great, we can benefit from this as well. And funny enough, all the fans, non-Arsenal fans who've been moaning about it, probably would be delighted to see England doing well from it, but it looks like FIFA might be trying to clamp down on it at the World Cup.
Okay, more talk on Chelsea, the new manager. We've got on the back page of the Sun, Blues Iriola chat, but we've also got Talk Sport and the Athletic. Xabi Alonso becomes leading contender for Chelsea job. So, look, some big decisions to make. Who do you think gets it?
Well, these two have been on the shortlist the whole time. The funny thing is they're both represented by the same agency, so I think the agency is the big, set to be the big winners in this. Makes negotiations pretty easy.
Oh, that's tough, that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the Sun report that Iriola's actually met with Chelsea, which makes a lot of sense. Of course, he's already told Bournemouth he's leaving, so that there's no issues in that regard. But we're The Athletic, my colleague David Wilson's has reported this evening that Chelsea are exploring a deal with Xabi Alonso. Totally understandable that the guy, unlike some of the other candidates, of course not including Iriola, he'll be available too. He's been out of work since losing his job at Real Madrid, very, very sort of highly fancied, and you can imagine why, because his playing CV alone will command respect in that dressing room, which I think has been lacking with some of the previous appointments. But he's also shown Real Madrid aside, the job he did by Leverkusen that put him on the map as a real top coach. So this is a huge decision for Chelsea. At the moment, Chelsea is still saying that there's still a process to go through, but it feels like it's a straight race between these two in particular. I think the Chelsea fans, just sort of reading between the lines, think Alonso, despite his Liverpool links, is the one that they really want, because
really?
Because
not Iriola. I mean, he's done an incredible job on them.
He has done, but I think Xabi Alonso is his reputation in the game as a player as well.
No, but Iriola's done it in the Premier League. Like, Alonso ain't done it in the Premier League yet. He got sacked at Real Madrid, all right, but it's a basket case.
Yeah,
but we're talking about a manager who's been in the Premier League now for a decent few years, and is a really, really good manager.
He is.
But I know, like people say, we want Alonso because it's Xabi Alonso. Iriola's a better manager right now.
Well, there's a question mark in that because Premier League, yes, he's managed the Premier League, but he's also not managed under any pressure compared to Xabi Alonso. Of course, Bayer Leverkusen, he won the double. And did that unbeaten in Germany, the first time Bayer Leverkusen have ever won the Bundesliga, and beating Bayern Munich is no mean feat, as we all know, to the league title. Yes, he obviously found Real Madrid, so there will be a question mark in that regard, but he's not the first that's been chewed up and spat out at Real Madrid. Obviously, Chelsea fans would love Cesc Fabregas, given his connection from his time as a Chelsea player there, but I think he'll be quite hard to prise away from Como. He seems very happy there, both probably sort of in his professional life, but also his personal life. That's actually quite nice living there.
Indeed. All right, Si, you're a star.
Cheers, Si.
Cheers.
Cheers, bud.
Simon Johnson, those are your back pages. Right, we're going to be joined by European football expert Andy Brassel coming up. You're listening to the Sports Bar on Talk Sport. For TalkSport Bet, download the new TalkSport Bet app today. 18 plus gambling.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. From weekly broadcast boosts to lucky dips and brilliant bet builders. Bring it on at TalkSportBet.com. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
At the third stroke, the time from BP will be 6 o'clock precisely.
Today in the UK, 100,000 people will call 999. 3,000 will say fire service. 465 will say, I think she's gone into labour. And 1 will say, the cat is stuck up a tree again. And every second, a BT employee will answer and connect those calls to the emergency services.
At the third stroke, the time from BT will be brilliant.
BT, behind brilliant things.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is nearly here. As official sponsors, Hisense is bringing it home. With innovative kitchen-fit fridge freezers for a sleek, built-in appearance. No compromise on capacity, so you'll always have space for perfectly chilled drinks and snacks. For every game and every goal. Because the best design doesn't stand out, it fits perfectly. With Hisense, official sponsors of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Listen up, football fans. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM. It's showtime. New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere.